Is the strongest in another world a hero? A demon lord? No. It's a fairy Desu. CH 5075. Chapter 50 Final Battle Second Round 3. TL. Yuki. Compared to yesterday, the number of people today is bigger than what I've expected. The next day, the stadium was filled to the brim with people, making yesterday's emptiness feel like a lie. It seems like some people have talked about the events that happened yesterday to others who didn't hear about it. It had become a topic. That peach from the town of Blooming Ice, is it going to appear tomorrow? Since that was super embarrassing, can I go home now? Nope. I got another weird name. I can understand why the Blooming Ice part, but why did they add a town? Are they referring to my hair when they say peach? What did they mean by saying I came from Valhalla? From what I've heard, it seems that Master's beauty was way beyond what a human would ever possess. Adding the way you've created those ice blossoms. They added that, since you might have come from a phantasmal land or something like that. Why did they seriously have to think about that? Oh God, enough of this already. I'm already being called the goddess of white waters in Huville. It did not spread so far yet in this country, but news will probably reach here soon. If it will come to that, I will definitely escape as soon as possible from this country and go to other countries. Well, I wonder what surprises will they show to us today. Please stay calm for the time being. Master never jib up. Adeldono. When I went to the waiting room, a participant immediately spoke to me. If I'm not mistaken, his name was supposed to be Genkaku or something. He looks like a samurai you could usually see in TV shows in my previous life, but seeing one in front of me now felt quite surreal. Not to mention about his sword. It was hung on his back. Well, if it isn't Genkaku, what business do you have with me? For the things that you have done during the first round, I would like to offer my thanks. Because of you, Adeldono, more people came to watch today. The stadium became livelier and the cheering for the participants is stronger. Oh, I see. Well, I only did what I wanted to do at that time, seeing that there was no one else who tried doing something like that. I see. Then may we see each other once more on stage. After saying those words, he left and went to his designated area. I wanted a sword like that, so it would probably be good to hear more about his country. I will try and call out to him once again when the tournament ends. Today is the second batch of matches for the second round of the tournament. It seems that more people from the kingdom have visited us today, unlike how it was like 2 days ago. All of the audience seats have been occupied and there are even people standing to watch. As for the players, everyone is probably expecting of something amazing, right? Well then, for our first match, Ono was a person who was covered from head to toe with green armor along with claws on both his hands, probably as a main weapon. He seems to be quite excited and was displaying his horned helmet for all to see. In comparison, Genkaku appeared in a quite simple manner while holding his wakizashi. A few years ago, he came out from a certain forest with an outfit that made him look like a demon. How far will his claw attacks, which he relied on when protecting the forest, take him? It will be against the participant Genkaku, who is holding a never-before-seen sword. Who of the two will be able to climb up? Now then, for the second batch of the second round's first match. Let the games start. Genkaku stayed in place while taking a EAI stance. Ono, who didn't know about that, rushed towards Genkaku while roaring and pointing his claws towards his target. The distance between them was around 30 meters, but that distance was easily closed in, taking only about 2 seconds. Genkaku moved when his target was within his reach. Gakin. The sound of something being pulled and slashed was heard. But to the audience who was watching, it only looked like Genkaku was only in a stance and didn't move. But that flash reflected by the blade was certainly noticed by the audience, even if only for a bit. But they didn't see which direction the attack was delivered, but immediately after that they understood what happened. It was all sliced. The claws that Ono was using were all cut from their roots. Impossible. Ono, who lost his weapon, tried attacking using his horn after recovering from his shocked state, but that's already useless, eh? Even though he tried to thrust his head, he noticed that his helmet felt weird and touched it. Then he found out that the horn that was supposedly stuck on his headgear was now missing. and then he noticed the horn that already fell on the ground. Ono, who lost any means to attack, raised his hands to surrender. The victor has been decided. Between the exchange of Genkaku and Ono, all were not even aware of what exactly happened. Still, with overwhelming strength, Genkaku has shown us proof that he is qualified for the quarterfinals. The victory was overwhelming. Genkaku sure was strong. That's something that status alone won't be able to achieve, and is probably a characteristic of his skills. It seems that it gives a boost to him when he is equipped with specific equipment. Iaido's skill then can only be used with specific sword equipment. The right stance, timing, and precise positioning will increase or decrease the power depending on the quality of the weapon used. Specific skill. Iai Kasumi, is that supposed to be a type of unique skill? It seems like it would be really difficult to master, not to mention imitating it would be impossible. I'm not really using a sword of that type anyway. Let's absolutely visit Wado in order to buy a sword like that. Let's move on to the next match. Participant Sylvester and participant Jasper come on stage. Hey Jasper, be sure to stay firm. Because everyone is watching, don't show your nervousness. Shut up. Don't bother me, Senil. Laughter was released from everyone on the venue when Jasper was mentioned. The young man that entered was yelling at the announcer, intervening with her announcements. As Jasper went into the stage, his face was clearly flushed. There were also a lot of cheers from adult women, but when the announcer noticed them, she puffed up her cheeks in anger. HMMPH. Then let's ignore Jasper and introduce the next participant. The next participant is Sylvester, who is a longsword user. How will you deal with fighting against a longsword user? The announcement somehow turned into one that was concerned about Jasper. Sylvester, who climbed up the stage, only gave off a wry smile. Jasper, who bathed in sympathy and compassion, ignored his surrounding and only focused on his opponent. Well, hang in there. Hi, then begin the match. Oi, you're blushing, shut you up. Just hurry up and fight. A voice filled with coldness and mockery came out of Jasper's mouth, but the audience only laughed at him. After that, the two participants prepared their weapons. A long sword, you say? Isn't that thing way longer than a short spear? Not to mention its weight should be quite considerable. But won't his movement be dulled by such a ridiculous weapon? He's also holding it with only one hand. I should probably probe his skills by attacking him for a moment. Exclamation mark. The longsword he was holding was quickly swept close towards Jasper's neck. Barely avoiding the attack with a momentary dodge, Sylvester delivered a kick towards his stomach. While rolling on the ground after dodging, he soon got up and rebuilt his posture. You are still within my range. Pursuing Jasper with his long sword, another quick attack was delivered. Jasper, who crouched once again, barely avoided the attack and was trying to find the pattern from that attack. Attacking from afar, I will face the long sword. Closing in, I would face the kicks. Still, there's no other way for me but to close in on him somehow. If I can do that, that long sword would be useless. When approached, Sylvester tried delivering a kick. Jasper prepared his sword to deliver an attack straight towards Sylvester's face while responding to the kick. You see, I don't like playing fair, just so you know. What? Although he got hit, Jasper managed to grab Sylvester's feet, then locked it in a grappling move. It is a typical move used by fist fighters to lock their target. Although Sylvester struggled to escape, he wasn't able to because of Jasper's higher skill level on joint lock skills. Back in Gaewa, he broke his bones without hesitation. He then picked up his sword and points it to Sylvester, who was still suffering from his broken injury. As long as his enemy didn't give up, he didn't pull away his sword that was aimed at Sylvester's head. Now this I won't be able to properly stand up or counter with this intense pain. I surrender. Phew. I will call a recovery magician immediately. Sorry for breaking your leg, don't mind it, I just didn't realize how strong the pain of having your bones broken is. Sorry, and thanks. Jaya he actually woon. A2 superb battle performance. Being able to take down Sylvester, who is a strong opponent. It's Jasper's victory. He will be advancing to the quarter-finals. Ups. Do your work properly. Stupid announcer. I wonder if they were acquainted. Maybe they were from the same party. I'm thinking that they might probably be lovers though. Just look at that innocent smile. I might only be imagining things, but I have witnessed people who are also like that. Mama? I will be Arena's mama. But I want to be a mama too. Part 2. Let us begin the next bout. The participants of the third battle. Please enter. The silver-haired Grandpa Alid was walking slowly using his cane. Matthew, also an old man, was seemingly excited while approaching the stage at the same pace as Alid. Participant Alid proved to be a wonderful magic user, using precise shots when executing magic. Just as his age would suggest, he has accumulated a great amount of experience to back up his magic skills. Grandpa is surely a strong competitor. You sure are an energetic child. Alid, who was listening to the announcer, was full of smiles. As his mind was filled with something else, he wasn't really focused on the competition anymore. However, there was still something that he wanted to confirm, so he planned to compete until the last minute and was prepared to go all out. And now we present to you participant Matthew. Is there something wrong? Hello, participant Matthew, are you okay? Oh, I'm fine. I was just sleepy from hangover, you see. I see. Well then, participant Matthew is a local A-rank adventurer. There isn't anything special to mention about him, but it is still a fact that even in his late 50s he is still quite powerful. But just to be sure, recovery magicians, please take care of his hangover. Sorry about that, it's just old age. Because something like that happened, I was really depressed and have been only drinking in the past 2 days. I wasn't even expecting that a lot of people would come today though. Well, it was something like that. That can't be helped. I also did that after all. Well, can't you just do that without being too much intoxicated? We are already at an age where our youth have passed after all. Are the both of you ready? Then for the third match. Game start. Clasp. With Alid's no-cast magic, Matthew's leg was quickly buried up to his ankles. Water, fire, earth, wind. A number of different elemental attacks were generated with Matthew as the center. Everything was turned into sharp objects. I sure got myself quickly in a pinch and pierce him. Both sides smiled despite having their advantages both in an opposite directions. Then, Matthew started executing moves that knocked down all flying projectiles coming towards him. Alid continued his assault while increasing the pace, but Matthew was repelling all of them with a nonchalant face. The barrage of attack and defense lasted a while. It was Alid who first stopped attacking. Matthew also took a deep breath, and then shattered the stone constricting his leg. Seems like I've underestimated you. What great coordination. It was quite impressive. Jisan is also the same, so strong that calling you a monster would fit. If I was an ordinary adventurer, I would have probably been defeated 9 times over, you know? Is that nonchalant face of yours a habit? I wonder which one of us is the real monster though. The audiences were quite excited at the spectacular fight of the two, especially to all adventurers who came to see the height of pure skill of Matthew. They were amazed. Matthew was famous for quite some time now. He was a man known to not move to fight. From some other adventurer's perspective, he was thought to be just a stupid man, an adventurer who doesn't go adventures, or a hawk with no claws. The only reason Matthew participated on today's match was that I already ran out of funds, and he was in fact planning to lose early in the game. But right now he was having fun with his fight against Alid. Well then, it's my turn this time. I will proceed with attacking. Intercept. However, in this battle, Alid was his opponent. He is a master of magic, whose power might even reach that of heroes. He did not achieve the title of sage for no reason. In the short amount of time Matthew moved to attack, bringing himself behind Alid. Damn. I guess this is it for me. I cannot go on any more than this. At the moment Matthew approached, Alid covered himself with a thick layer of ice with spikes that pierced through Matthew. Since he moved too fast, Matthew regretfully wasn't able to dodge and got skewered, but he still managed to avoid fainting. After confirming Matthew's defeat, Alid quickly removed the spikes and healed him without even waiting for the healers to come. Strong. As expected of the old men, they were too strong. Still, the victory goes to Alid. He will be moving into the quarter-finals. While listening to the loudest applause being given that day, Alid raised one hand and then moved back to the waiting room. I wonder if I will have a hard time dealing with that. It's kind of regretful that we didn't witness their full power until the end of the match. As I have expected, I might end up like that Vandelba. It's that, I have to be at least much stronger than that one. Well, Master seems like she's having fun. I wonder just how much difference is there between us. Alright. Lavelle will be fighting the hero soon, but it's okay whatever the result may be because I will surely defeat her. It will be fine. Come now, it's finally your turn now. Ooh, eating bread while watching the match at the same time will be great. You are getting spoiled. Two people were playing at the audience area. Then Bulldog, with this, it will be my win. Fluffy then, here a bit, there a bit, draw a circle, and done. Now that was priceless. After they finished they were cheerfully smiling at each other. Chapter 51. Chapter 51 Final Battle Second Round 4. TL, Yuki, HNNN. Alright, let's go. After stretching my joints slightly, I ran for a bit as a form of warm-up. I have been doing this for 32 times now. I must show a proper fight before Lavelle and the heroes fight. Whether it's Lavelle or the hero, I have to be prepared to let them see a proper fight. Now then everyone, it's the final fight of the second round, but I know everyone wanted to burn that person's image in their eyes. The one who created that huge frozen tower and ice flowers rain. A person who was burning with passion yet still extremely adorable. Let's present her, the little lady who has the potential to defeat the hero. Participant Adel. Please enter. When I go out, I was welcomed with great cheers and happy faces. What heavy expectations are they trying press onto me? But well, I have already expected such an outcome. I won't be showing anything more than that to the heroes, but I'm still going to show a decent fight for everyone to enjoy. Since the challenger is strong and cute, then if the hero loses it just can't be helped. However, even if they think that it was just an illusion, I will thoroughly crush them, so they should just give up. If we are talking about Adel-chan, then it will be that giant dragon and the breath that was turned into a tower of ice with blooming ice flowers, not to mention she's really cute, although her purpose is completely unknown. Please don't hold back and show us a great match, Adel-chan. Next we will be presenting participant Twyla. The one who came out was a woman wearing high-class armor. She didn't respond to the audience's encouragement yet still showed a dignified expression. She silently went up the stage and then everyone became silent. Everyone might have already known of her, right? This here is participant Twyla, a high-ranking royal knight. She is a princess knight, and her way of fighting is so merciless that it's giving me shivers. I'm looking forward to how Adel-chan will fight since she is someone who is specialized in using magic. During the qualifiers, she was the one who knocked down the scythe user person. When she was looking at me, her gaze was shifted down because of our height difference. She sure is a tall person. How envious. Adel, be sure that you are not cheating in any way. Don't think that you will be able to threaten me with any of those improper methods. What are you trying to imply? What is this person trying to tell me by saying those things? It's regarding your match in the first round. I don't think you have prepared something like that this time. But I am not such a pitiful woman who would be easily intimidated by something like that. Prepare yourself. Oh, I see. Is it because she thinks that I'm afraid of her, and was thinking I might do something underhanded to win? Well, that can't be helped. Maybe I should fight her on the same field to solve the misunderstandings. I took out my extremely heavy sword. Oh, what's this? Adel-chan are planning to fight with a sword this time. What will you do if you got your face scarred? I don't really care about that. Besides, if the recovery magicians can't fix it, then I'll do it myself. You seem to be confident with your arms, but I will make you regret challenging me with a sword. Be careful out there, Adel-chan. For now, start the battle. Twyla Middle. Alders, 23, LV.192 race, Human HP 5722, 5722 MP 3751, 2751 AC 4042 DF 3875 MiG 3996 MDF 2477 INT 700 SPD 3647 Skill, Sword Arts, S. Taijutsu, B. Her stats are quite extreme in various ways as a knight. Moreover, she was way much stronger than Darius, who was a former knight captain. I can feel a knight's nobility emanating from her both in name and behavior. That's the only thing there though. Well, considering her skills, she could be considered at the highest peak of swordsmanship. As soon as the battle started, I initiated, doing the first attack. She somehow managed to receive it. Gakin, eh? The two of us raised our voices of surprise at the same time. Receiving my attack, she was shocked by the force that almost made her let go of her sword. Looking closely, I noticed that her hand was slightly trembling and was probably numbed from the impact. What in the world is that? That ridiculously heavy sword. It's not even comparable to a tempered steel sword. I completely forgot. To me, this was only a sword with a good weight that I can handle properly, but to those who oppose it, they probably would feel like being smashed by a huge mass of iron. This sword is after all so heavy that it would even sink to the ground if you dropped it, and you would have a hard time pulling it out. But well, let's think about those things later. Well, never mind that. So what do you want to do? Do you want to continue? Of course. As I prepared to swing my sword while jumping back, I was followed by her attacking with stabbing strikes. I only blocked all her attacks without striking back her sword. So hard. Her piercing attack was strong enough that it could pulverize rocks. But those kind of attacks only sent shocks back that numbed Twyla's hands. It reminded me of the shock made when you slam a metal bat on the ground with force. Soon after, I saw Twyla retreating for a bit. It's quite impressive that she didn't let go of her sword even after all that, but she became teary-eyed. What a pitiful sight. As expected, handling this heavy sword is quite hard, so from here on I'll be fighting using only a normal iron sword. After saying that, I took out a normal iron sword and stored the heavy sword. When I looked at her reaction, she's in a really great mood. That's right. It's that right. Humans would be more familiar with a weapon like that, right? Then let's do this once more. Sorry, but that doesn't really concern me. I am a fairy after all, so those things don't apply. This time Twyla initiated the attack with confidence, so I properly received it. A fierce avalanche of sword attacks came. But it's only that, after exchanging a few blows, her face returned back to how it was before we started. You fool, your skills alone won't be enough to surpass me. Just be obedient and be defeated already. Because that sounds like it would be painful. I also won't be holding back. Now how should I end this? I don't really like seeing a beautiful person end up battered and bloody. Or maybe I should just aim for her sword. With this the moment when Twyla moved into attack, the blade of her sword was beautifully cut off from its base. In confusion, Twyla looks at her weapon and tilted her head. That's cute. She was wondering where the blade part went. Here, are you looking for this? When I showed her what I was pinching between my fingers, which was the blade of her sword, Twyla's face turned red. She was probably furious. Even though her weapon was already destroyed, she still fought me with what remained of her sword. But before she even reached me, I was already pointing my sword in front of her face. Her movements ceased. Then she lowered her fists while trembling, probably from regret. I guess she regretted so much that she lost. She then raised her hands as a sign to surrender while shedding tears. I also quietly lowered my sword. And that settles it. It was a splendid victory fighting against a strong royal knight with great swordsmanship, Adel-chan. Due to the overwhelming difference in skill, you will now be advancing into the quarter-finals. How shameful did you have to turn me into? No, wait, it's not like that. Be it victory or defeat, it's only a game, you know. Beside, You can hear the voices of people that are cheering for you. What she didn't notice until now were the voices of admiration and applause from the audience honoring Twyla for showing a brilliant match. You don't have to be ashamed of that fight. You are. Yes, that's right. It was definitely a splendid match. Let's do it again sometime. Adventurer. I was too nervous, you see, that's why my tone was much harsher than usual. I apologize. It's fine. I don't mind. If an opportunity comes, then let's have a match again. Yes, let's. This should be good enough. We then exchanged a solid handshake and a big applause resounded once more. Yup, smiling would definitely suit a woman like her. After all, I would definitely want to be friends with her, but with the current situation, it would still be a little tough to do so. In today's match, Twyla was a female knight, right? Kidnap her? I am not an orc, you know. It was a fine way to end that. She looks like the type that would stare at you if you look away though. After that match, I returned to the two who were seated in the audience area. I felt great having done exercise after a long while. It was only a 10-minute battle, but it was definitely a good exercise, like swinging your weapon until you get tired. Then, the collection of weird creatures was doing what they wanted here. From tomorrow onwards, neither I nor Lavale will be available. What will Arena do? Support. I will be monitoring the surroundings as long as I am present here, so there will probably be nothing to do. Well, that's how it goes. Starting from the next day, Arena will be alone in the audience area, but as long as we are in sync, we can cope up in case anything does happen. Okay, then for today, it will be a Shogai challenge. Lavale, we will definitely win against Arena today. Leave it to me. Battle. Even if the two of them did their best, they lost in 20 straight rounds. And then, you want to reinforce my weapon? Yes, because I think it will be necessary. That evening, I borrowed Lavale's halberd. Well, because you will be fighting with a hero, that normal halberd is a no-good weapon as it is, if it's against a holy sword. That's why I decided to reinforce it with fairy magic. What do you want me to do with it? Mew. If it's sturdy enough, then there's really nothing more that I want. As long it isn't crushed if I ever use my full power, then it should already be great. It would also be a problem if demerits were added as an exchange for being able to be used with my full force. Would something like that be useful if you are in a human state? That's what I've already said. Well, can you also improve its overall status? Alright, then. First is the image of body strengthening both to Lavale and the weapon, and that would depend on the infused magic power which the user can control. And invoke Yugia. My head. Adel? Master, what happened to you? It's okay, I'm fine. It's because I did a good job. For something like this, it ended up turning into a really terrible calculation formula. My head almost blew up like I had tried to solve something impossible in my head, but the end result was good. So I didn't mind about it. Looking at the halberd, there are no changes on its appearance, but the flow of my magical power that was imbued to it tells a different story. It looks like I have succeeded. Lavale, I am fine. Here, hold it and try adding magic power into it. Well, if Master says so. Oh, this is amazing. Its overall stats was increased by 20%. If I switched to magic power all of my stats and using the amount of more than 80 million MP, what do you think would happen? I wonder if it would be a really low chance that it would succeed. If I failed, the halberd would have turned into dust. The cause of the heavy burden was probably because of the materials used to create that weapon. What's wrong, Master? For today, that would probably be my limit, so I'll improve it some more next time. The heat coming from my head has already subsided, but I'm still a little dizzy. Let's just go to sleep after this. Arena, let's go to bed. Will you be my hugging pillow? Will become, then I will also become one. I slept while hugging Arena as a hug pillow, while also being hugged from behind. Ah, the girl power of the one hugging from behind was awesome. At the time they woke up, Bosha's hair exploded because of bad sleep posture. Oh, I have to fix it off. Hair exploded because of bad sleep posture. My hair. All tangled. Can't move. New exclamation mark. Hair got all tangled up because of bad sleep posture. Chapter 52. Chapter 52 Quarterfinals 1. TL. Yuki. Because the quarterfinals will be held at noon, we are currently killing time by idling at the inn. Agra-san also seems to be free today and was drinking tea gracefully with us. But you know, it would have been much better if you didn't place your feet on the table. Still, the beauty of that leg line was a wonderful sight. I didn't expect that you would be that strong, you know. I thought that you reaching the first round would already be good enough. Did Agra-san bet on anyone? Nope, I'm not good at betting, you see. That guy too, my old boyfriend. He poured all his assets into betting and lost. There was also a time when he ran away with my money, but he was caught and turned into a slave. Right now he is probably working hard in a mine somewhere. You said that with a nostalgic face, but the content was quite heavy. I was astonished to the point that I couldn't even remember the taste of the tea I'm drinking. Lavelle also felt awkward about it. Well, I believe he's thinking of working to get back here when he returns. You're planning to redo the relationship? I don't. I have already failed once and was looked at with pitiful eyes. I wonder if I can find a good husband out there. You know someone that might welcome me warmly? Ah, that's the face of someone who wants to look for someone who would do errands for her. Nei-san sure has power behind her. No, more like a little too much power is what I would say. To the person who will be her husband, please live strongly. So are you guys also betting? Ah, yeah, I got a bet from Arena D. I bet a Luutu. How much? Gold coins, a lot. 5 Oopsamugum. That was dangerous, really dangerous. I won't let Arena say anything more than that. If she says 5,000 pieces, Agra-san's heart might just stop. You bet 5 gold coins, right? Betting 5 gold coins, you say? Well, I guess the hero will win it anyway. Even if you join in there, the result might already be fixed. You should take advantage of it, Ju-chan. So you've also given up to that situation. If you say that to Arena right now, she will just get more fired up. Now, once again, we will resume the event. Today is the day of the quarterfinals. It will be the battle of the remaining, and the strongest 8. Now, for the first match, it will a battle between the Blazing Flame Lady Lavelle and Abel the Crafty Warrior. Been a while since we've met. It was from the qualifiers, I think. Same here, but I didn't expect you to be quite the beautiful Nei-san. There will be no time limit in the qualifiers. Furthermore, the whole stage and the whole area around will be considered as battle stage, so there will be no losing by throwing them out. Players, please go crazy to your utmost and show off your power to everyone. While listening to what the announcer said, a grin formed on Lavelle's face. It seems that she interpreted the rule of no off-limits on the stage as something like it would be fine if the stage is destroyed. That desire started to grow inside her head. Hey Nei-san, what's with that extremely wicked smile? What are you planning to do, oh beautiful Nei-san? Abel prepares his sword while slightly trembling. Although he was wary about it, he understood that it would be an extremely difficult battle because he also witnessed Lavelle's fight in the second round yesterday. Then, for the first battle of the quarterfinals. Battle start. My flames blow up everything around me. You must be kidding, right? As an introduction, Lavelle created a fire pillar that was around 10 meters high. The place where Abel stood was burned a second after he moved to escape, turning blue from seeing the ground where he was before getting charred. Abel moved away in order to escape from further damage. That's not all. Here's more. She created another pillar as if to mock at how futile his moves were. How can I win against this? If only I can find a little dash. What is it? Oi! And another one was unleashed again at Abel. He was now stuck surrounded by fire pillars. The swirling fire pillars that began to spin were generating tremendous heat, making the area where Abel stood hot enough that it felt like being in the middle of a desert under a blazing sun. Sweat was dripping from his skin like a waterfall, and even his armor is starting to heat up. I can't sense even a little bit of magic power depletion. Even great wizards, they wouldn't be able to last 10 seconds casting something like this. Damn. Why must I be faced with such a monster? Are you going to show us your courageous spirit, or will you drop out just like that? Abel read the trajectory of the fire pillars and then jumped out. Although he was able to escape the blazing hell, His sword was swallowed by a fire pillar and was turned into nothing more than a pile of melted metal. Amazing! Abil somehow managed to escape the fiery cage made by Nasan with only his weapon as a sacrifice, surviving the ordeal. We still don't know how the match will end up. After escaping, Abil immediately rushed towards Lavale. The only weapon he had was a spare knife on his waist, but thinking of Lavale's halberd, he realized that he wouldn't be able to parry with his knife. "I won't let you." An opening. Abil was attacked by Lavale, who used her halberd. The swing sent out an extremely strong pressure, but he managed to avoid it by paper-thin margin. He was then able to close in and grabbed her while planting his feet onto the ground in preparation to throw Lavale. Wah! What is with this ridiculous? When Abil was trying to throw her, he felt such a heavy weight, as if he was trying to pull out a big tree. During this short time, Abil was completely wide open, touching a woman's body. "How long do you plan to stay dumbfounded?" From a simple swing, Abil's body was flung into the wall. You could hear the sound of debris getting crushed and the sound of his body falling. There they could see Abil struggling to stand up despite his body covered in blood and wounds. With this it will be. Wait. Lavale obstructed the announcer that was about to call her victory. She approached the battered Abil. Then she asked, "Are you giving up?" Fugu. I can. Still, Abil tried to stand up and raise his hands, but he was definitely losing blood. Although he was already running out of strength, his eyes showed that his fighting spirit did not yet disappear. "Is that all you've got? Stand up and show me your spirit." "Young hero. I am a hero." "Yes, young one. Heroes are not those who have strength to defeat demon kings, nor are those who show off their strength. It is those few that show courage to fight the impossible. If a brilliant young man displayed courage befitting that, then I would acknowledge them as a wonderful hero." It was definitely a remark to smear dirt on the hero's name. Despite that, the meaning of the word hero is nonetheless exactly what she had described. Abil could only laugh wryly at her announcement. "For you to compare me to such a I'm not worthy of." As he said those words, he finally lost consciousness and fell down. Lavale looked towards the announcer and nodded. Then once more the announcer declared the end of the match. Participant Abil is not able to stand up anymore. The victory goes to participant Lavale. Respecting her opponent's will until the end, she has shown us the true pride of a warrior. She will proceed into the semi-finals. What will you do if any of them were listening to that? Don't say things that would needlessly provoke the heroes. Well, isn't that actually great? If the other side gets provoked, won't they seriously come to fight us? The message she said about the heroes from a while ago. If it was heard by heroes in the audience, then they will definitely mark us as their enemies. If the entire group of summoned heroes comes to attack, it will be a really crazy battle, so stop it. I might accidentally kill them if it turned into a battle of life and death, Following that match is the second round of the quarter-finals. Please enter the magician who has a good control of water, magic user Moriel, and he will be challenging the hero Aiane. Seriously, I'm really unlucky. I don't think I'll have any chance to win against a hero, but I will still do the best I can to at least fight back. Is that so? Muriel slumped his shoulders as he looked at the hero who didn't seem to care at all. This woman, she's dangerous. Among the ones who faced the hero, it was only Muriel who fought well with another person while having a good atmosphere. He was also one of the targets who the hero wanted to destroy. Now then, for the second match, battle start. Tides of water. Become a creature of majesty and swallow my enemies. What appeared was a huge snake made out of water. It winded itself and tried to swallow the hero with its strong torrent of water. The hero was just standing without doing anything, and she was easily covered with water. Engulf. The water serpent wraps the hero and enclosed her in a water sphere. Several layers of swirling torrent were assaulting the hero. Even though the hero is in that state, Moriel didn't drop down his attacks and was looking at the hero who was expressionless, and yet he still felt like something bad was about to happen. However, Bashan what? Suddenly, the water snake that he was manipulating was destroyed and the water scattered on the ground. After that, the hero activated her holy sword and slowly walked towards Moriel. To Moriel, he couldn't believe that his strongest attack wasn't even able to scratch the hero and was easily destroyed. He is already at the point of giving up. But because he was also unharmed, he decided to persist a little more. Spear of ice, pierce my enemy. He produced several ice spears and shot them towards the hero. However, that magic disappeared as it came in contact with the hero's holy sword without even any of it remaining. Be it magic, weapons, or his strongest attack, it was all useless. At the moment he tried to surrender, the hero already closed in and slashed all his limbs other than his right hand. The scream of Moriel reverberated in the whole stadium. Conclusion: it has been settled. The victor is Hero Aiin. Recovery magicians, please immediately mend it or participant Moriel will die. The announcer declared the victory in a hurry. In this fight, if urgent measure isn't taken immediately, Moriel might die and will disqualify the hero. Oh sorry, I might have overdone it. Sorry about that, and let me cure you. But before the recovery magicians arrived, the hero already applied recovery magic and closed his wounds. That is without connecting back the cut-off parts. Right before he fainted, the last thing he saw was the hero grinning in pleasure, and it was an ugly and distorted grin. Then the hero whispered something to Moriel before she left. With this, next year, or even after that, you will never ever see the one you love. It's their end. When she arrived back to her waiting room, the terminal for communication buzzed for a bit before it got connected. Are you doing it? Oh, it finally connected. The plan to give Lavale a little fright has been set up for tomorrow. Even if the fight with Adel in the final comes, threatening her won't be a problem. Defeat them at that time and show them what it's like to face the hero. Yeah, alright, well then, I'll be moving. Receiving more pleasant news, Kazuka hummed in delight as she walked away. But both Ino and Kazuka wouldn't know that the result of what they planned to do for the sake of their own pleasure would bring something that they would surely regret as a result. Tutorial time is over. Chapter 53. Chapter 53 Quarterfinals 2 Fairy Disappearance. TL, Yuki. Hi there, young lady. Who? Arena, who was eagerly supporting Lavale from the audience seat, was approached by an unknown man who started a conversation. It was a young man, with black hair and black eyes that resembled someone. However, because he greeted her with a smile, Arena decided to respond. Hi. You see, I would like to confirm something. Do you belong to the Party Fairies banquet? That's right. Actually, I was asked to call out to you by Adel. If it doesn't bother you, I would be really saved if we moved to that waiting area right now. Then Arena slapped the approaching hand and said a single word after looking as if she was thinking for a bit. Yada. TL nope. What Arena did was confirming things with Adel through synchronization. Arena was instructed to escape from that place immediately, but Arena stubbornly refused to leave. I see. I won't let you escape, so for now just sleep for a bit. Ino drove a punch towards Arena which she tried to parry, but with the effect of his holy sword, Arena got knocked out. Then by using concealment skills, he faded from the audience without being noticed. Ino walked away from that place without any problems. An effect good for a professional kidnapper. What a great hero. That is without realizing that someone else already noticed his existence. Arena. She refused when I told her to escape. I was monitoring the man that was in Arena's vision as we were synchronized, but the connection got cut off. Probably when Arena fainted. The fact that the synchronization got cut off means that she probably lost consciousness or was brought to a distant or hidden location. However, because the synchronization area for the two of us can cover even the entire country, the latter idea would be out, so the former one is to be considered. Lavale, can you synchronize with Arena? What is it? Why ask all of a sudden? I can, of course. But, why is Arena moving away while unconscious? Alright, the link between Arena and Lavale is much stronger because of the contract. With this we can easily track her. Can you tell the current place where Arena is? Let's see. This is outside the stadium. No way, could it be? Yeah, they've done it. The opponent was probably concealed in some way that makes others not notice him while carrying the fainted Arena. That was probably another hero, judging from the color of his hair and eyes. I did not expect that they would move in such a way though. What we need right now is information. Arena is still alive, right? I asked Lavelle to check. Then she confirmed it while groaning. That's how it is, huh? I wonder what their aim is since they decided to leave this place. Maybe they are trying to hide something. Were they that scared? Lavelle, I have confirmed that the opponent this time is a hero, but which of us should go and rescue Arena? As we are both participating in this tournament, we can't move flashily. You understand that, right? Yeah, but is there a way you can think of? There is one. But it might be a little bit dangerous for Lavelle to do. I will still do it if needed and be more careful about. So what's the plan? Oh, okay. The plan is, when I talked to her about the plan, she immediately accepted while adding 2 more suggestions. Those suggestions were also going to improve the plan, so I decided to add them to the plan. With this, the plan to save Arena is good to go. You can leave the rest to me. I am going to use some serious fairy magic tonight as a countermeasure. I'll be relying on you for that. Well then, see you later. Yup, see ya. Well, since they didn't try challenging us head-on, then I definitely won't hold back. No way, are they foolishly going to attempt to do something to my precious and treasured person? It seems that they have death wish. If they think this is something like a game, it would probably be the part where they will try to use Arena against me, and I will suffer while holding back until I finally break down. But there's no way they will manage to do that. Since they did this, then I will bring them down, along with this country if I have to. I will not hold back this time. Playtime is over. They completely crossed over something they shouldn't have. Arena, I'm sorry. Just hold on for a bit until tomorrow. Everything will be okay. It's finally your turn to fight, participant Adel. Got it. The winner for this match is participant Genkaku. He will now be proceeding into the semi-finals. After all, I knew that Jasper would lose. Good luck and try again next year. Shut up, idiot. You're too noisy. Jasper was getting carried on a stretcher after he suffered Genkaku's attack. He managed to close in and attack Genkaku, but it still ended in just a single blow. Well then battle for the quarterfinals. As you have all known by the word Eden of Snowflowers, Adel-chan is HNNN. Shivers ran down her spine. The moment Senil-san was announcing Adel's entrance, her body froze from the intense pressure she felt. She dropped her voice and larger tool and curved her body into a ball, hugging herself with both hands. She couldn't understand what was happening as she lost strength in her body. The spectators felt the same. The adventurers somehow managed to withstand the pressure, but the danger they felt was alarming, to the point that some of them wanted to run away from that place immediately. The extremely dense pressure and bloodlust dominated the whole tournament area. The one responsible for spreading that out was the supposedly charming and lovely girl, just that one person called Adel. Nothing has changed in regards to her appearance, but they noticed that she was masked with a serious look, and that's not all. What emanated from her was a physical pressure so strong it made the surrounding feel that their spirits were being crushed. Although they don't want to focus, they still can't move their eyes away from her. They all felt that they might be killed if they take their eyes off even for just a second. He got closer to Senil, who was left cowering as Adel continued. Senil, who was suffering from the pressure, tried backing while screeching for a bit. But then, all that pressure vanished. Sorry about that, it's all right now. She moves closer to Senil and pats her head. After a bit, Senil finally relaxed and was able to stand up, and once more got hold of her magic tool. After seeing that, Adel returned to her predetermined position. Well, that was a really shocking event, but everything is fine now. Everyone, please be at ease. Participant Adel is now with us on stage, so let us begin the match. Then the match was started immediately, but Adel casually approached Talid, who was still frozen and didn't return to reality, and grasped his shoulders. Are you alright? Calm down for now, breathe slowly. How Alid, like Senil, was also in the same state as someone who got in direct contact with the pressure released by Adel. Color finally returned to his face and his breathing became normal. When he could finally relax from the pressure, He put his weight on his cane and wiped off the sweat on his face. It was quite impressive that he didn't faint after receiving all that intense pressure at close range despite his age. Seriously, what kind of gruesome massacre were you trying to do? Well, sorry. So are we going to proceed with the fight now? Aelid swings his head sideways and made a bitter smile, then answering, impossible, impossible. It's just impossible. I've decided to abstain. It's not a joke. It's not like I'm afraid or not confident in my strength, but I know it won't matter even if I continue to fight. I decided I will surrender. Hi. Due to participant Aelid surrendering, participant Adel will now move on to the semi-finals. This time, there were no cries or cheers. A few minutes after Adel left the stage, all the tension finally broke and it became noisy once more. About today's thing, you went a little overboard. Yeah, only a bit. Because I felt like I might explode if I didn't release that much. When night arrived, Lavale and I were locked inside the room. Lavale discovered a letter that was placed where Irina was previously seated, and then we both confirmed the contents. If you want your friend to be returned, lose when you fight against the hero, was the content of the letter. It looks like their aim is to boast about the power of the hero. There are probably no worries about Irina staying alive. For now. Yeah, that in itself is good. At that time during my fight, if the hero showed himself, I might have thrown away the fight and just slaughtered him. And as a continuation of that, this kingdom might have been turned into nothing more than a vacant plot of land. It was because I saw the figure of Senil-san crying in fear in front of me that I was able to stop myself from unconsciously releasing that tremendous killing intent. Probably, I am used to being human for too long and was not able to do things as a fairy recently, so I wasn't able to prepare myself for such matters. I should have forced Irina to stay in fairy form at that time. Yeah, forcibly if I had to, and because of that, I now have to let Lavale do something really dangerous. That is not quite the case this time, Master. As long as we continued on this trip, something was bound to happen. Now is also a similar case. I did the contract while fully expecting unpredictable things to happen, so don't hold back and rely on me at times like this. Lavale, who was pounding her chest, stood up and showed me a face full of self-confidence. This is not the face of the master that I have fell in love with and that I want to see. I want you to continue laughing and playing around with Irina, eliminating obstacles that obstruct that should be left to me. That is what I have sworn. That's not what we really promised. If that's what you really want, then you're really serious about this, right? No problem. Please go on, Master. After nodding to her affirmation, I pressed the fairy magic I created in my hand into Lavale's chest. Immediately after that, I was assaulted by intense heat and lost consciousness. Did she fall asleep? Should be obvious, but it's Lavale's path now. I said so after she blacked out because she used that fairy magic. I knew that she would suffer a considerable amount of burden since what she did was actually manipulating someone else's status. Lavale, 1653. LV 1024. Inherent race, Red Dragon, Ancient Dragon, Condition, Humanized. HP, 38,543. 38,543 MP, 19,666. 19,666 ATK, 50,427 Def, 82,934 Matk, 127,640 MTF, 130,004 INT, 2,000 SPD, 255,444. Inherent skills: Dragon Scale, Flame Prison, Super Synchronization, Skill, Dragon Magic, S, Fire Magic, S+, Body Difference Correction, A+. Super Synchronization. You can increase the synchronization rate with the contractor for 5 minutes and borrow status. Synchronization with the contractor will be disabled once the skill enters its cooldown time. With this skill, I can definitely win against a hero. You can't think ordinary about fairies at all. When you see one that can actually grant unique skills to others, it's impossible even for the old ancient dragons. How Master still thinks that this is something normal is kind of fun by itself. In actuality, How can she understand that fairy magic like this is not even in the realms of magic anymore? All I understand is that it's a kind of magic that doesn't consume magic power. I have heard that beastmen also have such kinds of skills. However, I have never heard of any magic that you can freely manipulate like this. This is already something different. As for my dragon magic, which is an inherent skill, it still consumes a suitable amount of magic power when used. Not to mention, it is something that I can't freely manipulate. Well, even if I think hard about it, I will never understand just how absurd this unique fairy is. Because a god of this world was also a fairy, this must be a power that was granted to her. While stroking the head of the quietly sleeping fairy, I kept myself on guard until morning. Chapter 54. Chapter 54 For a Friend. TL, Yuki. Well then, today is one of our most awaited matches. It's the battle between participant Lavale and the hero Kaozuku Aiin. It is a battle between two participants who have effortlessly defeated their opponents so far, and who will win the match this time. It is completely unpredictable. How far will they go to show us their abilities? Please let us see the limits of what humans can achieve. Lavale-san, have you received that message? Oh, yeah. Following what you said, are sure you are going to keep your promise of not taking away Arena's life? I don't break my promises. Well, you can struggle more until you are one step away from dying. Come at me, for the sake of my friends. Although she should know that after this she would end up dismembered, Lavale didn't show any impatience and was only monitoring Kaozuka. It was not a sign of anger shown in her eyes, it was composure. However, Kaozuka, who didn't understand, switched feelings quickly, although it did kind of bother her. There is no burning feeling of rage, which would make me feel good. But well, she probably won't forsake her friend. First round for the semi-finals start! Exclamation mark. Clank 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 clank. Ha, you're joking right? Is this the extent of what a hero can do? Lavale-san is amazing. She is currently sending a fierce chain of attacks towards the hero. On the first few minutes, Lavale was seriously trying to kill the hero. She didn't really intend to do so though, but still wanted to vent a bit. And it was also true that she really desired to fight the hero. Yo, you understand what situation you're in, right? I will properly lose. But, I will vent out a bit on you, little girl. I'm already an adult. Oba-san. Holy Sword activate. Kaozuka, whose attack power was increased, assaulted Lavale using her Holy Sword with heavy attacks. Because of the 10 times increase in status, the situation was immediately reversed. This time Lavale was being pressed. You may be a monster if compared to others I've faced, but won't be able to win against me even at this state. Hey, what's wrong? Can't keep up? Are you just all bark, Oba-san? Exclamation mark. Chi. Lavale jumped high above the stage and created a giant fireball. From there, she assaulted the hero with a giant ball of flame, also along with innumerable small fireballs. Sunshine Ray. Oi, are you really a human? But that attack is useless. Once Kaozuka swung her sword, the giant fireball vanished and only the small bullets remained. It was a repeat of the fight against Moriel. After seeing that, Lavale finally understood the characteristics of Kaozuka's Holy Sword. I see. Magic absorption is your Holy Sword's characteristics. Even if you know that about my Holy Sword, it would still be useless if you cannot win. When all the effects of the magic and light show finished, Lavale descended and once more posed with her halberd. A smile then appeared on her face. I understood that magic is useless, then I can only fight with my flesh and blood. Let's do this, a battle so fierce that it makes your blood and flesh tremble. Come Haru. Lavale continued on confronting the hero. Even with her strong body, the damage of the Holy Sword still penetrated her defenses, even overcoming the effect of her dragon scales. But even while shedding blood all over her body, Lavale did not stop. Even when her legs were torn and her wrists were slashed and was already blown away, she still continued. There were sorrowful cries from the audience, and there were even some that were pleading to already stop the match. But each time they asked to stop it, Lavale refused with thrown eye contact. Kaozuka didn't care about it. She continued to chop up Lavale as much as she liked, and at the end, Lavale was left with missing arms, bathed in blood and barely standing. Seriously, you're too persistent. Kazuka was out of breath from too much movement. There wasn't even one among the demons that she faced that were as sturdy as her, and as for Lavale, she only admired the strength of the holy sword. Losing to some legendary weapon was something she hadn't experienced for quite a long time now. Again, as expected, a holy sword is indeed strong. Of course, it is something that can defeat a demon king even if the wielders are only humans after all. Kyukaku. I guess so. This is probably good enough, right? It can't be helped. Since killing you is not allowed, I will let you go this time, then see ya later. Is that really how you feel? Why you? At that moment Kazuka turned back after trying to leave the place and then delivered a kick to Lavale, sending her crashing into the wall. Lavale stopped right after hitting the wall and a cloud of dust surrounded her. The match have already been decided. Please stop any more attempts of attacking. Recovery team, please immediately help Lavale-san as soon as possible. Hurry. In the fight that ended up becoming too unreal, the inside of the stadium became turbulent. The stage was a mess with all the blood and flesh splattered about. The arms and feet that rolled round was making it even more graphic. You are participant Adel-san? Before everyone noticed, Adel was already at the place where Lavale was, and she was holding Lavale in her hands, who was supposed to be buried in the rubble of the broken wall. She was holding a red jewel in her hand and was gently stroking the cheeks of Lavale. Her expression covered by her hood cannot be seen. Because I'll be the one to help Lavale from here on, you can go. I can use recovery magic. After saying that to the recovery team, Adel carried Lavale while restoring her form as she moved to her waiting room, restoring her appearance perfectly without blemish, totally shocked, and left the recovery magicians, who witnessed the feat, dumbfounded. When she arrived at the waiting room, she stored Lavale's skin. Only her main body remained in her hands. Then after pouring magic power on it, she did a teleport using dimension magic. And then Adel walked quietly once more. Her fist was clenched so much that she wounded herself, although it was cured immediately with fairy magic. Continuing on, we will commence the next match for the semi-finals. We present to you the warrior who finished his battles with a single strike, participant Genkaku. And, although her appearance during yesterday's battle was a little scary, we present to you participant Adel. It is an honor to be able to fight someone of your caliber in this place. Adel Dono. I was also a little troubled during yesterday's fight, but it's a good thing that I am now matched against you. Oh, by the way, if I win this match, is it alright if I ask you about something? Well, you can tell me if I win. It's fine. I'd also like to ask for something, so it's good. This time also the outcome of the battle is impossible to predict. Will Genkaku's one-hit strike finish participant Adel? Or will Adel's overwhelming power crush participant Genkaku? Begin the match. As expected, you won't move. Well, I already knew that AI was not originally used for something like this. Feeling something wrong about my stance, he stopped trying to get into the AI stance. I'm sorry, but this time we won't be able to enjoy the game, because of my circumstances. Therefore, Adel-chan approaches normally. Aren't you afraid of entering participant Genkaku attack range? I concentrated a high amount of magic power into my sword while walking closer. Fairy magic strengthens my dynamic vision to the limit. Then I stop one step outside his attack range. That is 3 meters away from where he stands. I stood on the spot for a bit, then proceeded, stepping inside his attack range. Gakin. That is quite unexpected, Adel Dono. The clash was so fast that even Genkaku wasn't able to perceive everything after swinging with all his strength. The tip of Genkaku's sword was severed and fell on the stage behind me. No other attacks followed that single strike. Your attack was certainly fast, so I had to put all my effort into stopping your blade. Is that so? It's my defeat then. Putting back his broken sword into its scabbard, Genkaku bowed to me. I also do the same. Then applause came from the audience. A battle of a single blow. It was so fast that it only lasted for a moment. Still, Our lovely Adel came out victorious. Congratulations on entering the finals. I picked the tip of his sword and handed it back to him. Then he asked about what I wanted him to tell me as we returned to the waiting area. So, what do you wish to ask out of me? It's nothing serious, I just want to ask about directions to your home country. I am a traveling adventurer, and I am interested in visiting it in the future. Oh, okay. Then let me write you a guide. Genkaku wrote the directions to reach Wado with the paper and pen that I've prepared. After writing, he said that he will be going back to his home country when this is over, so at the time we visit, we should look for him at the place he wrote in the instructions. Wait. Just a bit, Genkaku-san also wanted to ask about something, right? Mew. But I have lost qualifications to do so. It's fine to ask. I will answer if it's not something too troublesome. Genkaku-san was reluctant at first, but I was able to persuade him and he lowered his head in thanks. I'm only going to ask if you've heard about it, but do you know of a demon called Yamata no Oki? I am on a journey searching for it. You see, that naming sure seems like a monster that came out of Japanese mythology. Is it also something that exists in this world? Is it real? Well, sorry, I also don't know. No, I have never heard of it. Oh, is that so? Well, I guess that's just how it is. This time Genkaku went away. In that evening when I was resting at the inn, I noticed that super synchronization was activated and confirmed that it expired. I see. It's alright. I finally felt relief in my chest. Then I dove into my bed while fluttering my feet. That night, I heard the two people calling from outside the door. We're home. Next chapter is about events that happened behind the scene. Chapter 55. Chapter 55 Arena Rescue Mission 1. Arena's seriousness. TL. Yuki. Arena had felt that she would definitely be targeted, even before they arrived at the kingdom. It was certain because she is always overshadowed by the actions of Adel and Lavale. Also, the chances of ordinary humans to be opponents for those two are very slim, and because of that, they would definitely turn their attention to the one who looks like they could easily handle, which is Arena. Arena has a high level, but it's only to the point where she exceeds normal humans. She has also fought many battles with the help of Adel, but is never on her own. Therefore, she would always simulate assumptions of her fighting alone, and this was repeated over and over again through playing Shogai. What to do when caught, when stunned, when attacked alone. She assumed every possible situation. Where is this? As her consciousness returned, she got up and noticed there was nothing as far as the eye could see in the place she was. The only fixed space that she could grasp was surrounding her. The ground spread out in that space also felt weird, and there were also strange patterns constantly moving. Adel. The time came sooner than she expected, and Arena was a bit anxious about it. But she understood her situation well. She knew that she was stunned and kidnapped. Then there's only one thing Arena could do. I can't with Adel. Lavale, not lost. She can still feel her connection with Lavale. However, realizing that she cannot exchange words, she understood that the space she was trapped in was interfering with the connection. Next, she thought about what would Adel do in this situation, and realized she will definitely use space magic. She understood that Lavale would change her body and Adel would send her using space magic, coordinating with Lavale to get the position through synchronization. After that, timing. The reason I was kidnapped is because Adel and Lavale were too occupied in the battle tournament. What I'm worried about beside Adel is who performed these actions, and I understood that the opponent who kidnapped me this time was a hero. Doing this, they would most likely use me as hostage to threaten Adel to surrender the match. They are probably just making sure to win, but it would still seem unnatural, and the audience won't be excited about it even if it ended in her defeat. Then in order to execute that plan, Lavale has to lose against the hero in the semi-final match. For the time being, Arena is in that place, but she can bear with that. However, when she thought about what the hero would do to Lavale, Arena started to cry. It's okay. However, Arena held it in and stopped sobbing, telling herself to do what she should do now and not just wait. Then Arena stood up. Image. Arena was thinking of an existence that would protect herself, just like the secret to Adel's fairy magic. For the past few months all she did was try to understand it and create an image. She kept on imagining. Fairy magic sure is really useful. If you don't think about the burden, you can freely use it in whatever way you want. Some time ago, Harina remembered the things Adel taught her during the training days. In order to protect myself, I have to become stronger. The next moment, Harina began to emit heat and felt a sharp dizziness that assaulted her, but she managed to suppress it through sheer mental power. She would make what she would need from that point on. She envisioned the persona necessary for her, for Adel, and the existence that would walk on a path along her ideal self. Where is this? The space where Lavale got teleported to by Adel when she was still in dual state was a subspace with irregular shapes all around. Was this space created by the characteristic of that other hero? I see, so this is where they brought Harina. That is what I understood. Then, Lavale should be able to call out to Harina through synchronization now, and she could probably reply this time. Harina, are you here? Reply if you are. Harina. HHN, Lavale? Oh, you finally got connected. Lavale ran towards the source of the message. But as soon as she reached the Lavale got a little confused and relieved. Soon she noticed the sense of incongruity. Lavale, you came right at a time I have predicted. Were you not injured? Are you alright? Mum. Harina. Did you grow a little taller than usual? Harina grew to almost the same height as Lavale. Her face had a more grown-up expression and her body was a little more mature than before. Also, the way she talked was not childish anymore. Since Lavale is here, the semi-finals have already ended, right? Well, yes. But what in the world? That state. Did Master do something for you to turn into that? This is different. It's something I developed choosing the My Fairy Magic to the limit, a skill called limited growth. After saying that, Harina continued explaining about the skill. Limited growth is an inherent skill that she created with fairy magic, and using it changed Harina into her future self. When invoked, Harina would be able to call a version of herself that has grown 100 years and become that persona for a day. In that state, she is able to use fairy magic with zero burdens. However, the skill's cooldown time is 2 days. Therefore, you need to consider the situation extremely carefully before using this skill, so the occasions to use it are very limited. Now that Harina is in that state, how long have you used it until now? It's around 10 minutes before Lavale arrived. I expected that you would arrive at just around that amount of time. Although her smile was still the same as the old Harina, it seemed like Lavale misjudged her, getting a different impression from that of a young girl. I'm glad. I thought that separating from Master, you would be helpless and crying waiting to be saved, but you have managed to do things on your own. Master also did her best to solve this quickly. Lavale loved Harina as if she was her own child. Although they have just been together for around a week, she was smitten by Harina, who told her that even if she's a red dragon and fought against her best friend, they should still be friends, and that touched her. However, she felt that Harina was weak and thought that she needed protection, so she was moved to tears when she found out that Harina did her best and was growing more rapidly, breaking through her limits in such situations. Please don't cry anymore. Thank you for coming over to help. Come on, you have a way for us to get out of here, right? That's right. That's good, right? While getting her head stroked, Lavale squeezed her hand, holding on to Harina, saying that she won't ever let go. I don't think that will be the case. What? The space distorted, and a man appeared from the distortion. He had similar looks with the hero, but the armor he wore was lighter, and the holy sword was different. One of his eyes was hidden under his hair, and his black pupil reflected the figure of the two. This was the other hero, Ino. I came here noticing that somebody intruded. But why are you here? I heard that you have been broken by Kazuka in that battle tournament. So will you tell me just why you are here? Is there any reason for me to tell you, you rotten brute? That's not something you should say, knowing the one you are facing is a hero. This is my place, you know. Don't you think that it's rude to just barge in without any reasons? That is something humans declared. It's not something that I would know. Lavale then began emitting flames all over her body. The anger shrouding her mind was overflowing, because the opponent in front of her was the one who kidnapped Irina. But there is no heat transmitted on Irina's hands. Idiot, didn't I tell that I own this place? It's not your place anymore. What? As Irina held out her hand, in a single moment, the world changed into a fluffy world filled fancy colors. Lavale and Ino couldn't believe their eyes and were stuck staring at the changes. Lavale, who was shivering with anger just now, couldn't keep up with what was happening, so she called out Irina. What in the world did you do, Irina? Because this world seems to be part of the characteristics of that hero's holy sword, I forcefully created a separate space using fairy magic. If he can't get out of here, then he won't be able to gain control either. She was spouting out outrageous things. This Irina right now was doing things more ridiculous than what Adel would do, is what was on Lavale's mind, and all she could do is hold her head in confusion. Fairy magic. Just how unrestrained is it? I was allowed to see the characteristics of that sword while I was rewriting, and it seems that in this space you should have been invincible, but now I have taken control of it, so you can surrender without fighting us here alone, you know? She also knew that Ino was trying to activate his holy sword while glaring at Irina. Damn, then I just have to stop it. Release. Next, the sun was then shining above them. Checking their location, they found themselves on a grassy plain far away from the capital. Then Irina remembered where they were. Havel's Prairie? I see. He moved to this place in a short amount of time. It must have something to do with that holy sword, right? Fine. I was expecting to be thrown out much further away, but there were unexpected things that happened. And, well, it's still fine, I guess. Ino was also close by reading his weapon. He confirmed that he needs to kill the two who knew of his identity now and then return. He also decided that Adel should also be eliminated because she belongs to same party. For you people who don't understand that you can't defeat a hero, and still bared their fangs against one, I guess you really wanted to die that much. So I'll kill all of you right here and feed your corpses to the demons. You people are disturbing our work. There are no other alternatives other than to fight, because each side would not let the other escape. Since both sides believed in their victory, escaping is already not on their to-do list. Irina, can we do this? Of course, this power was made in for such situations. It's about to begin now, I think. Lavale, I'm counting on you. Chapter 56. Chapter 56. Irina Rescue Mission 2 Fairy and Dragon vs Hero. TL, Yuki. Before the action, let me show you Irina's status. This is the strength of the Irina after limited growth. Irina, 103, LV.97 Race, Fairy, Simulated Awakening, Limited Growth Condition. HP 547 MP 3423,428 TK 68 Def 2038 Matk 1180 Form 3254 INT 10500 SPD 530 Inherent Skill Fairy Magic, Manifestation Dependency, Limited Growth, Skill, Concealment, SS, Parallel Thinking, S+. Irina's improved strength is not that much different if compared to her child forms. The main change is the unlimited use of fairy magic, although there are some limits to the extent of what she could do, but she can pretty much do anything. First of all, eliminate the hindrance. Hina first targeted Irina, who was inferior in status. But Lavale was not naive enough to just allow that. Your moves are too easy to read, brat. Lavale swinged her halberd to intercept Ino. Ino parried it with his holy sword, but at the same time he received a blow to his face. Nevertheless, with Ino's status multiplied 10 times by his holy sword, the damage received was minimal. So even if I hit you directly, you're still pretty tough shit. If it's like this, then I'll start from you. Lavale, become harder. The moment Ino switched his target and attacked Lavale, it was Irina who moved this time. Using fairy magic, she distorted the space around Lavale, creating an invisible wall. Making a dull sound, the holy sword bounced off. A sword that could even split Orihulcum was repelled. Are you kidding me? Now is not the time for you to get distracted, you know? Nah. Yugu. Lavale delivered a clean hit by kicking the chin of the hero, blowing him away once more. Happy about their fight coordination, the two did a high five. Ina, who got up, was confused for a moment before he comprehended the situation. I see, that blue one seems to have some troublesome skills. If so, then how about this? The space from where Ina was standing distorted and then he disappeared. Lavale then came closer to Irina in order to cover her. The characteristics of that holy sword probably allows you to create a dimensional space with a specific range. And in addition to that, it can be connected anywhere in the area. It might buy him time. That's why Irina shifted her head away from the distorted space where Ina came out. And the holy sword that tried to stab her was parried once more, but then his figure disappeared again. And this is how it will be. I don't really want to waste our time here, so we should end this soon. Irina, if you can protect yourself, then should I go full power now? You are going to use something that Adel did for you to defeat the hero. Well, if it's that person, then you can definitely win. I don't understand it that well, but super synchronization activate. At that moment, Lavale's body returned back to her huge dragon form. Irina then left the area and moved a little far away from Lavale. Because she was activating fairy magic in auto mode, she was confident that she could prevent any form of attack even if she was caught off guard. Now then, Lavale activated dragon magic. What the ability does changes greatly depending on with each and every dragon. If it's about Lavale's rank, then it will boost all senses to the point that wherever her target is, even if it's in another dimension, she would be able to sniff it out. Other than that, she was also borrowing Adel's power. There, she sent a full-force tail attack with a power of more than 80 million towards the space that was slightly distorting. Ino's def is around 400,000 even with the help of the holy sword. If he got hit by that attack, even a scratch would kill him. However, before the attack landed just millimeters away from him, the attack was barely stopped by Irina. Why did you block it, Irina? I don't think you should kill him because I think Adel will still need him for something. I will disable him with fairy magic, in order to hold him down until tomorrow. What? Exclamation mark. Ina was shocked by the incredible power of the tail strike which was stopped. It was an attack that would have reached him even in the place where he hid, but he was also confused by the appearance of a dragon that could communicate with words. So you were not human. You even concealed your status as well. You're the contracted beast summoned by that pink-haired woman. That's how it is, brat. Well, even if I'm not in this figure, I will still win. If you don't surrender now, I'll make sure to turn you into a bloody pulp. Even if you end up 90% dead, you can still be cured. Stupid. The power of a holy sword is more effective against demons and dragons. It should be you who begs for her life. Then, attacking from behind her, a strike of the holy sword connected with Lavale's tail. Gakin. Question mark. TL Nani? Omayo Shindiru, just can't stop. Instead of defeating the scales, it was deflected. The feedback from the attack also numbed his hands. Why can't my holy sword pierce through? Have you already forgotten? With Irina here, no matter how much power your sword has, it would be useless. Irina kept on supporting Lavale with fairy magic even while staying away. Looking closely, the scales look normal, but the shape has somewhat changed. Not only shape was changed but also the attributes, which was set to holy, making the current Lavale become more than just red dragon. Right now, for a limited time, I am a Saint Fire Dragon. Even if you attack me with a holy sword, it will be a fight against status. But if we compare our status, the difference won't even be called close to reach. So your only choice at this moment is to give up. After hearing that, Hino subjectively tried to run away, but this time the characteristics of his holy sword didn't activate. What? Why? Because I've made the area 100 meters radius around me under my control. Irina said something unreasonable for Ino to understand. She took control of the space and dimensions around them when Ino was busy focusing on Lavale. Ino is stuck. The only way he could escape is to defeat even just one of the two, but despite the huge body of dragon, she has really high mobility and the other one is an impenetrable fortress. There is no cards that would let him win. To begin with, It was the first time for Ino to encounter something that exceeds his status, and he realized just how unprepared he was when setting up his plans. Then Ino, who was cornered to the point of no escape, didn't try to attack. Instead he decided to kill himself. But, sorry, but that is not also allowed. For now sleep. A powerful blow from Lavale's tail was delivered, barely separating his lower body from its upper half. He was literally squashed but still survived by a hair's breadth. He was not able to stand anymore, barely living just inches away from death, and could die from just a single hit. He passed out with his eyes rolling back and bubbles coming out of his mouth. Erina then bound Ino, whose body was convulsing with fairy magic, and then tied him up with glowing rings that amplified the bind even more. Looking at the pitiful state of the hero, Lavale was still anxious. Will a binding him like that be enough? It's fine, these rings are quite special. They will continue sucking up the magic power and strength of the one who is bound, so I don't think he will be able to move that easily. Even if the holy sword is activated, I will also notice it immediately. I see. What merciless speech. When Erina silenced Ino and bound him with the light rings, Erina asked Lavale, who was showing a lonely face. Lavale, could you keep this state of mine hidden from Adel for now? I'll be the one to show her this later, okay? I understand, Erina puffed. After Lavale accepted my request, I tied the hero on her feet. Are you done? We're finally going home. Well, Master will definitely be surprised. Ahahaha, I think so too. While I rode on the back of the dragon form Lavale, we flew back to the kingdom while taking a light stroll in the skies, and of course, just to be safe, fairy magic was invoked for concealment. After landing near the royal capital, Lavale returned to her human form, but when she did so, she shrunk. Her figure was smaller than Adel, probably comparable to that of a 5-year-old little girl. I don't really know why this happened, but it's probably the after effects of using that skill, and while it is in its cool down time, before we go inside please use concealment. Master has been calling out to me since a while ago. Let's go. Bagging the hero, I combined concealment skill with fairy magic and went inside the gate. As expected, the soldiers at the gate didn't notice. Tomorrow will be the finals of the tournament. Everyone is talking about advantages and disadvantages as their topic. As expected, Adel is a popular person for everyone. After walking for a while, we finally reached Agra-san's inn. And outside the inn, I can see the figure of a person clad in white who looked like she has been waiting for an eternity. I approached her and said in a gentle voice, "That person, my best friend." "I'm home, Adel. Erina. Is that you?" She didn't notice me for a second, but she knew by judging my hair color and me calling out her name. Isn't this the first time she showed me such a disorganized face to me? And so I answered while being a little panicked. "That's right. Did I manage to surprise you?" She replied by hugging me. I hugged back, and I could feel her body temperature. It was warming me up. At this moment, I finally realized that I'm finally home. I'm glad. Really? I'm really glad you're right. And Adel cried out just like that. It was a really emotional cry. Wherever her emotional state swings, Adel would become expressive at full power. I murmured as I was patting her head. Cute. I then caressed her beautiful pink hair, but that only ended up making her cry even more. "Sorry for making you worried. And thank you for saving me. I love you, Adel." We hugged each other with even more strength, celebrating our reunion. I am here too, you know. Well, I actually noticed. Come over. If it's a fight between Adel and limited growth Erina who can use fairy magic without burden, it will be a battle of who has a higher INT. It's only in original status then Adel would lose to Erina. But if she converts all of her stats into INT and then use fairy magic, the results would be as obvious as a bright sunny day. Chapter 57. Chapter 57 Naming, Special Arena Mode. TL, Yuki. Right now, it won't be an overstatement if you say that I'm at the peak of happiness. Adel being smaller than me really is a fresh and new experience. Master, Aren't you embracing me a little too strongly? The magic power being supplemented is also too big. On our bed, I was hugged by the grown Irina behind me, and I'm hugging the little girl with beautiful red hair in front of me. Both in front and behind me are angels. Oh, the love. The love is overflowing. Irina right now closely resembles Lavelle's image and style. The clothes clinging to her look erotic, and moreover the underwear they use in this world is strapped cloth. Also, her overall atmosphere has matured as an effect of that skill, so she now has a big sister temperament, and loves hugging me like a hug pillow. This might become a habit. Let me say this clearly, I feel like I'm about to enter a world that I should not. My brain feels like it is going to turn to mush when she whispers in my ears. Hi yo, you, what are you doing, Irina? Nothing, it's Adel who would always do this, you know. Or maybe are you embarrassed that we are doing this in reverse? No. I want to attack. I want to cling on that innocent body. My head was now filled with fluffy feelings, so much so that I felt like it was going to explode from too much happiness. Calm down, me. Oh, look to the front and have my heart at ease watching the girl I am hugging. Why are you looking at me with that creepy face? Yes, will you call me Oni-chan, Lavelle? Isn't there a big difference between our ages? No, you see. When looking at you, right, aren't you looking just like a cute little angel? Your hair also grew all the way to your feet, and there's no sign of split ends on it, not to mention the silky white skin that would be shown if you took off your clothes. I am quite confident that I wouldn't be able to resist and take you away if you asked me right now. This is useless. Wherever I look, that forbidden door is looming to be opened. But I decided to change the topic to stop my delusions from running wild. And so, that person over there is the hero, right? I pointed at the object that was spring-bound by light in the corner of the room. Then Irina manipulated something with her fingers. Yup, I'm binding him with my power right now. And on that note, it's just the right time to hand over the ownership of the binding to you, Adel. How do I say it? Is it because I am more familiar with fairy magic than you are? Even though I've already heard about it earlier, limited growth is really strong. Even if my INT hasn't moved from 7,100, the current Irina got over 10,000 INT. And even if it's only on the scale of one day, she would be able to use fairy magic almost without limits. Even if you win by status difference, she would still be that great of a threat. And so, I have decided to name this state of Irina as Special Irina-chan Mode. I didn't really know what to do with it. The name of her state was actually included, but I didn't know of it, you know. So I named this state of Irina Special Irina-chan Mode. There is nothing else other than that, right? I'm settling with that, and then I didn't really know what to do with that other thing. In regards to that one, master, what should we do about it? If it was me, then I would very much like to erase it. An aura of red flames was starting to flow out of Lavelle. But that is not a good thing to do, you know, Lavelle. For now, stay down. As for that, I will bring him tomorrow to present it to the king. Our party members might be attacked again, that is certain. Tomorrow I'll make sure to bring down the other hero, and then let's use the two of them as bargaining chips for negotiation. Depending on the circumstances, the king might just be borrowing their powers. I plan to propose various things if we do get into an agreement. I would also ask for my rewards to be included. I would also include a pass that would allow us to visit any country. Having a pass that would allow you to be in any country is awesome, you know. I also want to enter the Royal Library. I would like to know about the history and information about this world. Now then, how should we deal with this thing? Can't Master place him in your storage? Well, living things shouldn't be able to. Maybe I can do something about it using fairy magic. I put the hero inside a chest. Then bind that chest with a tight rope, and then make it be recognized as non-living object using fairy magic, and finally chunk it inside my storage. I have just experienced something that would collapse my common sense, and frighteningly, I'm getting used to it. As expected of Adel, she is more amazing than me when doing this. I think so too. There was nothing left to do, so after that the three talked about a lot of things. Irina's resolve, Lavelle's revised recognition, and about the unexpected things I did, etc. That should already be enough, Adel. As I have said to Lavale, I have been expecting it might turn into something like this someday, you know. That might be something that was inevitable, but it was me who was dragged you into this. Look. The responsibility definitely falls under me, because we were also expecting that things might turn that way when we are to walk along with you. That's the reason why Irina also did her best to power up. Or am I mistaken? Once that is said, I couldn't answer back. And true, I have only been thinking of trying to protect Irina. About that, it's because we are friends. Lavale and me also want to protect Adel. Do you agree? Hi. I wasn't expecting Irina to be too pushy about that. I don't feel like I could win against her anymore. I will protect Adel and Lavale. I will protect Master and Irina. I will protect Irina and Lavale. Sharing each other's trouble. That's what we pledged at this moment. Let's enjoy our journey from now on. Cooperating with everyone, we will overcome every hardship that comes our way. Waking up in the morning, I remembered that we slept hugging each other. Lavale returned to her Anisan figure, and Irina returned to her normal figure, that was the same as mine. While the three of us were sleeping soundly, the sun has already risen up in the sky. I leave the two that were still asleep and go down to greet Agra-san. Morning, Agra-san. Oh, morning. You sure woke up late today. Can you afford being relaxed like that even though it's the final match today? It's not really like that. Oh right. I'd like to consult you with something. You see, I would like to pay for the in the room. About that, you see, I kind of broke it. After telling her that, I handed over a gold coin, but despite that I was still pounded on my head. It hurts. Reimbursing is good, but giving too much just makes you look like an idiot. 10 silver coins should already be good enough. Hi. After receiving the money, Agra-san went away and disappeared into the back of the kitchen. Well then, when will those two wake up? When I returned to the room, Lavale just got up. Although her hair is usually arranged, right now it is disheveled with bed hair popping out all over the place. While looking at me with droopy eyes, she greeted me with a soft smile saying, "Morning, Master." "Good morning, Lavale." "Is Irina still not up yet?" "She will probably be down for a while. That skill is just too insane after all. It's almost close to being the work of a god, disabling the characteristics of a holy sword." "Well, that's to be expected." "Oh well, never mind that." After preparing to go out, Lavale carried Irina and then we left the room. At the entrance of the inn, Agra-san was waiting for us. "Today is the last day. I couldn't really expect and tell you to win it, but all I can say is give it your best and good luck." "Hi, thanks Agra-san. We will be back later." "Someday in the future, when I stop over again in this country, I will definitely stay at this inn again." While walking towards the stadium while receiving cheers from everyone, I found a stranger. It was a person from A block. If I remember correctly, she was called Bias Mathing. She looks kind of confused, but I wonder what's wrong. "Ito, you are Suvia, right?" "What's the matter?" You are?" "No, just that, about Moriel." After hearing about what has happened, it seems that in the fight against the hero in the quarterfinals, the hero forcibly healed his wounds without permission, and that ended up not being able to return his severed limbs, and because of that, it seems like he won't be able to fight her anymore in the future, and that resulted into her feeling depressed about it. "I see, Master. I understand." Suvia, in today's finals, if I win, won't you go and visit Moriel tonight?" Light finally returned to Suvia's eyes. She looks straight into my face. They returns looking down again. "That is. But no matter what I say now, his life is. That is not something you should decide, and also, it won't be a problem if you do support him from now on. Don't you agree to that? Even if I do this timidly, I guess it couldn't be helped." "That's right. I will expecting much from you in the finals." Then see you later." Although she was showing a shadowed smile, she still sent us a one and then went away. "If everything will be finished today including the finals, let's also visit and cure him." "That is so. I do like happy endings." "Me too. Or more like, all fairies do too." After that, a lot of other players went to greet us until we reached the stadium. Mew, have you awakened?" "Good morning, Irina." Morning, Irina. "Did you remember what happened yesterday?" Irina, who just woke up, replied with "Aau." while nodding drowsily as she digs deep in her memory. "Ah. Was saved then?" "You have been saved." Irina descended from Lavale's back and stretched her body, then stroking her head I hugged her and we cuddled for a bit. "You did your best." I feel like tears would flow out of my eyes from the long yet short absence. "Adel, do your best." Mookie opening parenthesis close distance plus upturned eyes plus close breath plus a kiss on the cheeks closing parenthesis. Lavale, today I will be shining. "I don't think you will be shining more brightly than what you are right now, Master." "Have you already prepared yourself with the hero?" "Phew, ha 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 ha." "No worries. Right now I am invincible." The small Lavale and the big Irina's physics were like a reverse of the two's exact physics other than hair length. Chapter 58. Chapter 58. The Power of the Mood. Tieluki. The power of the mood will swallow everything. It has arrived. This moment has finally arrived. After many battles, between warriors, adventurers and all, today is the final day. Who will own the title of the strongest will be decided today. The weather today was hottest ever felt in the kingdom. Yet for this last match, everyone, other than the soldiers on patrol duty, have gathered in the audience area, filling it to the point where many people could only stand. Seniel looked at the surrounding, then showed a satisfied smile and continued. "Today, we are about to witness the beginning of a new legend. Is the hero really an unbeatable existence, or will there be anyone who can surpass it? Let's call them out. We present to you, the strongest challenger, Adel." "Right, everyone, let's call her out together." Adel-chan. Adel was going to break everything today. With Irina's support, all her shackles and restraints were removed. Adel-chan is, frilly, is wearing a frilly one-piece, a white and pink-colored frilly dress, and attached to her hair was a sparkling pink jewel, something that was remodeled with fairy magic. There was a large ribbon on her back and a part of her legs can be seen in the gap between her frilly dress and the white knee socks. TL, absolute territory. Finally, looking below, she wore shoes with red ribbons. The people in the audience shook as she tapped her steps and gave the audience a bright smile. The king was also stunned. Seniel started making a fuss the first time Adel came out and saw what she was wearing, but now she started the interview without problem. But still, even though she's doing her best, looking at the super cute Adel, she just can't stop her tension from reaching max levels. Adel-chan, what are your thoughts regarding today's finals? About the dress, just what are you are? I'll be borrowing this, okay? Everyone, konnichiwa. A flood of explosive sounds was returned by the audience. Pretending to listen to their reply, Adel nodded. Today, I wanted to show everyone the real me. That's why, won't you give me a little bit of time? And the silence was restored in the whole stadium. It will be all ad-lib from here on. I have been hiding who I really was, but I don't want that anymore, and I will reveal it all today. That's why, today, I want everyone to see the real me. Adel quickly changed into her white robe covering herself and switched her voice in a low tone. In one time, a girl covered with a hood traveling and experiencing many wonderful journeys. Then she takes off the hood and held a sword. On other times a pretty female swordsman who brings herself in front of the battlefield. But the real identity is takes off her robe and returned to her frilly form. The super-dimensional Bishuo idol Adel-chan Desu. Irina was super excited and was screaming out with the audience calling towards Adel. Lavale decided to close her eyes and cover her ears to not witness it. King was too dumbfounded and just blankly stared. If you ask why I revealed myself this time, that is to defeat and punish the hero who tried to abduct my best friend. A huge bomb was suddenly dropped, and the audience stated clamoring about it. Was it not the hero who saved us? The hero tried taking a hostage because she was afraid of Adel. A bad person, is that really a hero? That was just the beginning, and it continued to even get worse. After all, cute is justice. But please listen. Cooperating with my companions, I was able to retake my best friend. Irina. Combining space magic and fairy magic, light blue smoke erupted after a small explosion, and Irina appeared from that spot. The audience further clamored, "Arina Idol." When the two people embraced, as if imagining the feelings of horror, the female members in the audience shed tears of joy, while applauding the scene. A pair of cute girls embracing each other is already a weapon on its own. And then, Lavelle felt something bad is about to happen, so she tried to hurriedly run away from the stadium. And finally, a call to the strong and beautiful Anisan who lent us the power to save her. Lavelle Anisama. After all, it's this. I have expected that something like this will happen. Just end it up quickly or I'll kill myself. This time Lavelle appeared after red smoke puffed up. The dress she wore was now in the same style as Idol, and it was a superb one-piece greatly emphasizing her splendid valley. The men who stared at the fleshed-out splendid body ended up with nosebleeds, all of them. The women on the other hand were all drooling and their eyes turned into hearts. The two cute little girls kissed Lavelle on her cheeks making her bright red, and she waved a little then folded back her arms. The mood is accumulating but still needs more push. This is my party, fairies banquet. It's their first public debut. The adventurers who didn't know about them were startled to realize that a splendid group of 3 girls appeared in the Adventurers Guild of the kingdom's capital. And now to show you, the hero who kidnapped my best friend. A tear appeared in the air and something fell down on the stage. When that something cracked and broke from shock, Ina, who was wrapped in a halo binding of light, appeared. He seems to have regained consciousness already, and put on a hateful face, not understanding his current situation. Being exposed to the crowd calling him bad names, he finally realized the situation. Right now he was in the middle of a fight that was about to begin. Confused, he tried reasoning out, but all attempts were drowned by the voices of the audience and Idol, so it didn't reach anyone. Did you all remember that Lavelle lost against the hero in the semi-finals? It was because of a message from one of the heroes. I don't want to show a fight filled with lies. I don't want to disrupt the rules of this sacred battleground. I'm not lying, you know. But well, Lavelle actually enjoyed that fight despite the injustice. It was also the result of provoking her more than needed, ending up with her being in a bad spot. She was meant to lose anyway. But I'm free to exaggerate it. And so this time, I will show you that I am strong enough to fight the heroes for real. Everyone, will you give me all of your support? They answered by screaming in cheers and calling out Idol. Idol pretended to be moved to tears while smiling and said in a loud shout, "Thank you everyone, I love you all." And so, the overall mood has been many times amplified. Because everything so far were preparations, she returned the magic tool to Senil-san. After returning the tool, she called out to her saying thank you for that, Senil-san, and showed her with face filled with a bright smile. Senil replied, "Do, Idol called me by my name." With a shocked face, but quickly fixed herself and continued with the announcements. "I feel great. I can finally get rid of that eyesore today. I didn't expect to meet a troublesome existence like that Idol in this other world, but I will feel bad if I can't do crazy stuff to her as I please." At that time Kazuka was waiting for her turn to be called out, and without knowing what sort of hell was awaiting her after this, imagining what praises and honor she would receive, opening parenthesis, but at this moment she didn't realize that her room was soundproofed with fairy magic, closing parenthesis. And we now call out the hero Aiane. The fairy magic expired at just the right timing where Kazuka's name was called out. For the sake of the audience she fixed a smile on her face and invoked her holy sword, but when she looked at the audience, From there, the biggest shouts of disapproval were coming, and in the middle of the stage, Ino, a brave, the same as her, was bound while rolling on the ground. The inside of Kazuka's head then fell into great confusion. Opening parenthesis. What is this? Why are you, who is supposed to scare that busybody here? And why is that pink-haired idiot dressed up like an idol? Why is Ino bound and called evil? Closing parenthesis. Not understanding what was happening, she froze. The audience then noticed her existence and also included her in their dishonoring. Hey, it's you, right? The hero who was scared and kidnapped Arina. This person is a fake hero. That's right, a fake hero. Kazuka walked closer to Ina, who was dejected being called a fake hero. Although this may look like he admitted his own crimes, it was still much more disgraceful to think that he lost to adventurers, and it was already impossible for Kazuka to make normal judgments. Yo, You. Did you fail this? To that question Ino, who was bound without any means of escape, silently nodded. Kazuka, who affirmed in silence, immediately kicked Ino out of the stage. After that, she turned her eyes to Mondel, who didn't stop the situation. You want war? Hey Mondel, do you think that you can just get away with such thing happening? Don't think I will just go down and accept all this as a joke. The hero screamed out to him, filled with fury. But Mondel didn't reply to her questions, and only looked at the place where Adel was. Mondel nodded after they exchanged a look with each other. I will believe in you. The king then quietly turned and faced Kazuka, then spoke words full of dignity. From this point on, I won't recognize you as a hero. You are nothing more than a Scrooge. Without showing fear, he expressed his resolution. To the man who was nothing more than someone about to fall out, he now faced her here and betrayed her up front. To that realization, Kazuka's anger finally reached its peak and she snapped. I've had enough of this. It's much better if I just destroy this country. The magic power accumulated in Kazuka's sword during all the times she absorbed magic was released. All of that accumulated power was then converted into status. The wave of energy created thunderclouds above them, and the air began to vibrate. Deciding that she would definitely eliminate Adel and destroy everything, she shouted at Seniel to start the game. Seniel, start it now. Then, super-dimensional magical Bishuo Idol, Adel versus the fake hero Kazuku Aiin. Final battles to Iwat. The last battle of fighting tournament, which will a battle outside the realm of humanity, will now begin. I can't take that back anymore. Master, that just couldn't be helped. Adel so cool. Chapter 59. Chapter 59 Fairy vs Hero. TL, Yuki, well, that it was quite surprising. I didn't expect her to just up front give up on the game and decide to slaughter everyone. It is a good thing that I prevented Lavale from jumping in from the audience seat by gluing her with fairy magic. Kazuku Aiin 21LV.351 Race, Human. Awakened, Holy Sword characteristics active, all combat status plus 5 million. HP 5,139,599 5,139,599, MP 5. 282,752 5,282,752 ATK 5,022,516 Def 5,015,888 Matk 5,005,036,009 INT 3,200 SPD 5,040,002 Unique skill automatic recovery, Holy Sword, Translation Magic, Item Box, Skills, Sword Arts, SS+, Dual Sword, S, Concealment, S+, Adjustment, B, Appraisal, Dash. Title, Hero, Transmigrated, Blessed by the Goddess, Insane. Now that I think about it, that Holy Sword's characteristic was magic absorption, right? I now understand that it is used to increase her status. But I didn't expect the boost to be by 5 million in almost all statuses. Just how much magic power did she accumulate until now? Did it come from the time they fought the Demon King? Eat this, you ugly bit. I won't let you. The hero brandished her sword covered in lightning which could easily cut stone. But I hold my sword, merely of attention, and block it. You probably didn't expect someone to block your attack with that monstrous status. Right. Her thoughts came back for a moment and then she sunk into anger once more. You, just who in the world are you? Everyone's idol, Adel-chan. Are you insane? From the seat in the audience Lavale was saying things like "Oh, my blood is boiling," but I ignored it. Now that I think about it, the human me and the current me have different ways of thinking, which is kind of funny. Is this maybe what they call double personality or something? I wonder. You. What in the world is that insanely heavy sword? Why in the world can it clash with a holy sword? Gah! While the hero was still confused and distracted to what has happened, I sent a kick into her stomach. The hero quickly rebuilded her posture and stopped herself from flying in the air by stabbing her sword into the ground. That armor sure is sturdy, only cracks were made. However, Those cracks alone already confused the hero. It seems like that armor seems to be a special kind. If I can't use the holy sword, then, holy lightning, come forth and destroy my enemies. When her holy sword shined, lightning attacked from the clouds overhead while taking the shape of a dragon. Well then, let's also do magic then. Sorry. Swinging my sword and a magic wand, I took out something shining came out. I don't really know how I did it, but it was unleashed. It was a ball of fluff that moves at the speed of sound and came in front of the dragon, and it then spread out like a spider net capturing the dragon. I wonder what principle it works with. Wow, it's not over yet, Tilda. As I kept swinging my wand, the net increased and continued to cover the dragon, which was showing a frightened reaction. After staring at it for a while, a fluffy fancy dragon formed inside. Its whole body is covered with fluffy mofu hair. It was so cute. Adel-chan has transformed the fake hero's attack into a cute dragon-chan. It's so cute. I also want one, please. The hero continued her barrage of thunder dragons, but they only continued to be reborn into fluffy dragons. Each time that happens, the audience were also reacting. The hero looks at me with a scary face. If I hit Lavale with something like this, she might also transform into something like that, and it would probably be enjoyable if we are just fooling around flying in the sky. Well, if I look at the current scene, even I would question my sanity. But it is good that I managed to grab everyone's attention. There will be a time limit for this state as well. So it's time start the retaliation before things start to become a little more uncontrollable. Of course, the display should also be cool. Hi. Oh, it seems that I have caused someone a trauma. Horror, it's bad to take away your attention from me, you know? What do you tell? How did you receive the full strength of my attack that easily? Why? Are there cracks made in my armor? What in the world is that monster? I am considered mid-rank if compared to other heroes, you know, but if I activated my sword's characteristics I can be placed on the upper ones, so why is it that there is still an existence that could even fight me to exist in this world? A hero who can easily defeat SS-rank adventurers had the confidence that their strength would be considered the best in this world. Because of the difference in status and skill that is considerably a cheat. Even just one hero would be able to oppose a country's military. It is natural that there would be no one who could oppose. Of course, no one is supposed to be able to oppose. She also activated her special characteristics, which should be good enough to easily destroy a country. But before that, she decided that she would kill the one in front of her with her own hands. And the result of the appraisal is this. Adel 3 LV.859 Unique Race, Dimension Fairy. Awakened. Status modified by fairy magic. HP 11,011 MP2, 506, 0820/2, 506,082 8TK 50,008,054, plus 50 million, Def 20,007,022, plus 20 million, Matk 24,575,884. Minus 60 million, NF 24,040,540, minus 50 million, INT 20,007,100, plus 20 million, SPD 20,280,025, plus 20 million. Unique skills: Fairy Magic, Fairy Eyes, Space Magic, Manifestation Dependency. Skills: Singing A+, Sword Arts S+, Humanizations, 4 Attribute Magic SS, Adjustment A+, Concealment S+, Demonic Contract. The skills and status of the hero couldn't even be compared. Kazuko would have been splattered like a tomato if she wasn't protected by her special armor. And this time, Adel will be striking seriously. This is in order to thoroughly show the hero absolute defeat. Why is my armor is ... Adel didn't attack using her sword, she was just hitting with her bare hands. Yet a destructive amount of force was sent, and the shock that was received was an unimaginable amount generated in considering her delicate arms. The impacts were continuously driven into the armor, and unable to withstand the shocks, the armor shattered into more than 200 pieces. After the armor broke, So did the characteristic of her holy sword. Kazuka's status returned to just as much as 10 times, which was the same as when she only invoked her holy sword. So that was the medium for activating the holy sword's characteristics. It certainly surprised me. Wow. Adel was laughing. She was cheerfully showing an atmosphere as if she was only playing. At first the audiences were also confused from the changes in the weather and the thunderstorms, but now everyone was cheering Adel, and all those cheerings were converted into Adel's magic power. After smashing her armor with a cheerful smile still on her face, to Kazuka, who was watching that sight, she felt the insanity of that scene, as if the world was looking down on her. And then her body trembled. This is not a fight, and it's nothing more than just a public execution. Well then, to make you heroes start regretting now that you kidnapped my important person and tried to use her as hostage. Adel was walking closer to her with dignified steps, and Kazuka was cramming her mind thinking what to do to escape this situation. But even if she tried fighting back, there is no way she could win against this opponent. Even receiving a single blow would definitely be certain death because of the wide difference in status. She is not even considered an enemy. Wait for a moment. And so Kazuka decided to give up fighting and tried to find a solution. Don't think you would be able to be forgiven after doing this. The other heroes won't stay silent if this continues, you know. Those lines were Kazuka's last trump card. If an existence that could threaten heroes appeared, then there is no doubt that other heroes will also come to hunt down Adel. And this country which refused the heroes will also be destroyed. It is the people that are going to be in trouble if that happens. Kazuka tried to intimidate Adel with those words, but what Adel's reaction was, "It seems like you have misunderstood something. You are not considered a hero, don't you know?" Wow, what nonsense are you spouting? It's because all of the citizens here doesn't consider you a hero. You are nothing more than a false hero, a criminal with title of hero, you know? Even if we say you are one, what you did was threatening people, wrecking lives of those who fought against you, and most of all tried to destroy this country along with its citizens. People like you are something they will never defend. That's right. It was chaos. Despite not knowing the circumstances about heroes, Kazuka that Adel fought was certainly a real hero, as it was marked in her status. Naturally, she also knew that they were probably sent as thugs to make people fear their existence. But something like that doesn't matter to Adel. Everything is all about the mood of the show after all. Now, for the finale. Using her wand, Adel manipulated the dark cloud surrounding the sky into a swirl. It gradually changed color and turned into particles of light, creating a huge cyclone. Kazuka did not have the courage to witness it. There wasn't even the courage to stand up. Help, here I go. The voice that asked for help didn't reach anyone. Shiny Tuonadu. Fairy magic that was strengthened by everyone's mood, power and effect swallowed the pathetic woman. The spectators covered their eyes from the tremendous glare of light. Was it 10 seconds? A minute? When all the noise finally stopped, everyone opened their eyes. Then they noticed a streak of light coming from the clouds. And what people saw over there was a figure of a girl in striking poses sending light to another girl in the center of the stadium. Then someone muttered, "Ah, a goddess." Adel was kneeling at the tip of the light and was posed as if praying. Of course everything was just going along with the mood. And then she slowly stood up. Light disperse. Particles of light then arose from the seemingly death blow technique, then fell down the audience seat like snow. Tears fell down from their eyes and their body lightened as the light seeped through their bodies. Of course everything was actually being directed. In addition, Adel raised one hand high in the sky and gripped tightly. Then the clouds cleared up and blue sky stretched over the horizon. As always, it's only going with the mood. Right before Adel, Kazuka and Ino were tied down by a halo that fell from the sky. The audience finally understood the situation and raised a call for victory. Senil-san ran towards the place where the heroes were blown away and confirmed their consciousness, then shouted the facts loud and clear. For the final battle of the battle tournament. The winner is Adel Khan. Everyone, thank you. And finished. The people in the audience, along with her, were moved to tears as they were all applauding, tears of regret or happiness. That is something even she didn't know anymore. I want healing when I come back. Lapilo tilde. Do you want a body massage, master? No, Lavale, but can I massage you in reverse, or more like let me be buried in them? Buried? Ed, who doesn't want? TL can't breathe. XD painful. Chapter 60. Chapter 60 Prizes, Negotiations and an Old Man. TLUki. The awarding ceremony ended up strange. The victory was declared to Adel, but there were no problems with that. The problems were who to declare for the second and third place. The heroes were tied up and enslaved with slavery collars for many crimes, like kidnapping, intimidation, violating of rules of competition, and even declaring the intention to destroy the country. As a result, the heroes were greatly restricted in their actions, and trying to activate their skills would be nothing more but foolishness. They were also made to take no other actions than those that were necessary or what was authorized beside being sent to the castle's jail. So, they have declared Lavale to be in the second place. Next, Moriel was declared as third ranked. It was because other than him, everyone else quit, knowing what they would end up with if they fought the hero. Also because they want to consider Moriel's current condition. However, it was impossible for Moriel to appear at that time with his condition. So Suvia was assigned to receive it and would hand it to him later. At first, Suvia rejected the offer, but when they said that he would definitely be pleased if he received it and with Adel directly handing it to her, she reluctantly accepted it. And that awarding ceremony was held inside the castle. The ones present during the awarding were Adel, Arena, Lavale and Suvia, and those who witnessed it were senior nobles and royal knights that served as guards, along with Mondol, who was seated at the throne. A lot of troublesome things have happened, but I was happy that we were able to end it peacefully. As for the rewards, I will be sending it to everyone in accordance to the level of battle performance they have displayed. The king then stood up and grabbed a scroll handed by a knight standing beside him. First of all, as substitute of the magician Moriel, Miss Suvia, come forward. Hi. Mondol was declaring the rewards while holding himself back from giggling due of Suvia's nervousness. The reward will be 300 gold coins and 10 kilograms of revenant ore. I will be straightforward with you. From now on, be sure to live strongly without getting lost. Hi. Thank you very much. Next in line is the runner-up. Violent storm of roaring flames. Lavale came up front and in a majestic stance. Although she was just in runner-up position, she still showed a satisfied look. You will be awarded 500 gold coins and an ancient magic tool from the Age of Myths, a ring-type item box with limitless capacity. With the battle capabilities and strong will that you have displayed, such award would probably be not enough for a person who would even deserve to be called a goddess of war. You can leave it to me. And finally, the winner, the leader of Fairy's Banquet, a peach from the town of Blooming Ice, Adel, come forward. Hi. Adel came up front in her usual way. Now that the power of fairy magic have subsided completely, the nobles who are watching here were commenting things like, is that really the person who defeated that hero and was fighting in the finals? And were staring at her with doubtful eyes. At the same time, they were fascinated by her cute gestures and lovely appearance. For the time being, I will be offering 1,000 gold coins and a wish. No, let's make it 3 wishes as an exception this time. Your achievements were not only hailed within the stadium, but you were also the one who has freed this country from the darkness lurking within it. You can tell me anything you desire and this country will provide as much as they can accommodate within its acceptable range. Adel's poff. An unexpected opportunity appeared in front of me. Well, I was expecting something different though. I was actually thinking that they would actually scold me for treating the heroes as criminals, but instead I only received warm gazes from everyone when I came here. What is with these old geezers? Are they thinking that I resemble something like their grandchild or something? Are they all idiotic gramps? Ed, might mean something much like silly doting gramps here. Oops, I lost track for a bit there. Because I was given the chance to ask for 3 wishes, there was no need to negotiate. I'll just return later for the others, but I will confirm the first one. Then for the first one, we, the 3 of Fairy's Banquet, would like to have a meeting with the king and his closest aides with the highest position of authority. Fine, that shall be granted. It passed. Well, If we declare to only meet the king, then there will be a lot of complaints that it would fly out, so instead I decided to include other people close to the king. The next one, I want a border pass that would allow us free access to anywhere in this country, and others if possible. That is also fine. We will prepare the pass at a later time. This one is also okay. Then the last request before we proceed with the meeting. The last one would be permission to access the Royal Library. Well, for adventurers, that sure is a rare request. I didn't expect that. As long as you won't be damaging or stealing any of the books, then it would be fine. I'll also issue a permit for that at a later time. Is that everything? Hi, thank you very much. Well, I didn't expect to actually be nervous about this. I have been through a lot and all, but maybe a part of my past life's interaction got awakened. When I returned to my previous location, the king eased up and returned to his seat. This is the end of the awarding ceremony. Suvia, you may leave. Excuse me. After she left, the king stood up once more and walked in front of Irina. Is there something he wants? Irina of Fairies Banquet. I have called for you this time because I wanted to apologize. First, it is about the hero's outrageous action, and the other is about the bet. The king began speaking in a loud voice so that everyone on the venue could hear him. That includes all the nobles present. First of all, in regards to the abduction. With that said, the words spoken by the king caused a little uproar, but he immediately ordered everyone to calm down. We are asking forgiveness. We were the ones who were supposed to be in charge of watching over the heroes, yet we weren't able to stop them. I know it's a shameless request due to our own carelessness, but are you willing to forgive us? It was probably the best form of apology he could offer. Even as a king of a country, he gave priority to his own personal feelings and apologized to a single adventurer without even thinking about his pride or majesty. I looked towards Irina, and when I told her do what you want, she smiled with great enthusiasm and approached the king. A royal knight wary of the move tried to stop her, but was ordered to let it be. When she was in front of the king, she lightly brushed his cheeks and made him raise his face. The two were staring at each other. Everything forgiven. Oja-chan a good person. Oh, Oja. Zuki-un. After Irina called him Oja-chan, the king showed a big satisfied smile. As for me and Lavale, we trust Irina's words, and with that, our trust for the king has also become firm. There will be no mistake if it was decided by Irina. I'll have to confirm things later though. There was also that sound as if something was shot straight at the king. Must be my imagination. The king was trembling. Irina strikes again. Is that so? I am extremely grateful. Ahoy, Oja-san. Why are you suddenly patting Irina's head? Do you want to be killed by Lavale? Oi, Lavale, put away that halberd. Why did you take that out? No, that is not your privilege. That was originally my privilege. Seemingly satisfied, he now moves to the next topic of the agenda. Fuyu. Regarding the bet, after all our calculation, it was an amount closely equivalent to our country's operational funds for the next 1,000 years. Wow. Speaking of operational funds of the country, it would income coming from taxes and trade gathered from territorial nobles that governs different regions. The nobles were too shocked after hearing about the bet reaching a 1,000-year equivalent of all their income combined. I see, that's it. There's just no way for them to secure such an amount even if they did their best, not in at least 1,000 years. That is, I am sorry in regards to that, but I would like for the bet to at least be settled on a term-based payment, and we will only be paying a bit of it up front. The rest would be processed through the Adventurers Guild every month. I'd like to ask for forgiveness in regard to that too. Emergency consultation. Irina came back to us and the three of us from Fairies Banquet held an impromptu meeting. What do you want to do? Whatever you decide, I accept it, so there's no problem here. I am also the same. So what do you want, Irina? All donations. Just as we thought. I hold them up for it. I'll decide after confirming some things if they would be possible. Depending on that, we will offer to donate everything. It didn't really affect us because that money was originally nothing to us. But then if we say that it would be a donation, we might be able to add one more request. And so I decided to ask for a substitute in exchange for the money. The question is if the king would agree to that. I will be taking over about the talk about the money. I won't make it worse so you can have a peace of mind. But it may also become a difficult problem altogether. So is it okay to suggest? I don't mind it. This is not a good place to have this. So let us move to a better place to listen to your terms. Where we went there was a meeting room used by the royal family. The king sat down on a chair with a tall desk in front, and those who are his close aides sat near him, while the three of us were seated in front of him. Let us introduce everyone in here. Yes, let us do so after hearing my agreement. The king started. I am Mondal Vertella Galania, who is crowned and in charge of managing this kingdom of Galania. The one seated to my side to the left is the head of finance, which seems to also know about everyone. I am the director of finance, Belmore Vaitiro. Thank you for your help in regards to my daughter and husband when you visited Canaria. So this person was Astelsan's wife. He did mention before that she was working in the royal capital, but I didn't expect to meet her in this place. How did you hear about us? You see, they were sending me a lot of letters talking about the things you were doing. Belmore-san was happily smiling as she was saying that. What was written on those letters? Well, I can somehow imagine what the contents would be. Kohan, well, that is for the introductions. Then next here would be the Prime Minister in this country. It would be the first time for you to meet Adeldono and everyone. This one is called Duke Main Belland. Pleased to meet you. He was a man in his 50s who was donned with a splendid beard. A duke, is he a member of the royal family? I was being considerate of the atmosphere. As the young ladies introduced themselves, he is quite a friendly person and knows how to go with the flow, and Min-san then chuckled lightly as we were having a conversation. And finally, the one standing on my left, the commander of the Royal Knights. I am Magenta Niles. I have also been called here, but you can ignore my presence and go on. I will be keeping to myself everything that will be discussed, so rest assured. After saying his introductions, he went back to the wall and stood at attention. I don't know if he was thinking that I might be a noble or something, since that's the air he was showing. Well, I not really one though. Next will be our turn to introduce ourselves. I will also be introducing myself both as leader and representative. I am Adel. To my sides are Arena and Lavale. We three are working together at a party called Fairies Banquet. The three of us stood up, bowed, then returned to our seats. We will now begin our discussions. As a start, Adel, may we hear the reason why you specifically need to ask me in this kind of meeting? Oh, in terms of formality, you can speak as you wish. The people present were not really concerned about it. Oh. Is that so? Then let's end this formal way of speaking. It's something that when I started talking formally, it was the first time for even Lavale or Arena to have heard. We are traveling the world for a purpose, but we would need to ascertain the personality of those we would want to disclose it to. That is why we require to meet them in person, and that person must be of a high rank within countries. Like a representative. A trusted individual would be given a certain letter, and that person we decided as you, so we wanted to meet you in private. I see. So first thing we must do is to gain your trust. That's about it. Well, we'll just see what's going to happen. But for the time being, Arena, concentrate on the meeting for a bit. I'm starting to lose my concentration looking at you stuffing your face with cookies they have served. Lavale too. Stop asking for more and telling them to bring more confections. Look, the Prime Minister who was stern a while ago already turned into a goofy old grandpa. Sorry about this. Really no, same here too. Sorry. Here Arena, more sweets for you. Hammer. Oi, night person. There's not enough sweets, please bring in more. Arena, eat slowly. You'll choke if you stuff yourself like a critter. Lavale, please hold back a bit. Chapter 61. Chapter 61 Fairies and People. TLUKI. What I wanted to talk about, and hear from them, can be divided into two subjects. The relationship between the heroes and the country. About the treatment of beastmen slaves. The king told us everything they knew without hiding anything. Each country that participated in the campaign charged a heavy tax on Haulia. But then, the heroes took over the country as an agreement, then sent the beastmen survivors as compensation for the tax, and they were worked as slaves in order to compensate. Then in recent years, a few heroes, mostly a pair, was sent to each country as support. That was also the same in Hivul. but it was more like monitoring the country than actually being a helping hand. That's how it ended up like this. I do want to free those beastmen slaves as soon as possible, but they have nowhere to live now. Even if they did return, there was nowhere they could return to anymore. I see. Well, let's ask somebody for a bit, huh? Oh, alright. I immediately connected the magic tool I carry for communication and talked to Testania-san. I reported to her what I have gathered so far along with the information they have given me. So that's what happened. I see, that's what you meant. Is that so? Adel, what did you think after hearing it directly from them? I think they will be fine then. I guess it's fine to show them that. Like what I have said before, if you think that the country is trustworthy then I have no problems with it. Got it. Is there anything else? That's all. Ah, could you ask the king if he knows of someone called Eldrick? Understood. Well then. Okay, confirmation done. This country will be the first one to make a path for our goals. As a result of considerable deliberations, I have considered Galenia to be trustworthy and will believe in it. Really? Are you sure? It's fine. But first of all, Mondel-san, is there anyone here who is proficient in terms of this country's history and traditions? I am one myself. I have been taught everything about the country, its traditions and history as part of my education. Is that so? Then do you know something about the Fairies' Covenant? About to sip his tea, Mondel-san suddenly stopped, then stares at me with a face that says he couldn't believe what he has heard. Just now, what did you say again? Did you just say Fairies' Covenant? My king, what in the world is that? Main was confused after hearing the term for the first time, so he directed his focus to Mondel-san to ask. Just as Testania-san said, royalty will be able to know. It is a very old tradition. It has been passed since the age of myths and legends. It is one of the secret bonds passed down through royalty, and would only be told to none other than successive kings. A story that could even be said as part of a myth. Adel, how were you able to learn of such information? I think it would be okay to tell you about that. But first, can you read this letter? I took out the letter received from Testania-san from my hood, then handed it to Mondel-san. While impressed by the craftsmanship of the letter, he carefully opens it and slowly read the contents. The room went silent for a few minutes. About for the one who handed you this. Would it be alright to know who? The current generation's fairy queen fairy? Is that really? Belmore-san and Men-san unanimously reacted to what was said, and Mondel-san murmured after all. As he reminisced staring at the ceiling. It was probably due to the contents of the letter. Adel, see here. This is the emblem of the fairies, the same one that was written in our history books. Only people belonging to royalty would know of it. If there's a person who would know of such information, they only be other royal families or in line to it. At the end of the letter, there was a stamp where you could see 3 fairy silhouettes. I heard that the contents of the letter would make them cooperate with the fairies, but I don't really know what the message is. If you are saying that you are related to this, then there should be conclusive evidence to its authenticity. So if possible, will you show us proof? I understand. Then Arena, I'll be cancelling humanization. It is fine to show your true self. After a short flash of light, the figure of Arena disappeared. Ruffling inside the clothes, Arena finds her way out. The king and everyone else stare at the entire scene without blinking. Then, her face pops out, followed by her whole body coming out, and the palm-sized Arena, flapping her wings, flew towards the bunch of candy in front of Mondel-san. After picking one, she handed it to Mondel-san. After she handed it to his trembling hand, Arena flew back towards me, landing on my hair. Pulling on my hair, she was demanding me to transform too. But sorry, I will do it later. Okay, I'll do it later. Okay, please calm down for now. Fairy. At current interactions, everyone was staring at Arena as if they were trying to drill holes into her. Let's also add more bombs while they are still excited. Impact is important in these cases after all. By the way, I'm also a fairy. I'm not a fairy but a red dragon. An ancient one. The three humans who witnessed it froze. "Forgive me for that, but it's better to reveal it early on, you know." It was a really good thing that this room is completely soundproofed. If any of these facts were to spread out, the whole country would be in total chaos. Main-san was flopped on the desk. Magenta-san in the back was also in a confused state. Then soon enough, Mondo-san finally rebooted and resumed asking questions. "And so, can you tell us the purpose of Fairy-sama's making contact with us?" There were many world trees where fairies reside in the world, but almost all of them have not given birth to fairies for several years now. We are on a journey to find out the cause. One of the conclusions we deduced was maybe the existence of a demon lord. A reason for world trees to do that would usually be in preparation for a world crisis, I see. Probably knowing the fact that it hasn't changed even after the fall of the demon lord. Were you able to find anything else that may have been the cause? At the moment there is only one. It's about the foreign individuals that are still in this world. They are just selfishly doing what they wanted in this world. If nothing changes even after a few years, then wouldn't that be a bingo? Is what I thought of. Mondo-san also agreed to my conclusion. But I don't know their real purpose. If only I could at least find a clue, then I guess you have only one choice. That is to go to Haulia. That would already be equivalent to visiting a country that would surely not cooperate. Although the change may have passed, but Galania is still part of the coalition with Haulia. If they were to start moving now, the heroes would immediately notice. Well, that's not really the main focus for today. That is fine for now, since we'll be the ones to handle that. The main problem is about the beastmen. We just can't leave that alone. About that, he explains that right now, the support of the slaves is currently boosting the economy of the country. Suddenly losing them without preparations would prematurely lead the country to its destruction. That's why at the moment, it won't be that easy to release them. I also understand what he was saying. Of course I also understand that there are some that are certainly having a stable life, and it would be safer for them to remain as slaves for now. They are at least able to live with the bare minimum. But how long will that last? 10 years? 100 years? What about the next generations? If that continues, won't beastmen be treated by nothing more than livestock? They would be nothing more than just horses pulling carts or chickens in an aviary. That's why I want the money to be spent for the slaves. Balmore, what do you think? Well, the original problem is actually where and how to procure money that doesn't exist. Won't it be good if we could work it out with the beastmen? What do you mean? Then I suggested, I believe this would be the best for both sides. Let's make a beastman country. Here's how we do it. I would use my magic to create its foundation in a land close to here, and they will to start life from there. Because they are developers of magic tools, working with representatives would allow them to develop tools for various businesses. The materials may also be provided or acquired from their surrounding land. And not only that, we could also analyze, recreate, dismantle, and sell dungeon-class magic tools. Not only here but to even other countries. That certainly would make a lot of profit, but establishing it would probably be difficult. It would take a lot of time to clear up a land that is filled with demons, crawling all over the place. Or maybe you could. Yes, there are no problems with that. First we have to find a suitable location, and the rest would also be handled by us. After that, they would take care of the land on their own. If they were to witness or sense Lavale's presence in her dragon form, most demons won't even come close. Next, I would be supporting them with foundations, but I will go dungeon diving after the country stabilizes for a bit. Lastly, we need to provide the proper research facilities needed for development. So, what do you think? At the moment, I don't really know. I will try visiting several places, but I don't know if everyone will be cooperative enough to release their slaves, and there would definitely some who will need compensations. Next would just be the matter of how to handle the tools made by beastmen. Selling them to other countries would definitely be a big benefit. Trees and materials for construction can be procured from the forests nearby. Food can also be procured at the same time. I don't know if you can use this in order to supplement money at a later time, but I think this would definitely sell. I arranged a variety of board games on the table. Wow, what are these? Pieces? a board game where you put these pieces on the board. I will pass a manual about it later because there are various rules, but I would like to sell it to everyone because it is actually easy to make. The three people stood up in surprise and stared at the games. They were all made by fairy magic, but it's not impossible for it to be made by people. I got it. I'll learn of the particulars in regards to the board game pieces. I'll also take care of the finer details at a later time. But for now, there is one more thing to ask and needs immediate attention. What is it? Our biggest problem at the moment, about the heroes _ no lie shall fall before Adler's fairy eyes. Everything they have said in this place is the truth. Chapter 62. Chapter 62 Fairy in Song Part 1. Tieluki _ If the other heroes find out that the country won't be able to pay the tax to Haulia, they will definitely come to destroy it. Thinking about that, Mondo-san asked me if I might have any ideas to stop this, but at the moment, I don't have really any plans, yet. Can't we just put that on hold for now? Why so? Well, for me, it's very simple. I'm planning to complete the rebuilding of the Beastman country before the next tax collection is scheduled. Isn't that impossible? Nope, I can easily do that. I'll definitely complete it in less than 1 year before everyone's eyes. After all, there's nothing impossible for me to do. Of course, I can't do it alone. I will need the participation of Beastmen in doing so. As long as we can get as many as possible. I will be needing them for my fairy magic. When the word fairy magic pops out, Main-san's eyes change into that of curiosity. Mondo-san also made a surprised reaction, saying, such a magic, does it really exist? It seems like I couldn't convince them with just words. Well, that couldn't be helped, because it was something that only appeared in myths. What kind of magic is it? Me too. I want to know. It is not even recorded in history books after all. As a matter of fact, I have been studying it for a long time, but even I think that it's a really strange magic on its own. It can pretty much do anything I could imagine. In exchange, the burden would be making me feel like my head is burning up, but if there are a lot of people believing, then the burden is greatly reduced. I would still end up tired afterwards though. At the times that I did it, during a concert or the battle in the stadium, where all in the audience were made to believe, even if I used large-scale fairy magic beyond my normal limits, I didn't feel the burning sensation like when I do it forcefully. That's why magic that would be on the scale of total impossibility, even if it goes way beyond my limit, I would be able to perform it without losing my consciousness. What ridiculous power that magic possess. Is that really magic? Well, yeah. Remember the final battle with the hero? All of those special effects and unthinkable acts were done by fairy magic. Can you be convinced with that? Indeed, that kind of power was so ridiculous, that you might only find something like that in a picture book. I see, so that power was boosted because of the audience too. I can definitely use it to build a new nation. Perhaps, even the beast capital itself could be reproduced. Next would be the location. It should be somewhere close by but will be out of reach from the heroes. When I asked if there is such a good location around here, Belmore-san answered that there is and then explained about the area. If you walk off from the highway of Havel all the way to the east, you can see a vast forest spreading out. That area is a place that hasn't been pioneered, and even adventurers aren't active in that area. I also think that it would be a good place if we consider trading. I was wondering if the place we were talking about is where I first met Arena. I see. If that is the case, then I will have to plan thoroughly, just in case an emergency happens. Then, let's do just that. How much time is needed for the beastmen to be gathered? Let's see. Probably within a month. At the very least. Got it. Then we will be proceeding in that direction. After that, could I ask for a few workers? Ones that could do civil work if possible. I want them to teach beastmen in order for them to properly operate in the future. I'll have that arranged. Is there still anything you would need? A proper punishment for the captured heroes. At the moment, slave collars were attached to the heroes in order to limit their actions, so they won't be able to report their failure. This year's tax collection have also been settled, so there is still a year before they come back to collect it. About that, I'm really sorry for not being of use since I don't really have any idea how to handle such things. I will be staying in the capital for about a week, and so you can call or contact me again at some other time. And then, alright, please pass this to Belmore-san. Taking out a pink stone in my pocket, I passed the stone, which was received by Belmore-san. The stone itself used to be transparent, but because of my magic power, it became pink, spreading out from its center. I have created only one of such at the moment, since it takes a huge amount of magic power to make one. If you put magic power in it, I will know, and will transfer to the stone's location. Use it, only in emergency. Amazing. I got it. Belmore-san held it carefully in her hand. No, you don't really have to treasure it like that. Mondo-san was whispering a tool from the era of myth, as he stares at the object. It only works for me, you know. And then last would be, to look for someone who can be the country's leader. Did any royalty survive that annihilation? In this castle, the last one you could say, the daughter of the king. But she's still too young to be crowned. Is it fine for me to meet her? If there's anyone who could stand as a leader, that would make things easier. Even a young girl like her would have probably understood the state of her country to some extent, and I plan to make her take the responsibility of holding the reins of her country. Other beastmen that were working in the castle might have survived. It would be great if I could find some of them. Answering to my inquiry, Mondo-san continued, "It's fine. I will make sure that you will be able to meet her by tomorrow." Hearing those words, Main-san Sadie will immediately make arrangements. Please excuse me. And Belmore-san also. Sadie will be arranging for the procurement of beastmen that worked as civil officials, and the both of them moved out. The only ones remaining was Mondo-san and the Knight Commander Magenta-san. That's it for that issue. Anyway, what kind of people are in the fairy tribe? I have met elves who know of spirits and such, but I haven't heard of any race with such small stature. It was really unbelievable. Do you also want to see my real form? The important talks were already finished and right now we are just having a simple chat, so I also changed into my fairy form. On top of the hand of Mondo-san the two of us landed. How to say this? Such a pleasant sensation. I just can't find the words to explain. The inside doesn't really change, you know? Yes, I do understand that. But something like this. I could only say that it's really cute. He completely changed to a dear grandpa. As expected, cute is the strongest. Lavale was starting to flare up, so Arena flew towards her. Arena tilde, Ariri tilde, Naya ha 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 tilde, it tickles tilde. A beautiful Anisan playing with a tiny cute little girl flying around is such an eye-catching scene. After me and Arena humanized again, Mondo-san was showing a disappointed look. This stupid grandpa. It was just a special offer for this one time. Next time, there will be charges. Speaking of which, do you know a person called Aldrake? Well, sorry, I don't know. No good, huh? Well, can't do anything about it since it's just a name. Let's just report to Testania-san that he didn't know. Well then, that's about everything for today's agenda. Thank you for listening to our requests. You can visit the castle again anytime. So will you be coming again tomorrow? Understood. Well then, say your goodbyes now to Mondologizna-rina. Mondologia-chan, bye-bye. There, the love is overflowing. After seeing the three off, and whipping his nose, Mondol organized all of the information that he got today, and added Magenta's observation to it. Seriously. This was definitely the most surprising day that I have ever experienced in my life. Right. I am also very fortunate that I was able to attend. I could understand that without even saying, but be sure not to. I won't speak of anything. Anybody who would dare threaten such magnificent races should be considered inhuman. To Mondol, Adel aside, the presence that Arena exudes was that of a very pure existence. Like the characters in the stories, she shows the exact characteristics of what a fairy is like in those stories. Even during the early childhood he has been wishing to meet fairies, and for someone who participated in such an event, an encounter like this really has a really strong impact. By the way, my king, what exactly is the fairies' covenant? You see, in myths, there was a time when fairies have saved the humans from near extinction. Therefore, When humanity's help is requested by the fairies, they will follow through it no matter what. Seriously. Mondal skims the letter once more. After going over the contents one more time, he closed his eyes, showing a face as if enduring something, then murmured, "Humans, we believe in you." The contents of the letter were nothing more than this. It was such a simple phrase. Such a phrase would be nothing more than a small talk of trust. But for the royal family, who leads a country and its people, the weight and burden of such phrase is much heavier than any praise or worship that could be received from anyone else. It will definitely be a tough fight. But even if I have to crawl on the ground, I will walk along this path. There's nothing more to do than to strengthen ourselves, enough so that even heroes would hesitate to attack. I really admire how they go on with their lives. Those little ones. We will also give you all our support, my king. After settling our arrangements with the border permit and the library pass, we left the castle. Right now, the entire town is in a festive mood. After the events of the martial arts tournament, the tension was high and everyone was celebrating in their own ways, and there was even a dance party held in a large hall. Whoa. That certainly looks fun. Yeah, it makes me want to play my flute. I can also play my guitar. Want to sing tilde. Yosh, shall we do it? Oops, before that, using fairy magic, I created something that resembled a fairy. It's only an impromptu image with a dignified air and closely resembling my figure, and it won't be active for a really long time. It will disappear soon. Give it some magic power, then poof, you go fly into the sky. Something like this is also easy to achieve using this magic. I went to the big plaza where a dance party was held, and then in an open spot I made musical instruments resembling a tin whistle and something like a guitar. Now we only need to attract the attention of people around us, since a super high performance musical stage has been made and we are ready to go. The stage was made to fly, and on top of it will be the three of us. Hey, look over there, it's Fairies Banquet. That's true. Are they performing something? Everyone, come, gather. Gather. The people who were watching while dancing also stopped for a moment and gathered together. I was then strumming my guitar and tapping my feet in a rhythm. All other musicians seemed to understand my intentions and prepared their instruments. Arena, we're ready when you are. I'll be sure to match it perfectly. Fairy magic is now in full throttle. I was linking the song of Arena to everyone who was playing an instrument along with mine. My fingers will be moving following the tune. I love cool folk music, so let's also rearrange it that way. While watching the people waiting impatiently, Arena takes a deep breath then slowly started singing her song. TL, why do I imagine Arena singing Cruel Angel Thesis? In a large open space, a solo was held in a very natural manner, yet the power of the song reached even Mondal, who was inside the castle. It reached Moriel, who was staring at the ceiling in his room, the soldiers who were guarding the gates and the adventurers partying inside inns. It even reached the ears of Agara. What Arena sang was one of the songs passed down to fairies, a song about humans, fairies, and a variety of different species, who are living happily in mythological times and into the future. Then guitar's rhythm slowly builds up. Lavale with her flute also went along with the guitar's rhythm. Everyone also snapped out of melancholy. Singing, dancing, drinking, everyone enjoyed it in their own way. As the evening arrived, we also set off to enjoy the festival and made a surprise visit to our acquaintances. Despite singing for the first time, it was a splendid performance. My ears are filled with happiness. I want to listen to it forever. Hi, let's continue until our fingers cramped. Count me on it. Chapter 63. Chapter 63. Moriel and Suvia. Tieluki. All in the name of belief. While listening to the beautiful voice of a girl singing from afar, Moriel was staring at the dusky sky. He was afraid to look at the pitiful state of his body. It was nothing more than a broken doll, with both legs and the left arm gone. It was like an awkward Daruma with only the right arm attached. However, he was thinking of what he would do with his life from tomorrow on. There was nothing else other than that inside his head. I won't meet Suvia again next year. Or, the words of the hero resounded in his head. It has already been 5 years since they first met in battle, and every year around that time, they would always meet somewhere before the finals. Every year, We would always meet somewhere. It was always fun to see how much we improved in 1 year, and we trained some more every time, without thinking about being male or female. Every time after they fought, they would always consider to fight again next year. With those words, they would always agree. That's what I was supposed to be thinking about. And in this year's tournament, he was also able to see her again in the tournament. He was thrilled to be able to fight her once more. I can't meet her anymore. Can't see. So frustrating. Tears overflowed. He firmly grasped the futon with his remaining right arm. To not be able to see Suvia. I don't want it. I want to see you. He cannot fight, especially in his current unsightly shape. I didn't lie about my desires to see Suvia. Even so, he doesn't have the courage to face her in this current shape. It's already too late for him to realize this. Sigh. I'm really pathetic. With my body in such condition, I don't want her to see me in this pitiful state. I would probably retire as an adventurer with this. There's also none of my family members left in the capital. The only thing waiting for him is despair. For a moment, he thought that he could still use magic, but it would be better if he would just die, so he won't be a burden to anyone. Then, the door was knocked. Who? During this time, most of the residents of the town are enjoying the festival, and so they would always ask if there is anyone behind the door. But the voice he heard was someone he didn't expect to come and visit him more than anyone else he could think of. Moriel, it is me. Suvia. He was stupefied. What would he have done if she was a few minutes late is what he thought. He currently appeared like someone wrapped in bandages, and was only in his underwear. Realizing this, he immediately dived. If he was to be seen in such a figure, he was thinking that he would rather just die. However, he remembered the reason why he cannot come out, and also the reason why he was in his room. Suvia? Wait, I can't let you see me like this. Please wait for a bit. Oh. Well, are you okay? I'm fine. Just give me 2 minutes. No, one should be enough. He tried reaching for the closet to get some clothes, but then he realized that he can't open it with only one arm, and again tears overflowed for a different reason, that he realized that he can't even do something this simple. Damn it. I have Suvia waiting there. I'm a pathetic guy. Behind him, he heard the door creaked open, and then the sound of shoes hitting the floor. That person then came closer and lifted him. He then felt warmth from being embraced and he couldn't escape it. He tried squeezing out words, but it would only inflict more damage on him. Funny, isn't it? Let me help you change clothes. Sorry about this, and thanks. It more than just being embarrassing, having his former rival take care of him, and more than anything else, for showing Suvia his ridiculous appearance. But the joy that he felt from all of this drowns everything else, and he found it to be just fine. When he was carefully placed back on the bed, Suvia sat sideways and presented him 2 large and 1 small bag. Now that they think about it, this was the first time they met in an actually calm manner. After the martial arts tournament, you were given rewards, but since you were not able to come, I was chosen as the representative to hand it over. Here. First passing him the small bag, which contained hundreds of gold coins, then Suvia revealed the contents of the large bags, and they were filled with revenant ores. Both are things that adventurers would dive with their life on the line to acquire. However, the atmosphere behind the two was not something that seems to be happy about it. I see. But now, I have lost what I used to treasure the most. I won't be able to be an adventurer anymore, and right now, I'm thinking of what I should be doing for my future. Is that so? Looking at his state, Suvia once more showed a sorrowed face. For a comrade she had known to end up like this. If it was her, what would she do in such a state? There will be more and more new faces, new people that will be joining in the coming years. I am sad, but it just cannot be helped. You too, for a woman of your caliber, you don't really have to worry about me like this, you know? I think it would be much better for you to look for a new rival who you could work with and challenge again for the coming years. Right? Laughing while ridiculing his own state, he didn't try to look at Suvia. His right hand was gripping the futon with all his strength. He was hiding his true intentions. He didn't want to burden her any more than this. Hey, Is that all you want? You should go now, and you could still join the festival. You're also a part of the martial arts tournament. If you go now, you'll definitely be praised by the people and get all the free food and drinks they offer, right? I am indeed done with that task. That's right. You should go now, before my true intentions overflow. He was gripping his hand so tight, that blood was already starting to drip. Then, next will be my own agenda. Wow, you don't really have to hold back, you know. Seriously. She then grabbed his only remaining hand and wrapped it with both her hands. Looking at his dumbfounded face, Suvia showed a happy expression. I have realized. I have always been wondering why I wanted to meet you. I was thinking, what if I was in your place? Then I concluded that I wouldn't want to be seen by you. I also thought that it would be much better if you can't see me anymore. From Suvia's hands wrapped around his remaining hand, he could feel warmth flowing into him. And I thought, I was such an idiot, never realizing that there was a man who was pushing me from behind my back. And so, that's why I came to see you. To be the one to push you from behind now. I have firmly resolved. I want to stay with you. I don't need the pity. Maybe, that is indeed what I feel. But I also realized, Moriel, we are comrades. Even until this moment. Even in the current state you are in. Shaking her head, she said, I just can't leave you alone. I can't stand the thought of you disappearing from my sight. I hate the fact that I won't be able to see your smiling face anymore. He trembled. Moriel, if you really wanted to stop me and end our relationship, then I am ready to accept. Then answer me honestly. Look straight at me and answer. His senses were disturbed and his real motives are surfacing. I don't want you to leave. I don't want to be left alone. I want to stay by your side. I want to see you smiling beside me and talk to me. I also want to challenge again in a fight. Please, 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 please. With you. I don't want to be a comrade anymore. Suvia. But he still managed to suppress it. He really did his best to suppress it. Even just a little pressure, if she pushed a bit more, if she didn't deny, then he might definitely break. But he managed to endure. He was fine with it for now. I see, I understand. Suvia slowly stood up and released his hand. Well then, from today onwards, I will be saying my goodbye to you as a comrade. It has always been fun, our fights against each other, Moriel. Yeah. Suvia then opened the door and went out of the room. Then it was slowly closed. He strongly covered his mouth with his hand, enduring. He was fighting the urge to call her back. That is, until he couldn't hear footsteps anymore. Then, his body shivered. The tears he was enduring overflowed, and even his moans were starting to echo, leaking out of his sore throat. The footsteps have certainly disappeared. You. With this, he thought that he definitely wouldn't be a burden for her anymore. And that would be good. But still his tears didn't stop overflowing, thinking that he would never see her face again, and that lingering warmth in his hands that he could never forget. Even so, he was fine with that. And then he finally saw your crying face. From outside of the window, Suvia was looking at that situation. In her hand was a big bouquet. She was looking at him with a gentle smile. Why? Because we were no longer comrades, then we would be nothing more than just another man and a woman. What in the world are you trying to say? He retorted to what she said. What the heck is that girl saying? Oh, right, before I forget, Moriel, since our first battle I have always loved you. It was love at first sight. It was from the moment that we first clashed 5 years ago. Wow. Suvia returned with a bouquet in hand. She then kneeled with one knee in front of her. Stop it, is what he thought. If she shows such determination, then he will no longer be able to resist. After showing him a nice smile, his face got completely dyed red from shame. If you are saying that I would be a burden, I will stop being your comrade. But if it will be as a lover, then we can share this burden together, that is if we are really in love with each other. Putting the bouquet on her knees, she grabbed his hand again. This time once more, his tears overflowed. But this time, it was like a broken faucet. Moriel, can you tell the reason for those tears? He already forgot how to hold back his thoughts. I don't really know, Suvia. It's just I've given up. However, in my head, I would always think of the memories of our battles, the times we talked, and especially your smile, your face, your voice, your warmth. Everything is just lovely. After the feeling of losing her for a moment, he realized he just can't keep on hiding it forever. I like you. I have also been in love with you. I have always wanted to be with you. It doesn't matter whatever happens to me as long as I can be with you. If you still wanted to accept me despite of what I am now, then I would extremely be happy to be accepted. That's why, when I was thinking that you would leave me, my tears just won't stop. He was embraced. Despite sobbing, he was comforted by the gentle embrace. Amazing. It was really amazing to feel the warmth of the person you love. It was such an amazing feeling. Me too, Moriel. We will together from now on, the two of us. But I'm like this. I would definitely end up as a burden for you. I don't care. We will be together no matter what. Is that so? Well, if you don't mind, then. But it was like when they were fighting in the tournament. Has Suvia always been this pushy, is what he thought. He became a little uneasy, but he thought it was fine for her to take the lead. Why was I already thinking to give up, before we even began living together, is what he thought. Then for the second time that day, the door was knocked. After it opened, they felt something coming in. Suvia readied her sword and stood in front of Moriel. He also tried preparing magic just in case, but Moshi, you two over there? It was some humanoid figure floating in the air. It was one with a pink hair and a voice that they seemed to have heard somewhere. A flying dwarf is what they thought. Could it be Adel? Is that you? Bingo. Right. Wait, you are supposed to be the winner. Why have you come here? Also, that figure. No, I didn't really want to pry about it. I would be glad if you do so, Moriel. It was Adel who pushed me forward. Is that so? Adel then landed in front of Moriel. That figure is very adorable, he was thinking. Is what Adel was murmuring while taping her cheek. Well, sorry for breaking the nice atmosphere from before. But hear this, I have good news for you. No, really, you don't have to mind it. I would also like to give my thanks to you. And so, what's the good news? His body. I'll be fixing it. What? Adel didn't say anything about anything after that, and then just activated some sort of magic. Moriel? Without knowing what it was, Moriel was engulfed by light. However, what he felt was similar to a lukewarm bath. It was very soothing. Right, and it's done. It felt like it was a really long time ago. Left hand, right foot, left foot. All the senses were not just his imagination. They have actually returned. He then stood on his two legs. It was interesting to see Suvia's stupefied face, not processing what exactly happened. Yup, and with this, we're done here. Keep this a secret, okay, and good luck. With a poof, leaving pink smoke behind, Adel disappeared on the spot. Although it was certainly a miracle, she really did come like a storm and has blown away all disasters. That is indeed. He then held Suvia's in his arms. He didn't want to let go of that feeling because have already fixed his resolve. I was really thankful. With this, I will be able to walk next to you. Suvia. Yes, I'm really happy. They want to, someday, definitely, be able to repay Adel for this. The existence of the fairy species is not known to the general public. They only thought of her as a strange dwarf. Chapter 64. Chapter 64. A surprise for the Beast Princess. Tieluki. Too bright. Today, I woke up on the stage. It seems like we were unable to return to the inn. The sun was already high above me, so it looks like I have slept until noon. Oh Adel. Morning. Our arena. It sure is rare for you to wake up first. There was plenty of food surrounding Arena. There were grilled dishes, fruits and many others. Arena seems to be challenging herself on how much she could eat. As for Lavale, she was eating everything around her at a ferocious pace. Mogu opening parenthesis mo, morning master closing parenthesis. Good morning, and what's with all this food? Well, the residents and stalls from around offered us all this. It's delicious, you know. Is that so? Well, I don't really have the appetite to eat something heavy, so I'll just go for the fruits and the bread for the time being. It was indeed delicious, The white fluffy bread. Adel tilde castle tilde nn, right. But before that, let's return to the inn to wash ourselves. By the way, Arena, did your voice change a bit? It's like you're on vibrato. I tilde sa tilde ng tilde 2 tilde much tilde. It looks like she really had fun. Well, it was her first public debut. After Lavale finishes her meal, I stored the rest including the trash to dispose of later. Now then, let's go. Excuse me. I came to see the king tilde. When we arrived, the person we saw on the reception was the same person as yesterday. I was immediately given permission. I was allowed via face pass, but is it really alright if I don't go through the necessary procedures? I was guided to the same hallway as yesterday. There were no noble people around today. Well, they probably gathered only for the ceremony. Have they come? Ah, hi. We have arrived as we have agreed with the king. We are honored to be in your presence. You can stop with the formal speech. You know, you can just treat me as someone like a good neighbor or such. It's good that we don't have to be that stiff. It's for Arena to converse then. Hello Mondolji-chan. Ah, Arena. Come over here. I have sweets prepared for you. Oi, wait a minute Ji-san. Don't just go baiting Arena like a foolish grandpa spoiling his grandchildren. And Lavale, calm down and stay, you idiot dragon. Isn't there anyone else? Well, there are no other nobles around, so you don't have to be wary about it. Now then, let us continue. You can call her in. Hi. At Mondol's command, several people were brought in. Opening parenthesis. War closing parenthesis. A little girl with distinctive ears and yellow-colored hair along with a fluffy tail. Her age is probably about the same as Canaria's Melkora. She was wearing a chestnut-colored ethnic dress, which is probably a common clothing for them, and she looked very cute. This here is... Wait, I will introduce myself. When Mondol tried to introduce her, she stopped him. She probably hates being treated like a child. She's probably royalty. You must be the one who is going to help us rebuild our kingdom. I am called Fauna Fox Menayant Ladaria, the third princess of the 250th ruler of Ladaria. I am known as leader of Fairies Banquetal. Doesn't she know about handshakes? Is there a difference in culture? No, maybe she is just trying to be domineering. It feels like she's acting strange though. Oh, King Mondol-sama, are you sure that these people really are the ones who defeated the heroes? I can only see her as nothing but a little girl though. That is a matter of course. You have seen the heroes that were imprisoned in the dungeon, right? That is, indeed. Although convinced, she was still giving me a look of doubt. When I turned to him, Mondol-san nudges his chin. That seems to be telling me that it was troublesome. I will do my best on my own. You can assist me if you want. Is she serious? I turned towards Mondol once more. He showed me a look that tells me she's really serious. This, is this girl really alright? What? Why won't you respond? This rude person. Yes, I'd be glad to help. Fun. After that, the little princess went back to where she came from. Sorry about that, but please do forgive her. Other than her, all other royalties were killed during the battle against the demons. It was natural for her to hate humans, but well, if you show her what you really are, I think she will also come to open up to you. Well. I could also show her my strength. I do have a much better plan to cure that. But I know about that kind of look, which is one has when trying to take the entire burden and carry it alone. I think she was just trying to look tough and was keeping herself in. She even wore high heels, which she was definitely not used to. Her image of her from before was definitely a lie. That must have been only a disguise. And I want to know the real her. I will definitely find a look of helpless suffering caused by the entire burden. I will also be honest with her. Aren't you too cute? You understand about it. Hearing an old man praise master makes it look dangerous. Aren't you just overthinking it? But well, there is no other way than to do this for us to get along. Yosh. When Fauna returned to the room, she greeted Maru, the sheep beastman butler who has been serving her. Welcome back, princess. Were you tired from wearing high heels? Please come here, you can change from those now. And she politely followed, and changed from the high heels to comfortable sandals. She sat at a table and ate the cookies that were prepared for her. The moment she started eating sweets, Maru placed a cup of tea for her, and when she finished eating, She put the remaining sweets aside, then took a sip of the tea that was giving of a sweet scent. Nom. Gulp. Phew. Mew. Thanks, I am honored to be of service, Princess. Fauna didn't have even a slight trace of the air she had before. This is how she truly is. But because she has to shoulder the burden of all of the beastmen, she needs to show that fast to make it harder for people to look down on her. A moment ago, I've met the person called Adel. She was very cute. She also doesn't have the same feel or scent as a human. Is that so? Still, do you think they can be trusted? I don't know. I am still scared of humans. But they were the ones who defeated the heroes. They are not bad people. Isn't that right? That is probably so. To the two of them, no. For all beastmen, the heroes were a symbol of fear. Even though it was only by chance that a demon lord was born in their nation, they didn't hesitate to destroy their country and even turn them all into slaves. On this continent, when the rule of the demon lord ended, Fauna spent several years trapped in this castle in despair. However, one recent day, she heard news that the heroes were defeated by an adventurer party. Fauna immediately asked Mondel about what happened and to verify the truth of their capture. Fauna then went to confirm the face of the two heroes and she saw the despair on their faces. And then those adventurers even said that they would help with the rebuilding of the Beastman Kingdom. Of course she thought that it was impossible, but hearing how strong they were from King Mondel, Fauna judged that they might really have enough power to do so. If the country could be rebuilt, then she wanted to grab hold of that opportunity. I wanted to build a place where everyone can smile again. I also want of that. I think everyone else has the same feeling as you. Maru then handed a handkerchief to Fauna, who started to weep. That night, Fauna, who was sleeping on the canopy bed, noticed that something was approaching her. So she woke up. Who? But nobody replied. When Fauna restlessly scanned the dark room, she noticed a small glowing figure on her bed cover. It was a little girl with a pink hair and dress. Fairy? When Fauna was 4 years old, her father had told her once. A long time ago, there were fairies roaming the world, and they always acted as bridges that connected all the races. She heard that they were tiny winged people with lovely figures and were loved by everyone. The existence that was known in myths was right now in front of Fauna. The fairy flew in a pitter-patter before her. When she made a small platform with both her hands, the fairy landed there. Good evening, Fauna-chan. Go, good evening. Loud, can you speak a little lower? Hi Yoshi. Fauna, who was too excited and nervous, was being calmed down by the fairy in a friendly manner. Though it seems like she got a bit too excited for a moment, she was able to calm down and talk properly. Oh, your name, may I? You know already. We have already met today. Don't you remember this hair color? Fauna thought back about today's happenings as the fairy had said, and then she started thinking about who had the same pink hair. Pink. She then finally realized who it was. Don't tell me. That adventurer from before? Correct. That's right. And once more, nice to meet you. I am Adel, the leader of Fairies Banquet. Why is a fairy trying to be human? Well, there are various circumstances in regards to that. Adel then talked to her about their travels, and the situation they were in, their feelings for the Beastman country, the feelings for how the Beastmen became slaves, and many more. Fauna was listening carefully, and didn't miss even a single word. Oh, and I was thinking that if I'm able to build the country of Beastmen next to ours, then we would probably become good neighbors. There was more information that Adel confirmed with Testania, that if they managed to rebuild the country of Beastmen, then they would definitely abide by the covenant and the fairies could live alongside with them. And at the same time, Testania told Adel that the World Trees barrier would only last for at least 2 years. If they won't be able to solve the mystery of the World Tree in that time, then they will be left exposed, and that's why they agreed to live together with the Beastmen. The Queen was. Yes, that is so. That's why, Fauna, I want you to believe in us. I want us to be friends, and I will definitely help with the revival of the Beastmen. Do you really want to be my friend? Yes, I do so. Fauna was just an 8-year-old child, but with her position, she wouldn't be able to easily make friends on the same age as her. Moreover, everyone else was taken away from her, leaving behind nothing but pain, loneliness and despair, and all she could do was try her best and survive in a world surrounded by adults despite her age. Fauna have always wanted for someone she could rely on. I'm really glad. Thank you, Adel. It's alright, Fauna. I also wanted to do so. Well, leaving that for now. I actually have a surprise for you. Can you open the window? Bringing Adel with her, she approached the window and opened it from one side. You are? There was a huge dragon right in the sky in front of her. Then Adel said it's fine, she's a friend. Then she made Fauna float with fairy magic while guiding her by holding onto her waist, and then carried her towards the dragon's head. Good evening, Fauna. Welcome to our night sky tour. The one before her was Arena in Special Arena Chan Modho have been waiting on standby since earlier. She then held her hand and stabilized her position. Because this one is also a fairy, you can rest easy. Fauna is it really okay? Yes, by the way, I am Arena, a friend of Adel. I also wanted to be friends with you, but is it okay? Hi, of course. Fauna, who answered shyly with red cheeks, was charmed by the smile of an adult woman. Adel was also smiling while riding on Fauna's shoulders. Well then, Fauna, be sure to hold firmly on Arena. Lavale, let's go. Yoshua. The dragon, who was floating steadily there, flapped its wings and started to fly. Fauna, who got scared of the sudden rise in altitude, closed her eyes tightly. However, soon she noticed that there were neither wind resistance nor shock from the ascent. It's okay now, Fauna. Because of my magic, it will be safe. After hearing what Adel said, Fauna fixed her posture and returned to a stable form. She then slowly opened her eyes. Beautiful. The full moon was in full view above the clouds. Fauna was able to stare directly at the moon with nothing in the sky blocking her sight. She was awed by the majestic sight, so she gazed for a while. Hey, don't you want to look below? You were looking at the direction that Adel pointed out. She could see the moonlight beaming over the beautiful lights emanating from the buildings of the royal capital. Fauna stared at it as if to burn the image of such a fantastic sight into her brain. To her, what was happening now was really like a dream. Amazing. Really amazing. It looks like a fairy tale. I am delighted that you are greatly pleased, Fauna, and Adel too. Thank you. Adel was finally able to see her smile more appropriately to her age, and was really happy about it. Fauna. Fairies like people who show their best smile, a cheerful smile like the sun. We are a race that loves that more than anything. And of course, I also love your smile. I also like it, Fauna. So continue to smile. Fauna realized that she hasn't really smiled from the bottom of her heart for years. From that time, there was nothing she could do but stay confined in that route, unable to do anything about it. And thinking like that wasn't really too bad for her at that time. It just can't be helped. She even thought that she has already forgotten how to smile. Fauna. If you are smiling, then the future can be bright. I think that Fauna can be everyone's son. But, I'm not really that reliable. I'm not as smart or talented as my elder sisters. I am just a plain beastman despite being royalty. Don't you think that something like that isn't really necessary? Adel comes forward and flies in front of Fauna's face. A smile was visible on her face. You see, Fauna, even if you are be strong, smart or good at communicating with people, if you are always showing an anxious face, then everyone will also become anxious. But despite all that, if you are showing a bright smiling face to the people around, won't everyone start working hard for you? That is what Fauna has to learn first. You can just leave all the other things to those who are experts. That's right. You can just dump all those tedious works to someone else. No one is able to live alone. Even the king won't be able to manage a country on his own. Fauna, you don't have to hold back anymore. From now on, you won't be alone. Tears flowed from her eyes like a broken dam. She felt as if something heavy was lifted away from her. She was relieved from the bottom of her heart, and was wrapped by a comforting warmth. Fauna's smile, cute. On the day, Everyone went on a dragon tour until late in the night. And Fauna made a wish. Opening parenthesis this. I hope all of this isn't just a dream. Closing parenthesis. Underscore Fauna's tail, so fluffy. Hugh, Adel that tickles. New master, can I also change into something like that? Rejected. Opening parenthesis. Everyone is so cute. Closing parenthesis. Chapter 65. Chapter 65. Vague history and a letter of apology. Tieluki. Morning, the second day after we left the sleeping Fauna back in her room and went back to the inn to take a late rest. We all woke up at around noon, and after having a meal, the three of us discussed our plans for today. By the way, it was agreed that we will be taking Fauna with us to the Forest of Havel a week later. That's why we would like to take our time enjoying the capital and do what we want until that time comes. Alright, now what will be everyone's schedule for today? I will be going to the forest to hunt. Will go to the castle and play. Then I will be going to the library. It was decided in just a moment. It was fine for them to be alone since anyone strong enough to actually hurt them is on at hero level. And there isn't anyone. Considering that, Lavale will be receiving adventurer quests to quickly raise her rank. Arena will be visiting Fauna to play. Well, as long as something troublesome doesn't happen, they can basically do anything they want. For the time being, I handed out 3 gold coins for each as allowance. And with this, let's all head out for our solo actions. I then headed towards the library. I was kind of worried about it before, but I have finally found written history books. I can finally get more information about this world. As I entered, I was surprised by the view of the hall. There were rows of bookshelves extending until it reached the ceiling. High, really high, but I wonder how you get books from that place? The receptionist noticed me and called out. It was a librarian with green overalls and wearing glasses. Hello. I was given this admission permit, UCR. Yes, I have heard about it. Let's see. Right. I have certainly confirmed. Do you want an explanation? Please do so. Hi. First is that you are not allowed to bring books outside of the library. There are no restrictions on what the books you are allowed to read, but there are books in bad conditions, so please do handle them carefully. Also, please be aware that if you are to use our service, you need to pay 1 gold coin as deposit. How do you get books from that height? There are dedicated platforms for that. It will be able to move up and down if you input magic on it. You can see one over there. Please keep in mind that magic will be continuously consumed if you keep it afloat. Ooh. There was one librarian who stepped on a wheeled platform. The lower surface rose up. It can only move up and down, so I am a bit disappointed. It would have been better if it could move from side to side. Understanding all that is to be explained, I handed a gold coin. The first thing to look for is history books, so that let's go and look for it. 30 minutes later. It was all wonderful biographies. It is certainly interesting to know about their history and achievements. But I want something that actually tells me about overall stuff. It can't be helped, I guess. Let's ask the librarian about it. I'm looking for books of general history and about the summoning of heroes. NN. Who are you? Oh, I thought it was a librarian. And when I called out, it was an uncle who had a strict-looking face. He might be someone great or something. Ah, sorry. It was only a mistake. Wait. Only magic knights and librarians are supposed to be here. Aren't you the woman who defeated the hero that Mondel mentioned? Aren't you only a little girl? After saying such, he gets up from his seat, then came close to me and stared at me. I wonder what this person wants. I can't see you as the type to do research though, but it's fine. Here is one you are looking for. I am done with it, and you can take it, but be sure not to break it. After saying all that and handing over the book, the man left. Then looking at the book he handed, the title was Alvana History Book Complete Edition. Then I screamed with all my might. Tsndir. What with that? Are all old men in this country suffering from Tsndir sickness? If they don't do something good for children, are they going to suffer from some kind of disease and die? Well, never mind that. I already got what I wanted and will be reading it immediately. Looking inside, it was supposed to be written history 100 years after Genesis. Book of Genesis, This world was born from the aftermath of the battle between the goddess Crisian and the demon god Luina. A holy land was then established by the creator god, and the world grew from that point. The name of that world has come to be known as Alvana. It is this. I finally found the roots of the name Alvanatha in the so-called paper bundle written by God. But it was a world that was affected by the aftermath of such a battle, and so the world was certainly barbaric. Even so, the creation god just couldn't let it stay that way. So the creation god appealed to the two to stop their fight. Age of Gods, myth. The creation god commanded the goddess Crisian to reign over Alvana. Various races were then created by the goddess Crisian, and she was crowned as ruler, establishing the first kingdom of Alvana, where she was the first monarch. For many centuries, peace and prosperity continued. Alvana Great War Period. The evil goddess Luina found and chased after the goddess Crisian and begun her attack. She created the demon lord that can turn every living being in the world into a demon and thus caused a great war all over the world. Both the goddess and the evil god were annihilated, and the long battle between the children of the goddess and the demons lasted for thousands of years. Era of Wars. It was 200 years after the children of the goddess won the war and reigned. Suddenly, a symptom called demonization occurred, and those who have been inflicted with such syndrome could also turn others into demons, with the first demonized creature becoming the Demon King, and another long history where terror reign once more came. Afraid of the terror brought by the Demon King, the children of the goddess called upon the heroes from another dimension, blessed with the protection of the goddess by using the ancient spell from the Ear of Gods, the Hero Summoning Circle. Since then it has been an age that defined in the history of Alvana, and the battle between heroes and the Demon King continued for a very long time. Is that really the cause? It is certainly said that the race doesn't matter when it comes to the demonization and is conditioned to become a Demon King. That was also the cause of collapse of many races including the humans, and from then on different nations were established. When a demon lord appeared once more among the humans, the time was the most intense battle they had since the history of demon lords started. And then, once more a long and peaceful period of time came. Many countries appeared and nations flourished. Many developments and changes have also taken place, and the most prominent was the appearance of dungeons. Along with that were many tools developed in order to explore and research materials coming from them, and from the many new technologies were further improved by countries. One of such country was the Beastman nation Ladaria. Many beast people have gathered making the foundation of that country, and their development has been prosperous. They were also a peaceful nation, so no wars have ever occurred with them, but the humans were becoming more and more envious of their achievements. However, despite their envy, they just can't directly interfere since that country provided many things, including daily necessities that humans use. They still traded with humans despite all the scorn being directed at them. I see. So after that, demonization has been spreading out. I also understood why it keeps on coming back, and the time between occurrences can range from decades to even thousands of years. But the one that happened this time, was there anything strange about it? Demon Lord is understood. Demonization was also a strange occurrence. In the case of Ladaria's Demon Lord, the demonization didn't affect multitude of races like what was described in history. And that is the irregularity here. I still don't know what to really consider as the cause. Speaking of strange things, I haven't heard anything mentioned about angels or devils at all. I wonder if it's related to something. Looking outside, I noticed that it was already evening. It's time to go home soon. NN? Then suddenly, the pink stone in my pocket suddenly vibrated. Does Belmore-san need anything from me? After returning the book and going out, I teleported. Time goes back a little. Hello Thea. Oh, you're a member of Fairy's Banquet, right? The lively Arena greeted the person in charge of reception in the castle. Today she came to see Fauna. She was also with her yesterday, but she wanted to come again to play to become closer as friends. The person at the reception desk had a troubled look about what to do in this situation. After all, Fauna is a key figure and should not easily appear in public, so the receptionist was wondering what to do about it. Well, can you wait here for a bit? For the time being, The receptionist contacted people that were in charge in order to confirm. After a while, the Beastman butler Muryu, who serves Fauna, appeared. "We have kept you waiting. We will be handling things from here on. Yes, I understand." The butler faced Arena and welcomed her. At the same time, Arena also bowed down in response. "I am glad to welcome you at Arena of Fairies Banquet. My name is Muryu, butler of the third Princess Fauna-sama. Nice to meet you. I'm Arena." "Well then, excuse me, but for what purpose have you come to meet Fauna-sama?" "I came to play with Fauna." Putting on a smile on his face, he froze for a moment, and he was troubled on what to do. He could understand that this person is just innocently telling him what she desires and is not lying about it, but because he was thinking about future of the Beastman, he didn't expect that she only came to play. He was wondering if he should really just let them meet, since he couldn't notice any ulterior motives from her nor any hidden agenda. "Can't? Is she busy?" The words of Arena that he heard were tinted with loneliness, and he felt like he would turn inside out if he refused. Muryu decided to allow her, even without the permission of Fauna. "No, it's fine. I will be guiding you to her room." "Really?" After reaching her room being led by me, Arena was made to wait outside and Muryu went to ask confirmation from Fauna. "Haim-sama, Arena of Fairies Banquet has come to visit." "Arena? Really?" Yes. She is currently outside your room, Haim-sama." The moment she heard about Arena, Fauna immediately went for the door, passing by the side of Muryu. Arena, who saw Fauna's face, smiled, then hugged Fauna, and Fauna also hugged her back in return. "Arena, you came? I'm really happy." "Nfu, I came to play with Fauna. Well, now that I look at you, didn't you become a lot smaller?" "Big Me was special, only like this normally amazing." "That's really interesting, Arena." The two girls, although they should have met for the first time, were showing a close relationship with each other. A very happy scene was in front of Muryu, but he couldn't understand how this development took place. Speaking of strange happenings, he remembered that Fauna woke up a little later than usual, yet she had a really happy expression. Haim-sama, were you able to meet and get along yesterday?" "When exactly did that happen?" Well. Sheep-san, this." Arena offered a piece of paper to Fauna, who was troubled about how to answer Muryu. Receiving the letter and reading its contents, he understood that the message was from Adel. "I wanted to get along with the little princess, so we raided the place last night. Sorry about that. Please get along well with her, and I look forward to hearing about it from you later. By Adel. PS: We are not humans. King Mondol also knows about the situation. Please rest assured. Also, please be careful not to be seen by other people." After looking away from the letter and towards Arena, Arena was out of sight, leaving behind the robe, and then what replaced her was a small blue-haired humanoid creature resting on Fauna's hand. Haim-sama, are they fairies? Among beastmen, fairies were considered as a very special existence. It was because of the covenant handed down from all their tribal chiefs. And Muryu is one of those. Even if they knew of their form, nobody have ever witnessed them nor proved of their existence. He then remembered about their party named Fairies Banquet and thought that it was definitely true. And then he realized, it turned out that fairies will be rebuilding their country. Since that is the case, then all of Muryu's doubts have now disappeared. And that's because, now, we'll play this, Fauna. What is this? Chess, a game. This was the first time he have seen Fauna this happy. He remembered the time when she would only think about her inferiority, always having a gloomy expression and ready to cry. Even though incomparable to everyone else, she still stood polite and tried her best. Haim-sama. What is it, Muryu? Responding to his call, Fauna looked at him with a cheerful smile, without a trace of anything else but happiness. What is your relationship with Fairies Banquet? Friends. She then returned a blooming smile beautiful enough that anyone who has seen would have fallen for her. Muryu, who was satisfied with her response, bows deeply towards Arena. Arena-sama, I hope you can be good friends with our princess. Fauna-sama will do. This game. You really need to use your head. Interesting, right? It is certainly something that I haven't seen before. This board game? Fine. Let's just do this. Opening parenthesis. Well, What's this? Hasn't the atmosphere just changed? Closing parenthesis. Chapter 66. Chapter 66. The Bridge of Fairies, Propaganda. Tieluki. While Mru was watching the two playing together, a knock was heard from the door. Then the voice of the great Knight Commander was heard. Princess Fauna, His Majesty, King Mondul wants to see you. Wah, what should I do? Mru, probably not wanting to show how she normally acts in front of Arena, she immediately stood up. But then Arena, who noticed that Mondul was outside the door, smiled. Oja-chan? That voice, Arena. My king? Hearing Arena's voice, Mondul went in the room without listening to anyone calling out to him. Arena, who was humanized and was wearing a robe, stood up and immediately hugged Mondul. Fauna and Mru were stunned by the sudden turn of events, not knowing how to react. Yoshi, you came again to visit Arena. I only wanted to confirm, since I've heard that you came to play. Are you alone today? What about Adel and Lavale? None, only me. Ho, is that so? I see. The dignity of a king immediately vanished as he changed his face to that of a sloppy old man pampering his grandchild while patting Arena's head. Seeing that, Fauna regained her consciousness and fixed her posture. King Mondul, what have you come here for today? Mew? Fauna Dono. Sorry, I got a bit too distracted. I was thinking of having a meeting in regards to the re-establishment of the Beastman country. Was I a bother in some way? Fauna's expression was indeed kind of dissatisfied, just as Mondul have said, and that was because her playtime with Arena was disturbed. But competing with Arena was certainly hard. We were playing. Want to join us, Oja-chan? Is that so? Then Fauna Dono, may I also join you? That is. Still confused about what to do, Arena interrupted and told her, who was still puzzled in regards to the king's proposal. Fauna, it's more fun to play with everyone, you know? Is it no good? Arena killer move, Arena pleading. Got it. It's fine. First will be a match between the Mondul and Fauna. Arena in her fairy form went down on the board to move around the board as she teaches them what to do. The two people quietly listened to her while smiling. Alright. Actually, I know of the event that happened during the night coup. Is that so? It was understandable for Fauna to panic a bit regarding that. However, no matter how skilled they are at hiding, it was just plain impossible to conceal such a huge dragon from the people in the castle, so it was quite imaginable what would happen if the king didn't know about it before then. It would have caused quite a panic. Well, I can't really blame you for acting like that. But, you have been with us for a few years now, and I know that in those years, you did your best to behave properly. It was a shame though, that you still continued harboring hate towards us humans. I know that it must have been something quite hard for a young girl like you to experience about that. I understand that I really shouldn't hate humans as a whole, and to me, some of them might even have become an important friend. By no means. Did I consider not being happy about this, placing a rook in a spot, Fauna continues, and so, I also thought about it. How I was looking at all humans as a single group. I have certainly understood that there are some that could sympathize with us and even willing to give us a hand, and there are those who did their best not letting us all beastmen to fall into a much horrible situation. Fauna bowed in thanks to Mondul. King Mondul, I am very grateful to you who has taken care of me until now, and I will never forget this debt of gratitude. After we have re-established ourselves, I assure you that we will definitely be giving our aid at times when crisis would fall upon Galania. The eyes of the two met, and Mondul thought, the one who was now facing him is definitely the figure of royalty bearing the weight of a country. As for me, just being able to meet with such legendary beings is already such a blessing. I would be more than happy if we could establish a relationship like that of what was told in the era of myth. I will be counting on you in the future too. Fauna Dono. Hi, King Mondul. It's a checkmate. What? That is, definitely a relationship that was bridged by fairies indeed. They are such a magnificent race. The butler Mru and the Knight Commander Magenta were moved, witnessing the two establishing a connection after the long time where a rift was created between these races. It was also a fact that among their entire race, Fauna shouldered most of the hate and rejection that anyone else could have. This Arena flew before the two people who were watching the interaction of their lieges. And what Arena handed them was another game board. Play, everyone together? Receiving such a proposal from Arena, the two couldn't help but show an awkward smile. Yug, so, what is the meaning of all this? Fauna Dono. One round, just one more round. Don't want to. How many times have it already been, King Mondel? Please give it up already. After being called by Belmore-san, we arrived at the room where two pairs who were competing on games since a while ago were playing. There I found Mondel-san, who was trying to convince Fauna-chan for another match, and Fauna-chan, who seems to have already been playing for a while and was tired of it. The other pair was a sheep butler and the Knight Commander, and they were staring intently at the board while having a serious expression. Arena was also watching their game with a serious face. Oh, that certainly is a hard to determine match. Yoho, Fauna Adel, Adel. Wow. Noticing me, she bloomed into a smile and jumped towards me. Catching her, I gave her a full body swing, and then she buried her face on my chest. Her tail was wagging in frenzy. It makes me want to morph you it. Well, unlike when we first met, you have really changed a lot. About that, I have changed. Hi, I understand. Though I was hugging her, her tail was brushing off my hands and was a bit ticklish. While in that state, I moved closely to Mondel-san and seated myself. He only greeted me with a bitter smile. Seriously, here I was thinking of what kind of emergency has happened, but to think that you were just playing with a little girl and left your work behind. So that's why Belmore-san was on the verge of tears. Well, about that. Sorry about that, Belmore Dono. I am sorry for driving you to the verge of tears because I left my work behind. You will definitely be a splendid noble wife. As I was looking at the apologetic king trying to make peace, somebody hugged me from behind. I understood immediately who it was. I looked behind to see Arena's smiling face. Adel I'm here to see how you are doing, Arena. Were you able to have fun with Fauna? I had a lot of fun, The two reacted to who were smiling at each other, showing excessive affection. They probably finished their game. The sheep butler and Magenta-san also came over. Sorry about that. I didn't expect that to be such an intense game and got too absorbed into it. Indeed so. Are you the one who was called Adel? I am Ryu, Fauna-sama's butler. Pleased to meet you. This would be the first time for us to meet, and thank you for taking care of Fauna-sama. After saying that, he performed an elegant bow. This was probably the person who fled with her. So the name of the sheep butler was Maru-san. If it was in my previous life, he would definitely be a person from a comedy show. Don't worry about it. We are also glad to friends with the cute and adorable Fauna-chan Moadel. After everyone calmed down and sat for tea, Mondel-san finally started the real discussion. It's about the re-establishment. I have finished preparing the civil servants. Most of the beastmen we have managed to collect are also ready for the move. And that is why I want to discuss to Fauna Dono about the succession of royal inheritance. Although the kingdom of Ladaria was also of royalty, it is needed for the chieftains of different races to vote on whom to appoint as their king. And if even one of chieftains doesn't vote, then they won't be able to ascend as king. It is a very strict rule, and the succession condition required a great amount of effort in order for everyone to acknowledge the ruler, making sure that the enthroned would have the capacity and charisma to rule over all the various races of beastmen. The previous chieftain chosen as king was Fauna's father, but because of being demonized, he became the target of the heroes and was destroyed along with your kingdom. And right now, not all of the representatives of the races will be present. That would have to wait until other beastmen from other countries are procured. Right now, it is up to Fauna Dono to decide if she will inherit this will and move on with it. Well, let's put that aside for now. To Adel's answer, Fauna stared at her with an astonished look. Adel, unannounced, stepped in the conversation without caring about anyone's reaction. Well, the country called Ladaria doesn't exist anymore at this moment. I don't think it would be necessary to stick to old traditions if we are actually building a new country, although It is indeed something that Fauna's country adapted. Right now, won't it be more important for Fauna to gather the people under her? Wah! Grabbing Fauna, Adel insisted such declaration. She then encourages Fauna more. Though it is still too early to decide about that now. Won't Fauna only need to discuss this with everyone? It will depend on what everyone would think about if they want Fauna to be their ruler or not. Well, I don't really know what will happen after that though. Adel then faced Fauna once more and told her, "Come on now, say it." Fauna then faced Mondel and said with courage, "Ito. I will take the role." That was what she decided to do for now. All the difficult stuff will be decided later. It would be much better to think about how to prepare the foundations first, and there will be plenty of time to think about other things later. Well, if that's what you think would be good, then I won't say a word. Let us do our best. I will be going now. What will Adeldono be doing after this? You may stay here if you want to. Thanks, but I have to go back at the inn where Lavale would be waiting. Is it fine for Arena to come again tomorrow? Well, I plan to do some kind of propaganda though. Will you be leaving soon? But we will still be staying here in a few days, so don't make such a sad face. Fauna. Will you be playing with Arena again tomorrow? After saying our goodbyes to everyone, we returned to the inn. Near the entrance of the inn, we found Lavale already having a blast partying with all the adventurers present, and I thought this will be a long night again. I would also like to go to bed early, you know. Agra-san, don't you think it would be bad for adventurers to end up dead drunk after all this partying? Lavale, I don't mind as long as they pay for everything I am selling to them. Agra-san, is that so? Then let me also have a feast. Let's enjoy this to the fullest! Lavale, opening parenthesis. This, I have to pay all of this again later. Closing parenthesis. Chapter 67. Chapter 67. Lavale's Great Adventure at the Madukos Forest. Tieluki. That day, at the capital's Adventurers Guild, everyone got surprised by the arrival of a certain woman. As I have been telling you, I want to do subjugation requests now, but you see, to do that, first you have to take the rank promotion exam. A member of Fairy's banquet, Lavale, was there. After they separated for their personal goals, she asked several people, and now she was inside the Adventurers Guild. Her goal was to play around while doing subjugation requests in the forest close to the capital. However, the guild receptionist who learned her rank was persistently stopping her. After all, Lavale's current rank is only F, which is the lowest one. In that situation she wouldn't even listen to other people, thinking they only joke about her entering the battle tournament. The adventurers around who at least witnessed her fight understood that she should be at least around SS rank, at least higher than Vandalba. However, even if Lavale would actually do something as troublesome as a rank-up examination, the most she could reach would be around D rank. She didn't really want to break the rules, but she needs achievements in order to increase her rank. That's why I'm telling you to just let me do so. I want to subjugate monsters in the forests. Please, please at least see the guild master first. I'm begging you. The woman holding on to Lavale since a while ago was actually a beastman. A pretty woman with fluffy bare ears and tail. She was also a little too passionate about her job. Marble-san. What's with the ruckus? Guildmaster, I need your help here. Mew. Although I'm the master here, that's not my responsibility. I won't do such stupid things as giving exams. How about we settle this in some other way? The guildmaster was an old man. He moved his sight to the one arguing while showing a pleasant face after he answered, but he stiffened when he saw that the person arguing was Lavale. Aren't you Lavale-san? I was also there watching the tournament and I have seen your matches. You sure displayed such immeasurable strength. So, what's your current rank? Guildmaster, this person that you are referring to as a strong individual is an F rank. That doesn't matter. Today, I want to hunt monsters in order to increase rank, but she won't let me do so, not unless I'm D ranked. But other adventurers won't be convinced with just that. Even if they say she was strong. What you are suggesting is not bad, but there are a lot of people who know about her. She didn't want to back out from what she insisted on. If it wasn't Lavale, then they would indeed need a certain amount of good records to get promoted, and Marble thinks that other adventurers would look down on her if she did the rank up without any achievements for the guild. Because of that their opinions clashed. After thinking for a bit, the guild master took over Marble and informed Lavale of the conditions. Let's do it this way. Please hunt groups of Babel spiders of around level 50-60 today for the whole day. If you can do so, then your rank will be raised to SS rank. It's also easy to find and hunt them. Also, I know that you have been awarded a ring-shaped item box for the second place, but you don't have a problem using that, right? Lavale was thinking if there's a catch with this special subjugation that could lead to promotion. However, the surrounding adventurers reacted with Guildmaster again. And they were also certain that others won't be bothered with that. But everyone understood just how hard that quest is. Even Vandalba, who they hailed as the strongest, couldn't achieve such a feat. That would be fine, I guess? Lavale asked to confirm the request, and the guild master only replied with a grin. Lavale left the guild after verifying everything. Marble was left behind with a pale blue face. She did her best trying to settle the argument and even asked the guild master to help, but she didn't expect him to offer such a quest. Ah, right. Marble-san. Next month, you will be relocated, so prepare to pack up. With that, Marble's face that was dyed blue turned completely white. Madalkoz Forest, an area covered with trees reaching 100 meters in height, and is housing many demons, not to mention the rate of encounter would increase as you go deeper. It was a good hunting spot for adventurers, as there were many materials to hunt for that are used for production and directly sent to the kingdom. Even at this time, that place was filled with adventurers, and everywhere she went she would hear people shouting or monsters screaming. Now then, I was supposed to hunt Babel spiders. Where could they be hiding? Thinking like that, she was heading straight towards the deep areas of the forest. Holding her halberd with one hand, she smashed monsters encountered along the way and stored the remains directly into the item box. It was already reaching an unreasonable amount, if seen from a normal adventurer's point of view. What she encountered so far were big mantis, grave lizard, berserk ant, rockhawk and many others. All of those beasts were not strong enough to even satisfy Lavale. Her level also won't go up fighting such weak creatures, so she just sliced off their neck or crushed their heads before storing in the item box. As she went deeper, the presences of adventurers around her started to diminish, and the environment of the forest area changed. The foliage of trees thickened, blocking all of the sunlight, making the place look almost like nighttime. Here and the fire light up the place. When her fire magic brightened the place, they appeared. Wow! They were twice as big a regular human, roaming around cobwebs wide enough to connect every tree in the area as far as the eyes can see. There were also a huge number of them dangling from the cobwebs, drooling. Their figures were white as the clouds and they had big, strong-looking jaws. Fun, I see. I finally found my prey to devour. There's just around hundreds of them though. Well, this would be a good exercise. In this condition Lavale didn't have room to escape. Taking a stance with her halberd, she waited for more of them to surround her. After a certain number of them were surrounding her, she jumped into the flock. Aura! The first victim received her attack and was split in two horizontally. The next victim was split in two vertically. From every angle and every point, they got split, sliced and stabbed to death, one after another, and Lanevale stored every one of them that died in the item box. If she let the corpses are left behind, then they would only turn into a mountain, crushing materials from below it. That's why she chose to leave behind corpses as little as possible. Hora! Come little ones. Rush over here, more. Lavale was at the peak of tension, maybe because she was limiting herself in human form, only using a normal weapon. She greatly enjoyed splattering her opponents with limited means of attack, and the number of opponents was starting to dwindle down very fast. The Babel spiders, despite their wild nature, understood by seeing the scene and slowly tried to escape. But Lavale didn't give them the time to do so. Next, a volley of attacks came towards Lavale. Squash-wah! The next attack was made of stings of webs flying down from the skies and hitting her. The spider threads entangled Lavale, limiting her movements. Looking around, she she saw other spiders pointing their abdomen towards her. It seems like their aim was to cover Lavale in high amount of spider threads to completely seal her movements. Lavale stared at the group aiming for her, then ... She laughed. Kya-ha-ha-ha. The halberd turned bright red. A high temperature was released from the halberd, but only the spider threads were melted because the clothes were heat resistant. The Babel spiders continued firing threads one after another, but nothing could reach her due to the very heat surrounding her. Everything coming towards her started to melt when they reached the area where she stood. When the temperature reached a really high point, the appearance of Lavale started to distort ... and then she disappeared. Sink. In a moment, 10 spiders were burned, dead without knowing what happened. It was an attack almost invisible that burned away multitudes of Babel spiders in a moment. Several dozens more died as she continued her assault. In the face of such an attack, they kept burning and dying, unable to even escape the indiscriminate onslaught. In just a few minutes, the hundreds of demons that surrounded her vanished and were sucked into her item box. The remaining Babel spiders who were further away and witnessed such devastation could do nothing but flee, thinking that if they were at a higher altitude their chance of escape would increase since she can't climb high up. But, trying to escape now, aren't you, little spiders? In the blink of an eye, Lavale appeared above them. They tried their best intimidating her, but it was useless. They already knew what was in store for them, and resistance was futile. Since none of their attacks or threads would have any effect, no other option was left for them. Sorry Tilda, I don't really remember how much I killed, but I can't let you all escape, so it will be over ... Just when she was about to finish off the remaining ones, she detected the strongest threat. Turning to where it came from, she could see a single gigantic monster mowing down trees as it approaches her. Tilda. Finally, a being that would closely match my power and physical strength has appeared. Tilda. Turning around while showing a delighted grin, she saw a spider about 20 times the size of a Babel spider. If Adel was there, she would be so extremely disgusted seeing it that she would definitely run away, unable to stand the sight of such a huge disgusting monster. Nameless opening parenthesis 857 closing parenthesis LV 1355 Inherent race Queen Babel spider opening parenthesis ancient race closing parenthesis HP 61002 61002 MP 8463 8463 AC 23 489 DF 54504 Make 42110 MDF 27810 INT 60 SPD 1600 Inherent skill strong thread, deadly poison, regeneration skills size difference correction, A+. Although not understanding the Queen's strength, Lavale knew that it was close to her level of power. However, due to the difference in size, all her attacks were immediately regenerated. It didn't do much even though she kept attacking continuously. What impressive regeneration, not to mention that deadly poison. The fluids that the Queen has been splattering around were highly toxic venom, and the trees that were hit immediately rotted and fell down. There's also no point in continuing her attacks because the wounds closed right away. This is extremely dangerous for humans, and if they end up poisoned, they'll die on the spot. From that point on, Lavale returned to her original form. The eye level of Lavale was now in the same point as the Queen. If I am in this form, then it wouldn't be a fight. Disappear before my sight. Whoosh! In a single moment, a laser-like breath was sent to the Queen's face, burning her head, mandibles and all. In an angle aiming upwards, the breath passed through the head and kept going straight towards the sky. There wasn't even a trace of what was hit by the breath. The area around the wiped-out head became charcoal in an instant. There wasn't even a trace of fire burning. Lavale then returned to her human form and stood in front of the headless corpse. I see, so when it loses its head, it dies. The basics of all living being applies to this one too. Now what to do with this? I guess I'll just have to bring it back with me. I guess it should be good enough. After storing the corpse in the item box, Lavale decided to return while hunting any demon she encountered. Showing proof of defeating that should probably be good enough. Swoosh. NN. What is it? Lavale-san. You sure returned early? Everyone turned their eyes to Lavale, who returned only after 2 hours have passed. However, she ignored all that and went straight for the reception, where he found the guildmaster. I didn't how much, but there were hundreds of them, and there was also a big boss included at the end. So, is there a place where I could take out all of them? A big one, is it? If that's the case, then let's go to the big warehouse. You also need to take out a lot after all. That time the guild master was still in doubt, but he did believe that she probably defeated several dozens of them, so they headed straight for the big warehouse. There will probably be a lot of other monsters included. Behind them, the free adventurers also followed out of curiosity. Everyone was eager to know what outcome would be shown by the woman who claimed one of the top positions in the tournament. The warehouse they were headed to was a large building behind the guild. It was big and wide that even if Lavale was in her dragon form, 3 of her would fit in. Okay, so can you take one by one of them here? I'll do so. Lavale took out Babel spiders one by one as instructed, first reaching 10, then 20. Then as it went on, the adventurers were unconsciously letting out voices in shock. Hey. How long before this will end? When the number reached over 100, all the voices turned from shock to admiration. Even the guild master was stunned. After taking out a total of more than 400 Babel spiders, it finally ended. Is she really a human? Everyone couldn't help but doubt. How could anyone even imagine that someone who can subjugate an amount like this in merely 2 hours exists? Well. Is this all of it? Oh, I still have the big one and some others, but is it fine to dispose of it here? After taking out everything, the guild master was again stunned. In all his life, even during his life, he has never encountered such a gigantic creature in that forest. However, even he was curious about what that creature was, and would really like to know how much the materials harvested from it would cost. Well, I think you will need to wait for a few days for the evaluation of all these materials. Are you fine with that? I'll leave all the dismantling and handling in your care. After all that, we'll talk about the money. I will take care of that. Then that will be all for now. Seeing the guild master leave and returning to the guild, Lavale shifted her focus to the adventurers that were gathered. Everyone's gaze was nailed at her, was in awe. Oh, master, is it fine if I invite everyone for a drink? Is that so? At the inn we're staying we'll go. And 3 days later, there were a series of adventurers visiting Agra's inn in large numbers, and for the adventurers guild and the merchants, they were hit with a few days of economic war that made the short time feel like they were trudging in hell. Owner, I've brought customers. Please treat everyone with a good meal and drinks. Thank you very much. And San. Oh well. Chapter 68. Chapter 68. Arena's charity works. TL. Yuki. A few days more before they will leave towards the new frontier, Arena demanded something from Adel, who made a lot of things for her that night. During that time Lavale lent her the ring to store everything they've made, and then she went to the center of the capital with a really happy smile. Seeing her smiling face, the two couldn't help but feel mushy about it. Yahoo! The place Arena went to was the Merchants Guild. Her purpose was, of course, to register. Warm affectionate eyes were all focused on that lovely and adorable cute girl that just entered the guild. Even the person handling reception couldn't help but speak to her gently. Hello, the cute Oju-chan. What might you need of our patronage? Want to register? Well, what kind of business would you like to start? Selling stuff. He looked at the people in the surroundings to assess the situation. Is there someone who was trying to push this girl into doing some? But noticing everyone's gaze, he couldn't help but show a wry smile and then explained the rules of the guild. Well then, as a beginner merchant, if your sales don't amount to much and won't reach a certain threshold, then your registration will be taken and you won't be able to register again for a year. Are you okay with that? No problem. Because of her adorable smile, the receptionist was forced to agree with it and proceed with the registration. Thinking with kindness as an adult, the receptionist thought that she might only want to play around and will be done with it once a certain period has passed. Thank you very much. Arena, who was given her F-rank guild card without any troubles, and after smiling delightedly towards everyone, left like the wind. All that were present there also had gentle smiles. In an area at the city square, there was a pile of boards and pieces of something piled up beside a girl. She was seated at a desk with one chair in front of her and one large signboard placed on the side of the desk. There were also 10 long desks with chairs placed opposite to each other. Preparations were done. "Welcome everyone," Arena shouted to attract everyone's attention. The people who were passing by were at first curious about and were just watching. But their eyes changed when they read what was on the signboard. It was Adel who thought about the contents, and Arena the one who made the signboard. "If you win against this girl with any of the games presented, you will earn 10 gold coins, and if you lose you have to buy a game worth 1 silver coin." Game contents and rules were also written on the board. 10 gold coins would be 1,000,000 yen. And when you lose, it was only a silver coin. An uncle who was observing the rules stood in front of the girl after reading for a few minutes. "Chu-chan, is the prize of 10 gold coins true?" "Hi." Arena then took out 10 gold coins and placed on the desk and smiled. Seeing the real prize also made the uncle smile. "If that is so, then let me play this game called Jenga." A commotion started from those who were watching. Most of the games were something that would need strategies and a lot of brain power. But Jenga was determined by luck, is what the uncle thought, and decided to go for that game. The uncle isn't a fool. Maybe. However, Arena showed only an even more delighted smile. Come, och, I'll definitely win those 10 gold coins." Match start. 10 minutes later. TL, SpongeBob time card. I lost! Exclamation mark. The Jenga fell on the desk. It scattered, even reaching under the desk. Cheers then spread out in the crowd, and the loser uncle had no choice but to pick up the Jenga. Then after paying 1 silver coin he left, bringing the Jenga game home. And at that time, Chu-chan ... I will not lose next time, you know. It was a perfect line declared by a person who would be a loser forever. After selling one piece, Arena was all smiles. The tension of the crowd also rose. "Welcome everyone." After a few minutes, a housewife sat in front of the girl and placed 1 silver coin on the desk. It was a young wife, probably aged around 20 years old. Her charm point would be her yellow coach scarf wrapped around her neck. "Chu-chan, I'll be challenging you with Othello." "Your game start." 30 seconds later. I can't win! Exclamation mark. It was finished in a few moments. The board, which was now dyed white after just a little bit of time, and then the housewife, whose face was also dyed white, saying "me year-long secret savings." Silently stood up, then went home bringing the Othello board game in her hand. And about Arena, she was still full of smiles. It shows that she was definitely having a blast. Welcome. After an hour, many challengers came to duel Arena, but all of them lost, and the pile of silver coins placed beside her continued to grow bigger. What's more, hey, I think these were placed here for us to play. Shall we practice a bit before challenging her? There were tables placed to play the game with other people, so most of the challengers took a seat one after another, thinking that they could definitely win the next time. And the challengers who thought like that, went to challenge again, only to be utterly defeated. It became a fun place for everyone, and there were even some who played seriously against someone else. As the challenges continued, more and more silver coins piled up. Arena's smile was also beaming brighter and brighter. The shop that Arena thought of was showing great results, and the profits were steadily growing. The number of challengers increased, so Arena added more tables and different game boards. And before they knew it, the whole square was filled with people playing. And Arena, who was challenged by games like Go, Shogi, and chess, was happy, enjoying the various strategies used by many different people. Famous characters appeared. It was Adel and Lavale. They were a bit worried about how Arena was doing, so they came to see it as challenges. With the arrival of those who won against the heroes, the crowd was even more hyped. Blazing Wind and Beach of Blooming Ice have come. It is definitely going to be a good match. The crowd swarming Arena split, and the two passed through while showing a wry smile. And Arena, who welcomed the two, showed her best smile of the day. "Welcome, Adel, Lavale, Arena. Today we have prepared with everything we've got. This time we will definitely win. Prepare yourself." The two were declaring their win even before the game started. "Come, What game will the two of you pick? It will be Twister Game on. You are exclamation mark. 30 minutes later. The audiences were all concentrating heavily as the match went on. They couldn't even spare a blink so they won't miss any movement of the three. At the center of the game area, the three were innocently having a heated match. Fu.tuck.nn. Q.tuck.anshim. Nzo, right foot, red. Yes, it was an intense battle of the three beautiful girls desperately squirming around, raising weird noises as they rubbed their bodies onto each other. The men were all having bulging eyes while using their hands to cover the nose, and the women were all flushed as they stared at the heated battle. Any more than this. Body, break opening parenthesis, a price will be paid closing parenthesis. Hurry. Ah, you idiot, Lavale. Don't fall over. Jaya. At the sound of the two falling on the floor, a sound as if it was not from two people, the two flopped on the ground. The match has been decided. Winner Arena. Even the person who defeated the hero couldn't be a match. Strong, so strong. In the midst of the commotion, another two people came, plastered on her. One of those two is the face of a winner in love. Jasper was standing behind her showing a wry smile. It seems like he was accompanying her. The audience who didn't understand their relationship only cheered for Arena, and then Lavale and Adel stood up as if nothing happened at all. That it was close, but we'll give you the win this time, Arena. But don't forget, we will come back again for the challenge. Make sure to clean your neck at that time. After declaring such, and showing a wry smile, placed 2 silver coins and left with 2 Twister games. Because they are from the same party, those two will definitely challenge her again some other time. Thank you very much! Exclamation mark. This time, the voice of the smiling Arena echoed throughout the square. After that, many more strange people challenged Arena. Like a girl of around 8 years old covered in black overall, an old man with a majestic hair, a couple of adventurers, some intellectual personnel working in the castle, and many more, and of course, Arena won against every one of them. Finally, as the afternoon reached its peak, the strongest assassin, challenger appeared. The last opponent was the leader of the Magic Knights, Varner Linders. He was known throughout the country as the most intelligent man, and was buried in research all year long. Just once, since you have defeated all of my subordinates, I'll take this challenge against Juju-chan. Varner was forcibly pulled out of the library. He was definitely quite annoyed, but he can't show it in front of this innocent-looking girl. After reading the rules of each game from the board, he decided a game that he would definitely win in the shortest amount of time. Okay Juju-chan, it will be Shougyao. And so, the battle of what was known as the match of the best have begun. 5 hours later. The two were still staring at the board without making any noise. Arena's smiling face also disappeared, turning quite serious, as if she was thinking of hundreds, thousands or millions of strategies in her mind. All the audience, even those who were playing, was forced to see the match, and despite not having any movements from both sides, they understood that the two were clashing somewhere that they won't be able to reach. It was close to sunset, and there were already some adventurers lighting up the place. The match was already approaching its end, and it was Varner who was being cornered. It's just one wrong move and everything would collapse. He was already starting to suffer from dizziness, thinking of what to do to escape his dilemma. Opening parenthesis. It's a first time for me to do something so headache-inducing like this. Closing parenthesis. What he admired the most was the flexibility of the game that he chose, along with the far superior thought process of Arena that he underestimated at first. If it was against the king, then he could somehow manage to understand the flow of thoughts and strategies he would use, but the dimension of the difference between him and the person in front of him was way bigger than what he expected. And in the midst of everyone watching the match eagerly, the last move has finally arrived. Juju-chan, before this ends. May I know who you are? Arena. Thank you very much for the wonderful match. And then the audience cheered loudly, applauded in waves. Varner extended his hand towards her, and Arena received it. They shook hands. Next time, I will definitely win, Arena. I want to have a match with Oja-san again. Vana smiled as the match ended, and after taking a shogi board with him, he silently left. The applause continued as an unstoppable wave, until they couldn't see his back anymore. At that moment, a new legend was born, and that legend was called Game Master Arena. The next day, a huge amount of silver coins was donated to orphanages, and Arena received a promotion to C rank in the Merchants Guild, and even some mysterious appreciation letters from the king. At that time, the amount of money that was left with Arena was 1,025 silver coins. Chapter 69. Chapter 69 Words of the Heart. Tieluki. It has already been a week. Today will be the start of the great migration of the beastmen. The area before the royal castle was filled up with beastmen that were gathered from all over the country, and everyone was waiting for a representative to stand on the podium. They have all been told that their country will be rebuilt in a new land, and they all want to know who will be leading it, as they don't have any clue about who is. Who do you think will come? Well, it might a son or a daughter of a tribal chief, though I would have peace of mind to follow if it's someone with the lineage of the White Baron Sophia-sama. And many more expectations like that were going around. Among those that were mentioned, Fauna's name didn't come out, since everyone thought that she is still too young to do something like this. Compared to her older sister, the second princess, everyone thought she would not be good enough, and that's why everyone only mentioned about other tribal chiefs' sons or daughters, or the names of other powerful individuals that have the capabilities to lead them. And then, what was happening behind the scenes? And Fauna, do you want me to speak to them in your stead? You can also just stand next to me, you know? No. I can do this, you know. Sorry, as expected, even I won't know what to say to everyone. The person in question was stuttering and shaking from too much nervousness. Her teeth began to chatter and cold sweat could literally be seen dripping from her. Is it really normal for a beastman to sweat that much? For the time being, everyone from Fairy's banquet gave her a hug to calm her down and let her relax, and with that her tail that was outside their group hug was going wild. Even if she tries hiding her emotions like a cat, it was all meaningless, due to the fact that her tail was waving around as if it was going to detach. And then want to hold hands and come out together? Your master. If you suggest that, I don't think it would really do. Let's raise the tension. No, calm down. Fauna's shivering had finally calmed down when Arena grabbed her hand, though Arena played around for a bit holding her hand and letting go. Was it fun? Why are you all still playing around? Everyone is eagerly waiting, you know. We will be out as soon as possible. The king along with Magenta-san came to call for us. That's right. We can't have everyone keep on waiting for too long. When I looked at Fauna, she made a gulp for a bit. Yosh, it seems like her resolution is now firm. It was finally the moment that all the beastmen present were waiting for. The figures of 4 people were coming up front, but none of them were of the people they were expecting to appear. There was the figure of a little girl in between them, and she was holding hands with 2 of the 3 others. Fauna-sama. It's Fauna-sama. At that moment, everyone felt anxiety as they were discouraged by that. Many of them were also showing dissatisfied expressions. Fauna could feel the disapproval already, and cold sweat again began dripping on her back. Goanok. Feeling the gentle grip on her hand, she looked at the friends who were watching her with gentle smiles. She had to believe that it will be alright. Those in front of her were not her enemies, that's why she needs to believe that it will be alright. And so, the speech of the 8-year-old little girl began. A lot of blood has been spilled. That war, the war between heroes and the Demon King, and was the reason of our country, let areas fall. And then, every one of us was branded as remnants of demons, and was made to be slave as a sign of that stigma. That is the reality of what we are suffering right now. The country became nothing but barren land, and along with our prosperity, our history, and my father, mother and sister, everything was lost. I know that everyone lost something, their friends, lovers and family. Every one of the beastmen listened to her in silence. They remembered the little Fauna who would always hide behind her father. Those words came from that Fauna, a little cowardly girl that they have known, and they couldn't even imagine how much loneliness she has suffered. Some of them recalled the names of people they have lost and covered their faces. Others reminisced in the nostalgia of their comrades that were now gone. But if you ask me who I would blame, then I would blame no one. My father transformed into a demon lord, my sister and other high chiefs were transformed into demons, and we just couldn't let them be like that. They killed a lot of people all over the world, and even we would have been killed any exception. And we all knew that they were strong enough to be considered unstoppable, and we had no choice but to rely on heroes to stop their rampage. That is the reality of the situation. All we could do was to accept the facts, accept the things that happened. But today everyone has to decide. We need to make a choice about moving forward. Her presence was building up, and from her hands, she could feel encouragement coming to her from the three besides her. With a smile, Fauna then changed the topic of discussion. Who I am? I'm sure that everyone knows, right? The crybaby Fauna stuck on her father's waist. Fauna the cowardly Fauna, and there were many more similar nicknames that got stuck to me. But all of those are just a good memory of the past now. If it was the Fauna from before, then when I looked at everybody's eyes, I would actually be frightened and would be on the verge of crying. After talking about her past memories, most of the beastmen reminisced. Some were even turning away and some were showing awkward faces. Seeing everyone's reaction and finding it funny, Fauna unconsciously giggled. Somehow, it still feels like things haven't changed. I was still scared of everyone's gaze, scared of expectations being directed at me. Because I am nothing more but a useless princess, I have no power or abilities that could be called great other than my bloodline. Maybe that won't even change even from this point on. Everyone has always told me that I no talent after all. It was a girl who did nothing but ridicule herself. Yet, the smile on her face didn't fade away. The reason why I can stand like this here today is because I found irreplaceable friends. Another is that these hands are filling me up with the courage to stand in front of everyone. The four of them raised their hands. The faces of every one of them were brightly smiling. Everyone watching was charmed by that sight. And then the atmosphere became much lighter than before. I can't do anything on my own. I'm just a helpless child who couldn't do anything on my own. But still, I will stand up and move on, as long as there's a friend who would give me the courage. And Fauna let go of their hands and moved forward. But as soon as she took a few steps, her body started shivering. But before she fell on her knees, she impatiently stood hugging herself to calm down. All beastmen were watching the events happening before their eyes. Then they remembered, Fauna is nothing but a shy child who couldn't even look straight at people. This new land we are going to live in, the new home that we will build. I will need everyone's help in order to build it. That's why. This is not a compulsory request. I don't want to force anybody to follow. What I can do on my own is only to wish that everyone would create a new future along with me. Although she couldn't stop her hands and body from shaking, Fauna did her best to deliver her message. She tried her best to suppress every fear, and held on to the courage that was given to her. Please, along with me. Lend me your hands for us to create a new future. And one more thing. Let us all be friends. She was now on the verge of collapse. She can't even finish her last words. Just a little more and tears would have spilled from her eyes. Despite that, she endured. She did her best not to cry. Opening parenthesis please. Just a little bit more. Move. Closing parenthesis. Let's do our best. Heim-sama. We will be waiting for you to lead us. We all understand that Fauna-sama is a good princess. I know you can do it. We will always support you. You are just a young child. It's better to depend on us more. You don't have to be ashamed of it. A flood of voices came towards Fauna. Cheers, comforting words, trust, all of them giving warm feelings. And every one of those words flowed into her body. Fauna then watched everyone's faces once more. Everyone was now smiling and they were livelier than before. Fauna, hearing the voice of her trusted friends, she turned her sight behind her. There, the three of them were pointing at their mouths and said a single word, smile. Her body stopped shaking. And then she showed everyone a blooming smile from the bottom of her heart. Please take my hand and follow. We will start our pilgrimage to the new land tomorrow! Tilda, I can't hear anything anymore. Tilda, that was unexpected. What all of the beastmen did in response to Fauna's last words was to cheer loudly, and everyone raised their hands to show their approval. Fauna, who was now kneeling on the floor crying tears of joy, was hugged by Arena. But soon after that, Arena flung her up into the air and she more or less enjoyed it. The soldiers that were supposed to be guarding her were puzzled about what to do. Well, is it really fine? Everything did work out as planned. Well, it should be fine. Master's purpose was to go on a journey, right? Didn't we expect it take a year or two? It's fine, it's fine. Though the problem right now's what to do with those heroes. That's right, as long as the heroes are here, I can't guarantee that our travels will be safe. If that is the case, then I wouldn't mind if I put a bit of effort in saving the world from them for a bit. No matter what trouble they cause or what they do, I won't think about it unless they get involved with me. Well, don't you think this is the best part that life has to offer? I mean, witnessing a country taking form in front of you. Is this really something a 3-year-old should think about? Ah. With all arrangements finished, everyone was now at the capital's gate. The beastmen, children, mothers, and elderly will be riding carriages and the rest will be walking on foot. Because a large amount of monsters will be attracted, it was decided to have the heroes work as guards since they are quite tough and useful. They will be able to make sure the demons lay low. It was a big migration of more than 1,000 people. That's why I decided to use water dolls and other useful spells to serve as night guards and watchers to alert me in case of emergencies. And as for us, we were seated in a big luxurious carriage taking the lead in front of the gate. It should have been a wonderful start. Nini. Lavale, what is it, Master? What do you think is wrong with that white carriage that's approaching the gate and the massive amount of demons following it? I also wonder what that is. What the heck is that? Seriously? After the speech, I guess everyone will be happy if they got under the influence of fairies. King. Chapter 70. Chapter 70. Day 1. I picked up a saint. TL. Yuki. Just when you thought it would be a wonderful start for a journey, you discover a mysterious carriage being followed by a bunch of monsters coming your way. Not to mention that we have just left the gates, so we can't quickly stop the large-scale march. There's no other choice but to eliminate all incoming threats right away. Please help us. There was also a call for help coming from the carriage that was being chased by the monsters. I guess I have to help them too. Turn it to the side. Why? The one who was driving the carriage raised a sad reply when I shouted that, knowing that they might get caught by the demons if they did so, but if they collide with us, it would only make the situation even worse. I won't forgive them if they do that, you know. If you don't want to die, just do it now. You. The carriage was then forcefully stopped and immediately moved sideways. All right. Now time to annihilate all of those things with magic. Flow, mix, get buried. After chanting, water soaked the ground where the demons were heading to, so the moment that they entered the area, they all started sinking into the ground. Recovering the materials would be a pain in the neck to do, so I'll let them stay buried in that place. With this it's all done. I could hear Lavale, who was next to me, sighing and saying he wanted to fight some of them too. Sorry, but I don't want to hold back or show mercy against monsters. The beastmen following behind us who witnessed the scene couldn't help but raise a cheer. It seems like all their lingering feelings of fear and hesitation completely disappeared after witnessing that. Still, I wonder why most of the demons chasing them were orcs. Not to mention that all of them looked like they were too excited, which was different compared to the times when I escorted those merchants. For now, let's find out why all of this happened. Lavale, I'll go and check out that carriage. Will you stay here with Arena to guard it? Arena, I'll leave the driver's seat to you. Leave it to me. Count on me. Yosh. I headed straight to the white carriage and checked the people riding in it. I then spoke to the one seated outside in a friendly manner. It seems like she was surprised when she saw my face inside my hood. Hello there. That sure was quite a dangerous situation you had there. Number. I was saved. You're really strong, Oju-san. Iran. I guess. Why is her response like that of a naive person? I can't really grasp her looks because she is covered by a hood, but she looks more like a young woman. For the time being I'll check her status. I wonder who this person is. Mika Sakurada opening parenthesis 20 closing parenthesis cell V.52 race. Human opening parenthesis awakened closing parenthesis. HP 9599 9599, MP 10, 014/10, 0148 5516 Def 5888 Mat 11207 12330 INT 4200 SPD 7540 Inherent skill Cytomatic recovery, Holy Sword, automatic translation, item box, skills, sword arts, D+, concealment C+, appraisal. Titles, hero, otherworlder, blessed by the goddess, heretic, ... Wow. It's the third person. But this one had something wrong with her titles. Why does she have a heretic title? Wow, that seems nasty, like she did something really bad. But why doesn't she have the sacred armor, which is a medium, in order to use her weapon's characteristics? She won't be able to use her power to its strongest form. That's right. Adel.san, right? That's right. I am indeed called Adel. That person behind you is A.R. About that. For the time being, can we join your group? It's fine. The tension finally started to disperse, and I guess this person is just someone who was trying to fulfill her duty. It's okay, you don't really have to feel down about it. I could also understand her intentions when I told her to change direction at that time. Lavale, I think you should be fine, but be cautious for now. I know that Arena is quite intuitive at times like these, so prepares. A.T. Mode, special Arena-chan time, just in case. Roger. I guess I'll call out to them. I knocked on the carriage door, since it would be troublesome to suddenly stop after it starts moving, and a reply immediately came. Miko-san, did we manage to escape from the demons? I guess so. That crisis has been cleared, eh? You are. Nice to meet you. Miko-san. Kilo Fulbranad Lavale Rad, 15, LV.2 race, human. HP 9494. MP 101/101 ATK 13 Def 14 Mac 22 MTF 21 INT 280 SPD 10 Inherent skill Prophecy, God's Eye, Restraining Charm Curse, Skills, Water Attribute Magic, D. Title, Miko, Saint. Wow, the person inside the carriage was someone whom I didn't really want to encounter. Still, do I have to miss this chance? Well, let's think about it. Should I really ignore this chance to become closer to a cute little girl in the middle of her growth, that has silver hair, sapphire eyes? It's decided. I should definitely become friends with her and will do my best to do so. For the time being, let us introduce ourselves. Hi. Starting again, we had to talk about our names and other things we would like to know about. I have always wanted to listen to a beautiful girl like she, and it seems like my status got exposed somehow. But beside that, Miko-san, why are you trembling? That ... too powerful. It's my first time seeing someone that is extremely powerful. Also a fairy. Are all fairies as strong as you are? Also, I would be happy if you call me by my name instead. Oh, is that so? Then it's fine if I call you Kilo. Oh, and you could think of me as someone who is a little special compared to everyone else. Well, my status is certainly considerably abnormal. The hero was probably acting as her bodyguard, but if they would try to oppose me, they won't even have a chance to win. Well, for the time being, you should calm down and take it easy, since I won't really stand against you. Not unless you did something bad. That's right, Kilo. I heard from the people of Hivel. You came to that place to help the people and heal those wounded from the subjugation? But well, I guess you were more interested in knowing who was the one that actually did the healing, right? That's right. I saw an oracle about something that was happening there. That's why I begged my father to allow me to check it. Oh, and a hero also came along with me. And if I did manage to meet you, I would like to hear about something. I placed my finger on Kilo's lips and then warned her. Kilo, you should know that you can't lie in front of me. A fairy would know if you are lying or not. She turned away and stayed silent. It seems like I somehow escalated things a little too fast. I don't really know what the catch is, but I'm feeling tempted to force her to speak about her secrets. I will still ask about it though. The truth is, we ran away. From La Veilrad? Are you trying to start a rebellion? No, that's not it. Ah, sorry about that. Kilo strongly denied what I said in a loud voice, but then apologized for raising her voice. But well, I caused her get hyped, so I also apologized soon. She was probably enraged because I said something bad about her country. This child probably loves her people a lot. It's fine. I'm also sorry. What I said was probably something too insensitive for me to say. So, what really was your reason for running away? Hey hero. Yep, just as I have expected. It's an overlapping event it seems. Well, it's good that I would be able to take care of two different things at once. And the reason for running away is? The hero wanted to marry me, in order to have the power to control the church. If he marries me, he will technically become the next pope. In other words, because you don't want to be used for political reasons, you ran away? No, it was my father, the current pope, who told me to run away. The hero who is following me was the one who helped me escape. She resisted and did her best to protect me so we could both escape. I see. Is that the reason for her heretic title? Well, maybe because they considered her a traitor who fought against another hero, but if I was the one who is asked, then those villains should have been labeled as heretics. Then, Kilo's tears started falling down her skirt. Idle-san, my real reason for wanting to meet you is because my oracle skill activated right before we were about to escape. What I was shown was the sight of a pink-haired girl healing a lot of wounded people, even those that were supposed to be unrecoverable. And the spell she was using was different from the commonly known spells. That revelation was sent by the goddess. That's why I placed all my hopes on meeting that person. Now you have met me. What do you want to do from now on? You don't know her. Well, even I don't know what I would do if I could, if I saw that scene. The goddess is also not showing any kind of sympathy. Well, it would also be bad if a god offered too much affection. Silence loomed inside the carriage. So I moved to the next question. And one more thing. Do you know anything about that restraining charm opening parenthesis curse closing parenthesis? Why is it included in your inherent skills? I wanted to know about it, how she acquired that skill, and why is it specifically set to attract male monsters? It is aimed to attract one male monster and then it would spread to other male monsters of the same species. It is something like a curse skill that is commonly found in this world. This curse, it is because of the characteristics of the other hero's holy sword. Its power is to grant certain curses to the target he specified. Because he said that if he couldn't be the one I will marry, then I should just get married with a monster or a demon. And then, the country, the people that I protect, they were forcefully taken over. I sat beside Kilo and quietly hugged her. She was shivering as she held onto my arms, crying. I see, so that's another hero I have to crush. If God is supporting them, then I may also consider God as my enemy. For someone to make a woman cry and be this pitiful, something like that is not going to be forgiven. That hero, he might be still chasing after me. Because of the curse, he would be able to track me. That's why, you might also get involved. I'll do something about that. I also sympathize with your situation. After all, though we have just met, I would be glad if you will be able to trust me. You need to believe, even if it is something that is unbelievable. Okay? Sorry. Thank you. Please take care of me. Kilo finally smiled, even while her face was messed up by tears. I will definitely make sure that you could smile and laugh all you want. I have to start planning how to crush that hero soon. Ah, right. Let's do something about that when the next break comes. I can't have them suddenly stop after all. It seems like you don't want to leave my side yet. Hi, I'm sorry. It's fine. Alright, then do you want to play with this one-san? Oh, one-san? Ah. I'm only 3 years old by the way. Well, it doesn't matter since she looks more like a Lily than I do. right? What's with the situation? Kilo was seated in Adel's lap and in front of them was some kind of board game. Is it no good? No then, it's fine because if it's this way then we can play properly. Jiu tilde opening parenthesis she smells really good. Closing parenthesis. Chapter 71. Chapter 71 Day 1. I've absolutely decided not to forgive TL, Yuki. Right now, the Beastmen's march has come to a halt as we took a break on a riverside. Everyone got off the carriages and had lunch near the riverbank. However, the air surrounding two people side by side near the bank was so heavy that even the people close by felt like they were going to choke. I was envious of the two who were nervously trying to start a conversation with each other. After all, even if I tell them with all my heart no, you idiot, they won't probably listen before they settle this. I was playing Othello with Kilo before, but Fauna came when we arrived at the resting spot, saying I wanted to talk to the Miko when she came. I didn't mind it because I know that she won't cause any harm. Kilo also accepted her request. Fauna-sama. Is it fine if I address you that way? Hi. Is it also fine if I call you Kilo-sama? Yes, the Mofu princess of a ruined country that was destroyed because of a Miko's prophecy. And glamorous young Miko who ran away, cursed and still being chased by the hero that cursed her. The common thing about the two of them right now is that they are becoming too dense. Yosh. Let's have them relax for a bit. Yahuwah, Adel. Why is Adel in fairy form? After appearing between the two in fairy form, the tension between the two started to dissipate. Fauna opened her palm putting it forward and I landed on top of it, seating myself. It's the first time for Kilo to see me like this. Oh right, Arena also came. She landed on Kilo's palm when she opened it and set it forward the same way Fauna did. It's time to stir up this atmosphere. You know, I can't stand looking at beautiful girls showing gloomy looks while staring at each other. That's why I want the both of you to smile. Isn't that right, Arena? Are you a fairy-sama too? I don't want formalities. The same with Fauna too. Let's make it be more relaxed. TL, she fumbled. In the presence of fairies, status, power, fame is worthless. Things that happened in the past should be left in the past and move on. Let's make sure that everyone will be free to talk about whatever they to say to each other. And so, is there anything you want to say, Fauna, Kilo? Kilo. Hi. About us. Do you know that we don't despise you? Kilo looked surprised as she stared at Fauna's face. What she saw was a beautiful smile. She was only able to do this because of the courage that she gathered inside her, and because of me, who is sitting on her hand. Indeed, it was because of the prophecy that our country Ladaria was destroyed by the heroes. But it was also because of that prophecy that the damage we have inflicted was only minimal and was quickly suppressed. I was thinking that if it was not immediately prevented, more and more damage have occurred, not only to our people but even to other countries. And that would probably gain more hatred from the humans all over the world. That's why we are not blaming you for our demise. There is no need to do so. Probably not wanting to accept her straightforwardness, Kilo, in a panic, tried to find faults to blame her own for doing the prophecy and deny Fauna's acceptance. But, you know, it was because of me that your brethren have to be enslaved all over the world. We know that it wasn't your fault and that the heroes are to be blamed, right? Also, even though we do hate the heroes, we also don't hate them to the point of wanting to kill them, like that person who is escorting you. If possible, I also want to get along with her. I would be happy enough if we can accept each other, you know? Hearing their conversation, the hero could do nothing but shiver. I guess I could make her talk about it and listen to her side later. What is it that made you greatly admire Kilo? Is it her strength? I am not included in that, right? But still, no matter how much Fauna offered her hand for Kilo to accept, she was rejected. I can't accept it. Because it was because of me. The attack of the heroes was my fault. Because of my prophecy, a demon lord was born in Ladaria and I wasn't able to prevent it. You made a prophecy and a demon lord was born? Now I got it. If the skill is activated and you see the future, then you will definitely be able to know about what will happen in the future. I wonder if a point where a demon lord would be born will be fixed in the timeline in that case. The heroes told me. Miko could make a random prophecy that the goddess showed her, which could thus give birth to a demon lord. When I realized what that meant, I understood that a Miko's position is not someone who predicts the birth of a demon lord, but a trigger that would give birth to one instead. That's why I don't have the qualifications to be friends with anyone. There is probably no one who knew about this. It is a top secret information that only heroes, the Miko, and the people that on their level of authority would know. Kilo is such a nice girl, but she was only used in order to create a breakdown on the foundations of the world for their own benefits. Also, the fact that God didn't even care about it or prevented it is also a painful fact for her. But well, Tilda, is that really the truth? Aren't you just making this up so I won't have the opportunity to forgive you? Because, if what you are telling me is really the truth, then can you show me some proof? That is. Besides, the heroes I know of are different from the current ones. I have read a few history books about their brave tales, so it's not like every one of them was like that. Right? It seems like the current heroes didn't live like the ones from before, but there were some of them in the past who did their best in helping all nations. It sounded like a story based on old Japanese tales. There are also tales about some people who were summoned along with their tanks in the past. If you have been summoned in the right era, then that era would greatly benefit from you too. Besides, Kilo did such things because Kilo believed that it was the right thing to do. I will never forgive those who forced you to do such things, even if they are heroes. Therefore, there is no need for me to believe what you said, since you are only a victim of such things. I really wanted to be your friend. I too. Gyusu. Wanted to. Gyusu? Is it really okay? Of course. I returned to my human form and hugged everyone. Her sapphire-colored eyes were so beautiful, and even the tears that fell from it were like jewels. From now on, I want her to be good friends with Fauna, and because of that, I also have to save Lavalrad and make them have an alliance. Another mission was added to my to-do list. Well, no matter what it is, all I have to do is blow them away. If all of those things are true, then I will even include God on my list of targets I need to crush, and if it's not, then I'll just smash the heroes. It's not that easy. You have to give it up, little girls. That's just the usual reasoning that runs through my mind. I don't care. Really, whoever they are, I don't care. God, heroes? I don't care who they are, and I will definitely make them apologize. I already have a really good reason to do this. My instincts are overacting again. For them to make such cute girls suffer and cry, I will be the justice of love that will bring punishment upon them. First, Kilo, don't worry about it anymore. You don't have to talk about such painful things anymore. Don't hold back. You don't have to cry anymore because I'll take all of your sadness and carry for you. Your reply. Hi, Tilda. Yup, very cute. Next, Fauna. When your country is ready, be sure to help with everything you've got. Got it. Yup, these tears are the best. And finally, Arena. It's party time. Let's part. Why? A loud party music began playing after the flick of a finger. The mood was set up. Everyone, raise yourselves. For all the beast-eared people, listen to my new song. Fairy magic was used to make it possible for all the beast people hear my song. I then created a stage and changed all the children's clothes into a beautiful yukata with fairy magic. NN. What? Where did all that come from? And why are we dancing? What? Did everyone hear the whole story? You don't have to say anything anymore. The dance party lasted until the break ended. Nighttime. I decided call Kilo out. I'll leave Fauna and Arena for the time being. Did you already become so attached to me enough that you feel sad because I'm leaving you behind? I will be with you again in a bit, so please endure it. For now, I went to the carriage where Kilo was riding. Yes, I will be removing Kilo's curse for now. Can you really do that? I can do it. I will definitely be able to do it because we are friends. That's not really a clear answer about how you are able to do it though. Let's see, the image will be, to take something like a black lump from inside her, yes, then make it disappear. Okay, now activate. Oh, an image of the person who did this was shown quite clearly in my mind. Ito, how is it? Adel is so hot. Are you okay? You are. The face of a beautiful girl is right in front of me. Close. Withstand it. For the cute girl that is worried in front of me, endure, endure, endure. Good. The heat has now subsided. It's all right now. See for yourself. Can you check your status? Hi. It really disappeared. That's done. Well then, see you again tomorrow. I received a wonderful hug from behind. It was from a crying girl. I was patting her head to soothe her, as she looked up to me with her crying face. Her tears were shining in the moonlight. If I was a man, I might have ended up devouring her right at that moment. Thank you. Adel-san, you're welcome, Kilo. From now on too. Please take care of me, okay? Hey, good. Mika, who was watching us, felt relieved for Kilo to finally show a happy face. Though she knows that she is strong, she still felt quite helpless. Not wanting to disturb the atmosphere, she tried to leave them behind. Was she thinking of becoming something like a dark knight and tried to disappear in the shadows? Caught you, Iya? I won't let you escape, you know? Wait. Sorry. But you will never escape from a fairy's grasp. It's okay. A hero who would properly answer good questions is a good hero. You fufu scary. If won't answer, I will definitely be killed. Okay, I will talk, so please don't kill me. I won't kill you. At worst, I might only throw you inside an orc's nest. Please spare me. Mika-chan was then forced to talk about many things, forcefully indeed. And another hero falls to Adel smiles. Chapter 72. Chapter 72. Day 1, the second time was really painful. Yuki, it's not like I'm going to eat you or anything, such a rude child. I'm sorry. Wait, I'm the older one here, right? No, it's nothing. The hero, Sakurada Mika, was now sitting in front of me. Looking at her face closely, I could say that she might have been quite popular in her class. Is this a flag for me? I'll take it, Mika-chan. Since I have already told her about what I would like to know, the content of her story will determine how we will act in the future. Everything will be according my mood though. So, there's a couple of things I would like to ask, but are you really okay with this? Well, I don't know if what I know will be helpful though. There's a limit to what I can answer. Still, I hope I can be helpful. Really, you don't have to be so formal with me, you know. I would be glad if you do so since I'm not really that great of a person. Also, is it fine if I call you Mika-chan? I understand. Fairy-san sure is really strong. I said no formalities. Oh well, first question is, there were many things that I asked which she could answer. First was the total number of heroes, which is 34 people. It seems like the whole classroom was transferred during their summoning. It means that, counting out the 2 that I crushed in Galania beside her, there are still 31 more heroes to fight. You see, I'm not alone. There were 5 others who separated from everyone else. Okay, that drops it to 26. By the way, there seems to be a ranking system among them. But what rank is Mika-chan? Sadly, I'm at the bottom of the ranks. I was also thinking that it might have been so. Should I apologize for asking? Next question, what is everyone doing right now? What she answered was that there were 16 heroes dispatched to different nations including Galania, and there were 2 people assigned for each country, with the same purpose as we found out before, and because of that, there are 10 heroes remaining in Haulia. It will be a bit difficult to save that country for now. However, what's dangerous in Haulia is Asahina, who is the leader of the heroes. I think there was a demon that the top 5 heroes couldn't defeat, but Asahina was able to stop it on his own. Have you witnessed that event too? Well, you see, I belong to the reserve guards, so I didn't get involved with the fight. I only heard of it after the fight was over and the Demon King was finally defeated. Also, since everyone else who joined the fight said the same, I believe it to be true. Well, Let's put that aside for now. We will not get more details unless it's someone who actually witnessed the fight after all. Do you know if there's anyone who would be able to know about what exactly happened? Probably everyone who is in Haulia, since all those who know have a higher rank than the rest. Now that's really suspicious. For the time being, I will be cautious of their actions. Yes. Now on to the next topic. I wanted to know about Holy Sword's characteristics, but she didn't really have a clear answer to give. It's not that I don't want to tell you. It's more like I don't really know about it. Asahina-kun did warn us not to speak with anyone about the characteristics of our weapons. The only ones I know at the moment are mine and Gautani, the one that gave a curse to Kilo-chan. It's certainly true that in case someone betrays their group, knowing their power would place them in a disadvantage. Or rather, Gautani is that the person who wanted to take over Lavalrad. Asahina-kun wasn't really interested in taking over Lavalrad. That's why he dispatched me and Gautani to that place. Because of the special circumstances that links the heroes and Lavalrad, at that time they were friendly and easily accepted us. It was because what they wanted the most at that time was peace. I also wanted to protect that peace with everything I've got and support them. But if we asked them back for a favor, it was hard for them to respond. They're conservative but stable, but I don't understand their view. Religion should have been for those who need salvation because there is an actual God in this world, and since they are supposedly messengers of God, they should have welcomed them with open arms. And so, what is with that Gautani? You see. The first time he saw Kilo, that Gautani. It seems like he fell in love with her at first sight. So it's not really about taking over? I did stop him from doing that, you know. But I didn't know that what he wanted was to marry her. He also said that he will do something so Kilo will be free, so I said I'm going to help you with this matter. That's the reason why I assisted in the rebellion and in her escape. But I might have overdone it. As a result, a rebellion occurred and the takeover was successful. After taking over the country, he approached Kilo again, but Kilo refused him. Because of that, he became furious and placed a curse on Kilo using the power of his holy sword. That's what he told me that time. He also said to follow her in her escape, and when we get in a pinch, or surrounded by demons, he will help us, like a wicked setup. I felt disgusted by that. That's why I vowed that no matter how hard the situation will be, I will help her escape with all my might. I don't think the other side will be able to immediately come for us because I did a forced march leading a huge pack of demons before we ran away, but along the way the demons chasing us increased in number the further we got. Oh, I see. By the way, do you know about the prophecy? I don't really know the details about it, but when we were in Haulia, Asahina-kun mentioned about it before. The way he told us about it was also strange. It felt like it would definitely happen. So, since the start of all these, the heroes were already moving suspiciously. Well, I can't find any credibility about what she is saying at the moment, and because of that, my plans won't change much. I understand. That's all about heroes and whatnot for now. Next, I would like to ask you to tell me more about yourself. What? You want to know about me? More like this topic is more important to me than those mind-confusing ones. You did say that you followed Kilo under Gautani's order, but you hated that and you sympathized with Kilo's circumstances, right? That's right. Even if I'm told to believe everything and not deny anything, I just can't stand it. Even if we came from the same class, what he did was just terrible. And even if Kilo-chan did change her feelings, it won't be because she wanted to but because she was forced to be his woman. That's why I don't want to return to that place anymore. I would like to stay with her if possible. Cutting her words off, she looked down with a sad face. I became a heretic. If anyone becomes close to me and accepts my ideals, then they will also receive the same title. That's why heretic, a title given to those who have betrayed a majority. The person accepting and affirming this will also be given the same title. What's this? A bad status. What is that God thinking, to attach something like this to someone? I wonder if I can erase this? You want to do that? I did manage to erase that cursed skill. Let's try it. Why, Yes. First thing to do is return to fairy form. Mika-chan was not surprised since she did witness me transforming this morning. Time to use some serious fairy magic. Tilda. The image is to erase the title. You didn't do anything wrong. It's that person who should have been the heretic. That's what I thought. Yosh, begin. Fujua. My head. It feels like it's going to break. Are you okay? Hey. Fui. Naya. Sorry, I can't afford to answer that you right now. I don't know the cause, but I can feel a strong resistance. The headache is really harsh too, so I can barely manage it. Tilda, overcome it. My instinct. Once I've started on something, I'll make sure to get through it to the end. Soria. A few minutes later, I somehow managed to get over it. I did hear a few strange noises in my head as I continued, but I will deal with it later. Yup. Everything's fine. That was really painful. But I won. I still have a headache though. It's my first time experiencing something this painful. I won. I did it. Are you really alright? Hey? Mika, who was crying, cleaned my nose and eyes as she held me close to her. Did blood really flow out of me? I might have worried her a lot. I don't want a woman to worry about me that much. Okay, time to get up. I'm fine already. For now. Check your status. Also, please tell the people that I will be staying over in that tent and be sure to not disturb me, okay? Well then, see you later. I flew away and headed straight for the tent where Arena was. They were playing chess, but it about to end because Lavale was already being checked while having tearful eyes. Arena. I have a really super painful headache. Ua. Adelhead. Does it hurt? There, was flying painful too. It's already healed? Master, have you finally exceeded the limits in using your fairy magic? Lavale, who was still concentrating on the match, noticed something and said that. Was she able to understand the situation? Well, I will still continue using it though. Maybe I did a bit more than what I could at that moment. I did hear a strange tune as I went on though. But I didn't feel anything strange at all. No number. Why don't you check your status if something changed? What? 3LV.859 Unique Race: Dimension Fairy Awakening Plus HP 11,011 11,011 MP2 506 0820/2 506,082 8TK 8054 Def 7022 Mat KT 4,575,884 MF 74,040,540 INT 7,100 SPD 280,025 Inherent Skills: Fairy Magic, Fairy Eyes, Space Magic, Manifestation Dependency, Conceptual Tolerance. Skills: Singing A+, Sword Arts A+, Humanization S+, 4 Attribute Magic SS+, Adjustment A+, Concealment S+, Demonic Contract. Titles: Dragon Killer, Master of Ancient Dragon, Rebel. Something was added. First, a plus was added to Awakening, and I got a new inherent skill called Conceptual Tolerance. The title Rebel was also added. Conceptual Tolerance. Resistance to mental, status abnormalities, and negative enchantments. Rebel, a title given to those who broke established rules of the world. Conceptual Tolerance is great. Rebel, on the other hand, might also be okay. It didn't mean that I did anything wrong. It's also not something that would instantly turn me into the enemy of the heroes. Master, are you okay? No problems. Well then. Time to go to bed. So, how did it go playing chess against Lavale? Don't ask, Master. 10 consecutive wins. Don't talk about it. Arena. Chapter 73. Chapter 73. Small Steps Forward and Contract with Neighbors. TL, Yuki. 2 weeks have passed since then. We had no problems moving around. There are also no problems between Kilo and the others. And because Kilo's curse was removed, there were no large-scale attacks from demons anymore. The beastmen were quite proficient in combat. Moreover, because most of them live alongside with nature, They were able to sustain themselves by hunting in groups or scavenging and were able to prepare their food quite fast. Because of their high sense of cooperation, there was nobody who would do any kind of selfish actions. Thanks to that, I didn't really need to do anything, not unless somebody got injured and would need my assistance in recovery. Some of them were quite unwilling to be healed, though they were also blushing. They would even complain that they don't really need it. Is it possible to apply this effect into something like this? Also, by compressing magical energy on the bottom of the shoe to create air pressure, won't it also be possible to jump high in the sky? Certainly. But if we made a mistake, it might tear off your leg instead. We would need a much better solution to improve it. The magic consumption would also be relatively difficult to reduce considering how the mechanism would work. Also, we need to think about what it would do when landing, because even a sturdy beastman would be hurt if he falls from high up. Hey, how about adding a reverse of the jump function feature? Won't that make the shoe more multifunctional? It is not that simple to apply. Right now, I am discussing with the Beastman's magic craftsman that produces magic tools. My schedule for a while now has been to play with Arena in the morning, have lunch with everyone at noon, stay alert and watch out for demons in the afternoon, and finishing by talking about magic tools with the craftsman in the evening. Paper was not a problem during our discussions since I can freely create it with no limits. However, we still don't have the tools and equipment to produce magic tools at the moment. Those facilities will be carried over from Galania and would be installed again when the new place is established, so the tools will be available soon. What we currently lack is materials. But it won't be a problem since I am going dive in a dungeon soon in order to procure some magic tools that could only be found inside it. Speaking of what will be needed when I start the preparations. Is there anybody who knows a painter? A dog beastman. Oja-san leaned to the side, probably thinking if he knew anybody like that. But judging from his expression, it didn't seem like he knew anyone. When I was thinking what to do, a young black dog beastman to my side raised his hand saying, "I think I know someone." To answer my inquiry, "Where?" I think he was staying in a tent close to this place. You see, he's a really old man. A person with white rabbit ears. He was called Rubirito-san. Oh, I see. Uzumimi. It's an Uzumimi, Oja-san. That's to be expected too, I guess. Not everyone with bunny ears has be cute, I guess. But still, it would be great if he's a fluffy Oja-san. Oh well. I thanked the black dog Anna-san and went to the Uzumimi grandpa's tent. It seems like the grandpa just finished having dinner, so it's just the right time for me to come over. Oja-san, can I have a bit of your time? NN? Oh, it's Haim-sama's friend. Is there anything this old man can help you with? Yes, Oja-san is a painter, right? Well, I did used to draw before, but since the time that I became a slave, I haven't really used my hand to paint anymore. I don't know if my skills will still be good enough to help you. The old man stared at his hands with a sad look. I could still see the colors of paint that have probably permeated his hands from the many years he has worked. With just that alone, I could understand just how much he liked to paint and his passion for it. I then held that hand gently and told him, "There is something really important that I would like these hands of yours to do. I will definitely give you a great reward, so would you like you try it?" The work content is. When I whispered close to his ears and spoke about the contents, the grandpa looked down for a bit and thought about it. Who? That's really interesting. That's also a good deal. It would also be good to rehabilitate of my rusty hands. But still, it's questionable if I can actually do it on time. Well, I think that it would also serve quite well as a support. But I want it anyway, so I would really appreciate it if you can do as much as you can. I will provide the paper, pen, and paint, and later will be the reward. I will do the best I can to finish it before the time when it will be needed comes. Thank you for giving me this work, Oja-chan. Then the Uzumimi Oja-chan went back inside his tent carrying tools that I've given him. I could see fire burning in his eyes. I'm really looking forward to what he will create. On the next day, I could finally see Havel. It's been a month since then. It was a relatively quick return now that I think about it. Well, this time we won't be going in, instead we will just be passing by it. Hey, Are you not going to drop by to say hello? Fauna-san, you see, I have rather created a really black history in that place and I don't want that to be known by everyone. The nickname I got from them was too cringy and illogical that I feel like crawling inside a hole when I hear it. But we should go. If we don't greet the locals and tell them the circumstances, won't they become confused? That's right, Adel-san. We really have to go there. No, you see, won't it be more appropriate if you go instead? Both Kilo and Miko would also probably be going as part of their work too. I have big plans in terms of rebuilding, so I want to concentrate. Having a shrine maiden, a hero and Fauna-chan go, which are all cute girls, would probably make everyone all go dear. Adel tilde. Oh, what is it, Arena? Wanna tilde to see Yi-chan. Is that so? Fine, let's go then. Yes, I'll go. Sigh, time to go I guess tilde. But before that, I need some spiritual support. I've been too busy lately. I need a supply of Arena power for now. I called over Arena, and then seated her on my lap. I then rest my chin on her shoulder. Perfect. Oh, then I'll take over this side. Fauna. 2 tilde a, och, me too. A. Then Kilo will hug from behind. Is this paradise? I am currently surrounded by cute and beautiful girls on all sides, feeling their fragrance and softness. This is wonderful. It's so wonderful that the power of love is overflowing. So happy. Opening parenthesis, so cute. Closing parenthesis. To Adel, who was sloppily smiling as she was surrounded by everyone, the thoughts of everyone other than Arena are the same. And of course Adel didn't notice it. But all the women who surround her could understand each other's feelings. In most cases, they don't usually show their emotions, and most of them think that her gestures most of the time are weird and stupid, but they do know it is somewhat irresistible. Beside that, her figure when she is fighting or just playing around would certainly attract everyone's attention. Only Arena, who was looking at the spoiled Adel, would think that she is having a blast and enjoys the time together with her. Opening parenthesis, so precious. Closing parenthesis, opening parenthesis, so irresistible. Closing parenthesis, opening parenthesis, so cute. Closing parenthesis, opening parenthesis, I want to take her home. Closing parenthesis. Those were thoughts running inside everyone's head. Also, seeing the interaction of the girls is also the pinnacle of a healing image to the surrounding audience that watched over them. As a matter of fact, just seeing Adel flying around in her fairy form would already be a soothing view for everyone. That is just how the fairy race is seen altogether. Charging complete. Now then everyone, let's go. As for the soldiers, the people of Hivul, they were certainly aware of the movement of beastmen from the royal capital, and the notification was a large group of beastmen will be passing by, and everyone should not concern themselves about it as they pass by. But when the gate watchers witnessed the huge number of beastmen traveling together approaching the city, and they couldn't help but feel tense at the looming presence. Over there? No way. From the group of beastmen, a single carriage headed straight towards them. Do they need something from us? While they were busy thinking about the things to happen, a girl with pink hair popped out of the carriage. There were also several faces that they knew around her, and all of them were extremely beautiful and attractive women. The dumbfounded gatekeeper could only say ... Andal. That was just how astonishing the scene was for them. It's been a while, gatekeeper-san. Sorry for the sudden commotion. Adel couldn't help but show a wry smile to the gatekeeper, who was shocked and dumbstruck that he couldn't even properly reply. Since Kilo and Fauna could also be considered royalties, it just added more pressure to the person in question. After greetings, everyone left the gatekeeper, who couldn't even answer due to the great shock, and they kept on going inside the city. Well then, first we will be visiting the Lord's house. Are you fine staying here by yourself for now? Yeah, we'll wait for everyone to return. Okay, we will come back as soon as possible, but if something pops up, be sure to inform me via sync, okay? Roger, take care. Well, all handed our baggage to Arena and went our way. As expected of Arena, she is just too sweet to everyone, including me, and that's why everyone wants to treasure her so much. Well, there is no purer existence compared to her. and anyone would feel like they are healing if they stay near her. As for me, I would probably die of sadness if Irina disappeared or left me behind. Now then, let us say our greeting immediately and return. Our destination is already within our grasp. It's been a while since then, Viscount. Have you been well? I didn't really want to say anything because I already know that you are with the Princess of Ladaria, but why is the Holy Shrine Maiden and a hero with you too? What in the world happened in just that 1 month after you left? Well, about that, it's a secret you see. Is that so? Then it's fine. I won't ask. Opening parenthesis. Is it really fine if you don't ask? Closing parenthesis. Well, I could also say that everything was fine and all, but it's just that a lot of extra stuff happened along the way. Even I am at a loss as to how I would explain everything, so I just swept all of it under a rug. Oh, when Sigurd saw me, he bowed down and immediately ran away. Double-san was also shocked at the reaction of his son but ignored it. He probably understood something as a man. And also, it seems like Double-san already arranged for someone to be engaged with him soon. That's all, I guess. I didn't expect for heroes to do something like that though. Anyway, I'm just grateful that the king didn't abandon this land. That should be everything that we needed in Havel for now, I guess. I see. So do you plan to leave after this? I think it would be great if you could also pay a visit to Hilt and Drew too. I guess so. Well, I will be building a new country just next door, so I would really be glad to get along with everyone, that is of course. Double-san then turned towards Fauna and bowed down. Princess Fauna, we would also like to offer you our best regards from now on. The beastman slaves that are in my town will also be sent over as soon as the procedures are finished. They have also taken great care of us. No, it is I who would like to offer you our gratitude and would be really glad if we could get along well from now on as neighbors. On our way back, Dabble gave Adel a sheet of paper. It has a royal seal which is proof that it came from the royal capital. The contents were mostly contracts in establishing an adventurers guild and when the place will be established. Take it with you. They are already gathering the staff and the personnel necessary for it to be established and will be sent here soon. At most, it will probably be about a month until they come, so please do establish a place for those people to stay when you start the rebuilding. Got it? Well then, see you again some other time. When we returned to the square, I could see Irina surrounded by merchants and was laughing together with them. It seems like she started something. Everyone seems to be enjoying themselves. Adel, welcome back. We're back. Sorry to keep you waiting. By the way, what are you doing? Playing Shogai with uncles. Just like before, huh? But then Irina quickly tidied up everything and cleared it up, and there were people who disappointedly voiced, can you show us a little more from the onlookers? But her reply was nothing more but an innocent smile while saying nope to everyone. They couldn't help but shrug their shoulders in disappointment. Pad-san was actually included in the group. Yo, Pad-san, long time no see. Dul-san. NN. Indeed, long time no see. No wait, what should I say about this scene? It's quite troubling with everyone staring at me. You are barely able to resist, is it? Well, I guess the pressure from people around right now is really strong, but I would like to ask about his family if they are fine. Well, he is a good person and also the first person we have ever met when we started our journey. I would like for our relations to also stay strong from now on. It was really good that I have encountered you before. It would have been really dangerous if you were not there at that time. Right? That really is true. By the way, are going already? Yeah, I'm looking forward to the stories that I will tell Yi-chan later. Right, Irina. Hi, is that so? Then we will also take our leave. I found the pink-haired angel. Oh no, I was found by someone from the groupies. We immediately climbed the carriage to move out. See you again, Pad-san. Move out. After that, we immediately left the city. It was much earlier than we expected, but it couldn't be helped since more troublesome things would happen if we stayed even a little longer with those people already knowing our whereabouts. We managed to catch up with the marching group before dusk. Now then, there's still about a week of travel before we finally reach our spot. Now then, at last, My original plan is now about to start. Country building, it will definitely be fun. Arena, and more importantly, what's the goddess of white waters? Stop. Don't ask. No. The blooming ice was also cool. Please forget about that too. _ everyone, what about my nickname? What is it like? Violent Blaze Lavale, very alike. Is that supposed to be a compliment? Chapter 74. Chapter 74, Day 25. It is a good day to make a miracle. Tluki Ed Philip. It was the night before the arrival at our destination. The Uze mummy grandpa named Drew Byreth, Ed, Ruby Brito-san in the previous chapter, came into our tent, carrying a bundle of papers. Even though he was also a beastman, his eyes looked like that of a panda, and I could also see paint all over him. Gee, Grandpa, just how many days did you stay up to finish this? I helped support Drew Byreth-san's body and seated him down because his feet started wobbling. Oh oops, you don't have to work to the point of breaking down. You are not young anymore, so I want you to take care of yourself. Sorry. It's been a long time since I felt so much joy. Time passed by so quickly that I didn't notice. But it's also thanks to that. Here. Oh, amazing. This could even stand toe-to-toe with paintings that I saw from my previous life. This is really amazing. The landscape and detail of the surroundings are perfect in every picture. The color and composition are also accurate enough to almost look like a photograph. It is such a splendid painting from my point of view. This is such a splendid artwork. Grandpa, this is definitely great. Oh, next time, can I ask you to draw a portrait of Fauna? I will be decorating the entrance of the castle with it too. I'll be sure to live long enough to be able to draw it at that time. I gave Grandpa 100 gold coins as a reward for his efforts. Though he did try to refuse it at first, saying it was too much, I was able to make him accept. With such a splendid art he created, this amount should be more than legit enough to be expected. I won't accept rejection for the reward. Although reluctant, Grandpa properly received his reward. You didn't really have to force such a large amount of money for an old man like me. It is more than enough that you have me start painting again. I'll probably be saving this as insurance for my grandchild to support their future. You have grandchildren? Next time introduce them, that would be a great. I have a really cute grandchild after all. After that, Byreth-san went away. With this, everything is ready. It was really a surprise to find someone this skillful, and that helped a lot. And finally, Adel arrived at the site. A prairie that looks like it would last forever. At the horizon there is a vast forest, with trees high enough to be noticed from far away. This is their destination, a new starting point. Yup, there is really nothing here that is only natural fluffy stat. Right? Since all the dangerous demons in the surrounding have already been cleaned up by Water Dolls and Nightmaker in advance, there shouldn't be anything that could be considered a threat for now. I then asked Fauna to group up all of the beastmen, forming a donut around us. The idea was to have them spread out as if surrounding the central plaza of Galania. Okay, but what are we going to do after that, Adel? Is there something you want to talk about? Foo-fa-foo. What are planning to do, Master? It is going to be a surprise. When I stood at the center of the circle, I lined up the sheets of paper drawn by Byreth-san which depict the view of all of Light area. The rest will be up to me. Arena, S.A.T mode high. Yo, I'm ready, Adel. What will I do? I want you to be my backup. I might overload during what I will do, so I want Arena to support me in decreasing the load. For now, place your hand on my shoulders. When Arena placed her hands on my shoulders, I activated synchronization to give her an overview of what is to be done. You are about to do something ridiculous again, Adel. But I guess I also want to do this too. I like the Arena supporting me like this all year round, you know? I know. Two people were smiling at each other. There is no need to be nervous. It is already a surprise for Miku and Kilo to see Arena growing up like this, but the thing coming up would surpass it by far. They might be surprised to the point of gawking with their jaw almost falling off. And then I expanded fairy magic to everyone and let them hear my voice. From this point onward, I want everyone to remember their life at Ladaria, what everyone should know, like a park where children would play with their friends, a bar where people enjoy drinks and have a happy time with their friends. Anything and everything from the daily shops everyone visited and all the places that everyone should know. Adel then activated fairy magic. The image was to combine the thoughts of all the beastmen, along with the images from the pictures surrounding her, and so, one after another, all of Ladaria's sights flows into Adel's head. From the rustling of trees, to the lively voices of the people and the smiles on everyone living their daily lives, as everything flowed into Adel's mind, she couldn't help but shed tears. It was certainly a wonderful country, a really wonderful country. The activated fairy magic picked up one picture after another, as thoughts that flowed into Adel combined with the images. Each time an image is selected, the picture emits light that continues to increase its brilliance. When the last piece of painting glows, she lifted all of them up. She carried it as if she was holding a child. Now, all these pictures are filled with thoughts and feelings of everyone. Every single memory of everyone is also within. I was able to see and feel it without any thought of exhaustion. I can definitely say, Ladaria is such a wonderful country. Cheers rose from the crowd. They are all filled with feelings of honor, knowing that their country was being praised. Because of that, I want to give shape to these feelings. I want to make Fauna's dreams a reality, along with everyone's dreams together. I definitely want to make it happen. That's why Adel became a fairy. Those who were close to the center were holding their breath as they witnessed the scene, because what was happening in front of them was really absurd. Everyone was too stunned to even make a sound. Adel soared carrying all the pictures, and as she flew around, she dropped pictures into the ground. The beastman's dream, their feelings, their memories. Her fairy magic, manifesting. From the first piece of paper, what came out was a gate. Hey, the Great Gate of Ladaria. The second piece was dropped to the place where the center of the city would be found and disappeared. Then it became the shopping square. Hey, look, my house is over there. Pictures kept disappearing one after another, and every time that happened, a scenery of Ladaria was recreated. The beastmen were thinking that they were in a dream, that a fairy is showing them a dream based on their feelings. However, Adel had no intention of ending that dream. Opening parenthesis conceptual resistance, to think that it would even lessen the burden of my skills, but that is also something to be happy about. And that really worked well. It seems like my existence has been almost completely removed from the reasoning of this world. Closing parenthesis. What Adel was more concerned about before was the burden of fairy magic above everything else. The more it is used, especially on a large scale such as this, the greater the fever and headache she would have to suffer, to the point of losing her consciousness. It was really a good thing that the burden was greatly relieved by acquiring conceptual resistance. With this, Adel was able to use fairy magic with almost no burden, as if she was in the same state as the transformed Arena. Even so, the burden due to the absurd use of fairy magic could not be completely removed. The intensity of her headache was also starting to grow exponentially as she kept going. But such things can be endured through sheer will and belief. That's why Adel continued dropping the paintings. The cityscapes didn't go away no matter how much time passed. And more than that, it only continued to multiply as time went on. And finally, the last piece symbolizing Ladaria itself, the castle. My home. Fauna covered her mouth, as tears flooded her eyes. It was the place that she already gave up returning to. Other beastmen were also shedding tears, because right now, the town where everyone dreamed to return to for many years is right before their eyes. Completed, perfected. Adel, who finished creating everything, fell from the sky. She was already unconscious, and Arena caught her gently, then wrapped her in her arms. Using fairy magic, she triggered her humanization skill. Then she gently brushed her friend's cheek that was sleeping in her embrace. Seriously, Adel, I'm really proud and happy for my best friend. From that the country that once disappeared, has finally returned. At the same time, that event will forever be remembered in history. The new kingdom of Ladaria was known that day as the Sleeping Utopia and the Miracle of Fairies. _ Adel was really far out of the norm. Mika, I received a new revelation. They are asking for my help. Come on, We must hurry. Time is running out. Hey, wait, Kilo tilde. Chapter 75. Chapter 75, Day 26. A line that shouldn't be crossed. TL, Yuki. It felt like I was sleeping in a fluffy fragrant futon. That is the pleasant feeling I had as I woke up. Ah. Where am I? Oh Adel, you finally woke up. It's just the right time. You've slept for a whole day, you know, Master. For me to be greeted by two beautiful ladies upon waking up. What an amazing way to awaken. Well, for the time being, I need to get up. I then began looking around the room. So big, it's as big as a room in the castle of Galania. I'm in a king-sized bed besides an ochre wall. The furniture in the area are also gorgeous. These were all made by me and Irina. Is this inside the castle? That's right. Ah, here NN, the communicator. Why is it here? I contacted Testania-san on your behalf. I wouldn't have been able to if it was far from the cave. But we are close to the neighborhood right now. She told me that she will be scolding Adel again. Hi, I'm so using fairy magic on the level that I've actually lost consciousness. It will probably take me a while to recover. It was to the point that even Irina would have gotten angry at me. She returned. Adel tilde good night. Ed, I missed Irina. Thanks Irina. Take a good rest. We can leave Irina here to rest for now. Also, Fauna told me to accompany you to meet her when you wake up. Hoi. Now then, maybe I should also ask for some food while I'm at it. Oops. I have just completed one of the biggest tasks I could have ever imagined in my life. It couldn't be helped that I ended up famished. This place is so wide. The hallway is also really long. Fauna says that the country seems to be much bigger than before, you know? Well, what I made was only based on assumptions and rough estimates after all. Looking outside, I could hear loud noises coming from the city. The current city view is much more amazing in comparison to what the picture depicted. As expected, it seems like Ruby Brito-san had to work on finer details again. Lavale led me to the throne room. This place was also really wide. The ceiling was also really high, so high that it looked similar to the ceiling of a cathedral. On the throne, Fauna was seated and people were surrounding her. It seems like they were discussing something. But right when she noticed me, Fauna immediately jumped from the throne and, Adel. Everybody sure likes to jump straight at me. Should I join too, Master? Well, I wouldn't really decline it. Fauna smiled cutely as she rubbed her head happily on my chest. To be able to create such a miracle. You have become the personification of hope for our country. I'll be expecting you to be a good ruler for this country. What is the situation of the city? Everyone went home to verify things and came here to report. They were all surprised. Not only houses, everything else, including the furniture, was also reproduced. That is the result of everyone's cooperation. More than that, is there anything for me to eat? Oh my, Adel-sama. There is a cafeteria nearby, so why don't we head there to eat? Ooh. Nice proposal. The Maru-san. Let's head there immediately. As we were led by Maru-san, Fauna came alone and she was holding hands with me. Because she is really happy holding my hand, I will not bother her. I wonder if she will let me nip on her ear. Now that I think about it, where are Kilo and Mika? Kilo went to the city saying that she had something to do. Mika also followed her along. Things to do? I wonder what that would be. I don't remember any priest-taught church being established here. Wait, she is a religious symbol. When we arrived at the cafeteria, there were only a few people present. They were lightly dressed as soldiers, and they seemed to be focused on their meals. I then talked to the auntie running the cafeteria. Excuse me, food creation goddess Sama. Hi. Thank you for gracing us with your presence. Please take your seat and wait for a bit. Nope, no. Number. Why did I end up being strangely addressed like that? Oi, Lavale-san, why are you laughing at me this time? Look over there. Fauna, can you explain this to me? Why are profusely sweating? I am just a fairy, you know. Here it is. Creation goddess Sama. I have prepared your meal. I don't know if it would suit your tastes, but please do ask for more if you want to. I was served something that resembled steak. It sure is amazingly tender, Wait, isn't this a really luxurious piece of meat? Just chewing a bit makes the meat melt on my tongue, you know. No, never mind that. Want you to tell what is with this way of addressing me? What is with this creation god thing you were saying? It was what Miko-sama stated, the god of fairy religion, and the god of creation for that religion, is none other than you, Adel-sama. What? TL. This was not in Japanese. Adel literally said Huat. Don't tell me. That's right, all of the beastmen present at that time acknowledged this. Lavale. TSK. She ran away. Then, Fauna, why are you facing away and trembling? Now then, you won't deceive me by swinging your tail cutely like that, you know. Now Fauna, you are going to explain all of this, right? Ha, hi. After a while, Adel now is seated on the throne, and in front of her are Kilo and Mika, who were standing in a straight position, like criminals about to receive judgment. After the two returned to the castle, they were immediately captured by an immobilizing halo that Adel created and were dragged on their feet towards the throne room. Adel is sporting a really cute smile, and anyone who sees it wouldn't feel any ill intent. However, not the two people in front of her, as they were trembling in fear, feeling as if their lives might end at any moment. They understand that if they carelessly open their mouth, they might end up dead in that very moment. However, Kilo mustered all her courage and tried to explain. About that. That is. What's wrong, Kilo? Why is your face so blue? Don't tell me that because you were overwhelmed by my fairy magic, you received a divine revelation and in just a day you tried to establish a new religion with me as the center of it and made the beastmen worship me? Or is it because you were shown a future where I actually reigned over this world as a goddess or something? If that is the case, then I could only assume that the goddess is someone whose brain is filled with flowers and with a lot of loose screws in her head, and won't her int be much closer to that of a goblin? But what do you say? You do know that I really don't getting involved in such complicated matters, although I do get tangled up in such things. But if this goes on, won't my name and appearance be known throughout the world? I was thinking of continuing our journey after we settle things here, but if wherever we go, I will be worshipped as the goddess of creation by any and all beastmen we encounter. That will make us definitely stand out a lot. I was thinking of punishing the people responsible for this by hanging them naked at the gates of the city. Or maybe I should proceed with such punishment. I was thinking of really doing that. But what does Kilo think about this? Will you answer me? Will you please answer me? Please respond to my inquiry. O2 timing Miko-san Ed, load a 50-calorie with a belt of words, and fire away. Adel-chan, after receiving my machine gun-like talk without me holding back, Kilo quietly shed tears and prostrated. Mika, who watched this, seems to have completely frozen due to feeling tremendous fear. Behind those two, Lavale was gazing at them without really showing any sign of concern, and Fauna was being suppressed by Maru-san. He was covering her face with both hands so that the scene in front of her wouldn't be visible to her eyes. Adel's eyes then moved on to Mika. Hey, the worthless hero, I didn't notice you at all. I think an amoeba would have more presence that you have, you know. I do know that Mika is a hero that is good at concealing her presence, though. I didn't really ask why you didn't stop Kilo and just watched her as things went on. But with this, I now find you to be really incompetent. You might be thinking that someone insignificant like me would just be forgotten anyway. Ha 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 ha. So I think it will be alright. I think I can find some use of you though, like throwing you in an orc's nest for example. I think they would really be happy to include you in their family, you know. Or maybe you prefer goblins. They smelt the worst, but I think they would be able to satisfy you a lot, so I think that would be fine. Or maybe I could send you to work in a place where a lot of dangerous monsters or vicious and poisonous gases are coming out, like in the worst mines. I think you would be happy just to be helpful to other people, right? I am thinking of doing that, you know, but what does Mika think about it? Will you answer me? Answer me, okay? Open your mouth and answer, you useless slug. Time. I'm sorry for even being born. She also ended up prostrating the same way as Kilo. Lavale was also probably surprised. If Arena was around, I would have been much milder than this. But I didn't really expect that I would explode like this after all. But well, thinking about it, this may be the first time I lashed out without holding back so much in this world. Anyway, the roots of my leisure life are about to collapse right now after all. In this situation, I couldn't really keep my cool idol figure. Oh right, Kilo. Have you already created the scripture for the said religion? No. Lavelle asked Kilo, who has already turned and degraded into something like a corpse. After hearing her answer, she faced Adel, who was showing a really scary expression. Master, in order for you to travel as freely as possible, can't you just emphasize it in the scripture? I thought I was going to be killed. I absolutely thought I would be killed. You know, the next time you want to sport something like this, be sure to inform me in advance. Do you understand? Because of Lavelle's suggestions, both Kilo and Mika were able to somehow survive with their lives intact. The two offered Lavelle their heartfelt gratitude in tears. In the meantime, I made sure to spread the scriptures to everyone and make sure that they follow it. At that time, I explained to everyone the points that they absolutely have to follow. Never ever show it to anyone other than the producers. Opening parenthesis. Family members may be fine closing parenthesis and creditors of the scripture. If defied, a harsh punishment will be received from the Creator. The name of the creation God should be allowed to be spoken only inside the church. If you encounter anyone speaking about the creation God outside of Ladaria, be sure to find out their identity. Cooperate in the concealment if needed. If you are going to make an idol for worshipping, be sure to make the face vague. It is important to value the mood. That is all. The last part is for my power. Based on these notes, I created a scripture within a day, copied it and distributed it to everyone. This should mitigate some immediate concerns, is what I wanted to believe. Hora, let's make up now. Sorry for scaring you a bit. Idol. I slept with the two later that day after they were finally released from their heavy tension. They were like angels when sleeping after all. Idol. Niuba, with one more person included. Anyway. Why did you do something like that? Because I want everyone to know about Adel's achievements. I'm sorry. Opening parenthesis. A very straightforward way of thinking. That is a precious thought, but seriously Mika should have done something about it. Closing parenthesis. Nade.